In this video, I'm going to show you a step-by-step tutorial to create a beautiful website using WordPress and Elementor Pro. This video is perfect if you are a beginner because I will guide you step by step, and don't worry because you will be able to create whatever you want without having to touch a single line of code. This is the website that we're going to create together, and it will look exactly like this. And of course, you will be able to change all the content as you wish. You can change the colors, you will be able to change of course, the logo, the elements that you see here, the fonts or the images, the videos, everything basically. So I will give you the power and knowledge to be able to change everything. As you can see here, we can also create some beautiful interactions with all the elements on your page. We can create also some scrolling effects that will move along when you're scrolling down in the page. Then we will create a design which is very minimalistic and modern, like the one that you're seeing right now. We will see also how you can add some testimonial section, some call to actions with subtle animations that you see here. And we will be able also then to create a beautiful header and a footer like the one that you see here. We'll be optimizing everything also for tablet and mobile, so your website will look perfectly on each and every device. And then I will show you also how to create a beautiful transparent header like this one, and how to change the header based on the pages that you are in. For example, here you see the header is completely different between the home page and the internal pages of your website. Then we will also create an about page like this one, where you can showcase your story, your achievements, your skills for you or for your clients' websites. Then we'll see also how to create this call to action that is also visible in every page, except on the Contact Us page, where you just have your contact form page, but you do not need to display here your call to action, since we are already on the page that we want our visitors to see, of course. And in this contact page, I will also show you how you can create a contact form like this one, being able to collect all the leads that you receive, and also being able to redirect them to a special thank you page like this one, with all the call to actions that you need to stay in touch with your potential leads and to keep them in the loop. You will see how to receive notifications like this one each time a client fills up the form, and how to store them into your Elementor submission settings, being able to review and save and also export all the data of the people that are contacting you through this form. I'll show you how to create these links, these quick links to your phone number, email, map, and then I will show you also how to integrate an FAQ section with the frequently asked questions and also a map. Then we will see how to create a blog. I will show you how you can create a blog archive like this one, very nice, modern and minimalistic as always. And then I will show you how to create a template for the single post. So here you will see the title of the post, the author, the date. Then there is also the excerpt. There is also the content of the excerpt of the post. I'll show you how to create an author box like this one, and also a comment form here to allow visitors to comment on your blog posts. So this is all we're going to learn, and much more, because here I just scratched the surface. You will be able to recreate this and also to apply your own styling and your own content, and yes, to adapt all we are going to see right here by using all the knowledge I will provide you in the tutorial. And of course, you won't need any code. Since we'll be using Elementor, which is a drag and drop page builder, it will be very, very easy to change everything you want just by dragging and dropping the elements around, and you will be able to change also the text. Let's go like this. Let's go in nature together. And since I'm going to show you step by step how you can control each and every pixel of this design, you will be able to add or remove any content based on your needs. For example, here, if I want to add some social media icons to my header, I can simply type for social media and drag it and drop it here, and voila, very easy. If I want, I can also place it here after the button, and it's really easy and simple. I'll show you also how you can set up global settings for your colors and fonts. For example, here, if I want to change my global colors, I go here to the colors. I can change this primary color here, and I can make it, for example, different. Let's say this one, or maybe this one, and then I will also be able to make it like this, and then change it like this, you see? And based on my needs, I can quickly change the whole look and feel of my website. I can do the same here for the secondary color that I use for my call to actions, for example, and I can go and search for another color. Let's say this one. Why not? Beautiful. And you can change in a few seconds, in a few clicks, all the look and feel of the whole website, you see? And since we have applied all these colors globally, you will find them immediately applied on the whole website like this. I love this I love it. The same principle applies to fonts. I will show you how you can apply global fonts, and I will also provide you with advanced files that you can download and upload directly into your website to speed up the process. You will be able to upload all this, you see here, all this custom fonts that I've created for you, and you can easily change the font or change the dimensioning and so on. And all these fonts are created using fluid typography. And since I'm going to provide you all these files, you do not have to mess around with clamp calculations and so on, because everything will be done for you. As you can see here, you can easily switch the font in a single click. Very easy, right? During the video, we will also explore the power of AI. Elementor has an AI assistant which is integrated in its builder, and you will be able to start with some free credits, and I will show you how you can generate code to animate your images and buttons without having to touch a single line. For example, here I asked AI to make this image float vertically, and here I ask it to make this button float horizontally. As you can see, the interface is very simple. You just need to describe what you want to obtain here. You write down your prompt, you generate the code, and with a single click you can apply it without having to touch a single line. You see, using AI you can also generate quickly images, and with a simple prompt you will be able to have beautiful images generated for you. Let's say that I want this one. Perfect. I can use it and apply it to my design. And you can do the same for text. So you can go here and generate any kind of text for all the sections of your website using a single prompt. Now we're going to start by choosing our hosting provider. The hosting provider is the space that you actually buy online to store your website's files. And the hosting provider often gives you also the ability to buy domains. This is very important. We're going to see how you can buy your own domain, nameofyourwebsite.com, for example. And I will also show you how you can create some custom emails like info@nameofyourwebsite.com, which is very important for you or for your clients when you want to make business online, of course. I will show you a kind of hosting that is very cheap and affordable, and at the same time offers premium services and performance. This hosting is called Hostinger. Let's go and set up Hostinger together. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, online. Hostinger, there we are. You will find my affiliate link down below to land on this page, the exact page that we're seeing right now. And this is the Hostinger page where I'm going to show you how you can choose your own hosting plan to create your websites, to get your own domain, and then to create your custom email accounts. As you see here, I use myself Hostinger, and I also recommend it like the perfect foundation for your online business. Okay, let's go and scroll down here. You click on claim deal, and here we see that we have 3 different plans. These are perfect to start up, of course, and I will show you now quite a few differences that you need to know before choosing your own plan. I am not recommending the premium plan because it is quite limited in comparison to the others, and the business one is the one that I would recommend you if you want to start in the right way. Let's go here and scroll down to see all the different features that are available in each plan. The first difference we see is the number of monthly visits that are allowed or suitable in each different plan. You see, 25,000, 100,000 and 200,000. This means that if you choose the business or higher plans, you will have more resources to receive traffic on your website or websites. Then you have different kind of storage. As you can see, the storage provided by the premium plan is just SSD storage, while the other plans has NVMe storage. This means that the files of your websites will be stored in a more advanced environment and they will be able to load faster. Then we have the number of inodes, and the inodes are just the number of files and folders that you are installing on your hosting. Keep in mind that with each WordPress installation, you start by using about 7,000 inodes. One other big difference is the fact that if you choose the premium plan, you will just have weekly backups, while if you choose the other plans, you will have daily automatic backups. This is very important if you want to have a good security system that allows you to roll back to a previous version of your website each time there is a problem or you need to restore a previous version of the website, of course. In the business plan and superior plans, you also have an advanced WordPress acceleration at your disposal, which is not present in the basic premium plan. So keep in mind also that if you're choosing the business, you will be sure that your website will load very, very fast. With each and every plan, you also get a free domain for the first year. This is very nice, and we're going to see during the video how you can claim your free domain after buying. In the business and superior plans, you also have a free CDN, which means that your content will be delivered through a content delivery network, which will be available worldwide. This is great if you're planning to receive traffic from different countries and, of course, This will come in handy and will be a great feature for you. In the business plan, you also have WordPress staging tool, which allows you to test your changes and updates before pulling them into your actual official website online. And then if you choose cloud plans, you also have dedicated IP address, which is great for big e-commerce websites or professional blogs, and you will have access to priority support. If you want to explore all the features, you can also click on See All Features, and you will be able to go here and see which is included in each plan. So now let's do a quick recap before proceeding with the purchase process. The first thing you need to know is that the premium plan, as you saw, is a little bit limited, so it's best for you if you are just building an amateur website or just for hobby. If you are creating website for your own business or for your clients, let's choose the business one. And if you plan to create e-commerce websites or professional blogs or websites that will receive a lot of traffic, please start with the cloud startup. If you want to create a small e-commerce, also the business plan is good, but keep in mind that if you want to scale and become bigger and receive a lot of traffic and so on, the cloud will be, of course, the best solution. Let's start now with the business. You can always update later on, so don't worry, because you can start with the business and then, yes, you can update and upgrade your plan later directly from your dashboard. And we will see now how the pricing works. So let's choose this plan. In this page, you can change the billing period, and you can choose if you want to pay for 1 month, for 12 months, for 44 months, or for 48 months. This is great because you can, if you choose 48 months, which means of course 4 years, you will get access to an incredible discount. And now in a few seconds I will also show you another coupon that you can add to have even more discount. You see here that you have to keep in mind the fact that you can also choose to change the billing period once you buy. For example, if for the renewal you will need to switch to the annual period or to the 24 months, you can do it directly from your dashboard. And so yes, this is good to know, of course. And keeping also in mind that the renewal price would be the one that you see here. So renews at $8.99 per month for 4 years. You can cancel anytime, and you can also change the billing period, of course. So let's go here and see how you can, how you can save even a little bit more. You can go here and type in WP Roads. This is a special coupon that I have and that I'm sharing with you that will allow you to, save 10% more. So you apply the coupon, WP Roads, and voila, wow, 10% more discount, and we're paying now just $172. Keep in mind that they always running different discounts and promotions, so your price might be different, of course, depending also on the plan that you choose. And wow, here we are buying 4 years of hosting, guys. So you will be okay for 4 years just by spending $172. If you want, you can even choose the premium plan, which is even cheaper. So yes, go and choose whatever you want. If you choose just to pay for 1 year, you will be able to still apply my discount, of course, and you will pay just $43 for 1 year of premium hosting. This is great, guys. I love it. Then when you're ready here, you can click on continue and you can register your account. And these are the credentials that you will use also to access your Hostinger panel. So make sure to choose them carefully, and then you can click on register and you will be able to proceed with the payment. You will be able to choose many different payment methods, PayPal, cards, and so on. And once you have filled the payment form and verified the payment, you will be able to access your Hostinger panel. Let's see you on the other side. And when you finalize the payment, most likely you will see a page like this one afterwards. So this is the page that Hostinger shows you if you want to create straightforward a new website or migrate another website that you already have. But in this case, we will just go and click on the Hostinger logo here on the upper side of the page, and we will be able here to go to our dashboard, Hostinger dashboard. So let's leave here, and remember that you have received right now, after the purchase process, a few emails that Hostinger sends you to inform you about your purchase. And so be sure to check them out. And then when you want to log into Hostinger, you can just go to the Hostinger website, hostinger.com, voila, and click on login to the upper right side of the page. And of course, you will need to enter your credentials, and then you will be in your Hostinger dashboard, which is called hPanel. Welcome to our Hostinger dashboard. This is a pretty good place to configure and do whatever we want from the hosting side for our websites. As you can see, we can continue the configuration of the plan that we just purchased in Hostinger. We can also claim our free domain, which comes with each new purchase plan on Hostinger, and we will do this in a few seconds. We can see that we can also change or add some different widgets here in the homepage. We can see the active hosting, domains, and emails account that we have, and here we have the complete list of our websites, list of our domains, all the stuff that we can do to manage and manage our websites and domains, and the same here for emails accounts. We'll do this during the video, so make sure to follow along. We see here that we have another few services that are provided by Hostinger that are not very important at the moment, but the most important thing here is billing, because you need to go and check out all your active subscriptions. You will find here the subscription that you already that you just purchased by purchasing your hosting plan on Hostinger, and you can go here and manage it. If you want to enable or disable auto renewal, you can do it. If you want to change the billing period, you can do it from here, and you can do whatever you want to manage your subscription. You can also go and access the payment history and so on. Here in the upper right side is very important to be sure to have entered the correct account information, which are your own information that you can use to access your Hostinger account here. And these are very important. And you can do also the security settings if you want to enable two-factor authentication, for example. You can also share your account with clients or with team members if you need to do so with collaborators. And this is a pretty awesome feature that Hostinger provides. You can also share the activity, you can also monitor the activity of people that are accessing your account once you start sharing it, of course. And remember also that if you share this with clients or with also team members, you can choose to which websites they will get access, of course. They want to get access to the whole account, but just to specific websites that you grant them access to. You can also switch language and so on. Here, this is the quick access to the help settings, to the help, not settings, but to the help page. And this is quite interesting. You can describe your issue. It will also show you there are some tutorials in case for example, if I type in domains, okay, and then I go here, you see here, it performs a research on their documentation. So if you need something about domains, most likely you will find it here. But if you do not find your answer, you can go here, select the topic, domain, and then you select your subscription for which you are asking support, and then you can quickly start a new live chat. That is pretty awesome because you can immediately go and ask someone to resolve a problem, for example. Sometimes there is AI that responds, but I found out that is quite well trained, and it can reply very fast to many different kind of situations. And anyway, this works very well, both AI trained support and of course human based support. It is quite awesome. You can also see here all the news about Hostinger features, and they will be published here, so keep an eye also on this little bell up here. Now we are ready to get started, so let's go back to the home page and let's configure our first website. Now, in this part of the video, we will see how you can choose a good domain name for your website. This is very important, so make sure to follow along if you do not have already a domain name, or anyway, just if you want to receive a few tips about choosing your domain name. If you do not want to follow this part of the video and you want to go straight forward and start building your website, you can jump to the next part of the video by using the timestamps provided below. So, if you're ready, let's get started with the domain name. So the first thing you need to do here is to go to Domains, Domain Portfolio, and you click on Add New Domain. As you can see from here, you can claim your free domain, you can get a new domain, you can even transfer an existing domain. In our case, we can go before claiming our free domain, we can click on Get a New Domain, because the most important part before choosing our domain name, if you do not have already one, is to perform a little bit of research. So the first thing to do here is to perform this research right here. In my case, the domain name I want is Nature Adventure. Sorry, do not enter any space. natureadventure, okay, .com. And I invite you to use domain names that are short and that are memorable. In this case, this is quite long, but since it's composed by two simple words, nature and adventure, it can be still easy to remember and easy to type on our keyboard. So, natureadventure.com. Please avoid dashes and any other characters into your domain. Okay, numbers and dashes are not a very good practice in general. So natureadventure.io, it is available, but natureadventure.com, it is not available. So if I want to still choose this domain name, I need to be sure who's already using similar ones, or maybe the same one with different extensions. So I go and perform a research, and I see that this domain name specifically, it is not being used, so this is not a problem. But if I go and perform a research on Google about my domain name, natureadventure, without inserting the extension, just like this, I see that there are a few websites that are using this domain in a different extension declination. For example, this one, then we have this other one here, and then we have this one. They're all using similar web domain names, and these are potential competitors if I want to create websites about traveling in nature, or using nature stuff like in this case here, or a natural park in a specific region of my country, and so on. So please go here, perform your research, and when you find out that there are no many competitors using the same domain name, or that there are just people that are in different niches from yours, you can choose the domain name and go on. Remember here also to read the indications that are here beside the light bulb, because they are pretty good to know if you are in the good direction to choose a good domain name that will be perceived correctly by your audience. This domain is ideal for ecotourism and outdoor activities, for example. And it is pretty good to know if you are in the good direction. If you want, you can also generate domain names and ideas using AI, and you can just provide a simple prompt here. Please provide a young and fresh domain name composed by 2 words max, similar to natureadventure.com, for a website that will promote nature outdoor activities. Okay, you can click on generate now, and the AI will generate for you a few names that are kind of good for your prompt. Okay, wildpath.net, outdoorvibe.org, natureescape.net, outdoorrails.org. You see here, quite good, quite amazing. So be sure to provide a good prompt, and you will have also quite good responses. So basically, this is what I wanted to tell you, and I just want to repeat myself here. Do not use dashes. For example, here, nature-adventure. Only if it is really important to use dashes, you should use them, because if you avoid them, in general, is better. And do not use numbers like this, for example. It is not a very best practice to use numbers inside your domain name. Only if they are part of your brand name, of course. If the number is part of your brand name, you can use it, but otherwise, if you can avoid it, it is better. Okay, in this case, Nature Adventure, like this, would be a great domain name. Now we will start the WordPress installation process. So we will install our first WordPress website in our Hostinger plan, and we will also claim a free domain during the installation process. But if you do not want, you can also follow along using a temporary domain. I will show you how to do so. So let's click here on websites list, and you can go and scroll down and see that you have a continue setup here call to action. You can also use the one that you have on the home page by clicking here on continue. Whatever you want, it will work fine. So in this case, it will ask me which kind of website I want to create. In this case, I want to create a new website. I do not want to migrate, so I click on create. I click on next. And I want to use WordPress. Okay, make sure to select WordPress here, because this is another kind of builder which has nothing to do with WordPress at the moment. And you can also, if you want, skip and create a empty PHP HTML website. But this is not our case, since we want WordPress to be installed. Let's click on next. Here, this is very important, guys. So make sure to select the language that you want your website to be installed in. And of course, you can change it also later on, but I will just make sure to select the correct one right here. I will use my email, okay, and I will use my password. Be sure to use a password which is strong and which follows all the indications that you have down here. Let's click here on next. Okay, here you have to choose if you want to create a website using AI. I do not recommend this because since we're going to use Elementor, Elementor will have inside its builder its own AI system. So we do not need to use the Hostinger one. We just need to go and create a blank site. Okay, and here, as you can see, we have a free domain name available. Start typing to use it. Okay, let's see if the domain name that we want is available. Okay, natureadventure.fun. It is available. It is available for free for the first year, for example, and it is here you can see the renewal price. This is quite important to check it out, of course, and you will see that after the first year it will renew at 30.99 euros per year. If you do not want to use immediately your free domain and you want to connect it later on, you can do it if you want, of course, and you can simply go here and use a temporary domain. It explains here that a temporary domain is a placeholder website address that you can use while you're building your website, which is pretty good to do so if you do not want to use immediately a domain name. But I would suggest you to take the time to choose a good domain name and to claim your free domain name to start with the right energy and vibe. natureadventure.fun. Perfect. Let's click on next. Okay. Here you have to confirm your information, your business information, and you have to provide the correct business information if you are registering this domain as a business, or if you are registering as a private, you can also specify this by clicking on edit here, and you can change the country that you're registering from, and you can change if you want to register this as a personal domain or as a company organization name, and you can go on here, enter all your contact details, and then you save and you proceed. And as it explains here, your domain will be registered using these details. Your email and phone number may be used to verify the ownership of this domain. Providing incorrect details may lead to domain suspension. So be careful here to provide the correct data, and then you can click on Finish Registration. We need then to confirm our email address. We register, and then we finish the domain registration. It will take a few seconds here. Okay, we will receive also a few emails with all the data about our domain that we just registered. Okay, and then we will be ready to choose the data center for our website. The data center is the actual physical location where the files, the main files of our website will be stored. So if you plan to receive a lot of traffic from United States, you can choose, for example, a data center here. And if you can, and if you are able to do so by the space that you want to choose, there are some data centers that are also running renewable energy, and there are some others that are not running renewable energy. So if you can choose one green, it is better, of course, for the planet. And in my case, I will choose the green data center based on in France, since I'm expecting traffic to be from USA and from India and from all over the world. So I like to be here in France. Okay, let's install WordPress right now. Okay, yes, of course. When you choose the data center, I didn't mention this, but you should choose a data center which is the nearest to the traffic, to the users that you are expecting to visit your website. If you're expecting your traffic to come from Canada, for example, you should choose a data center in North America, for example. If you're expecting traffic from Brazil, for example, you choose a South America server. If you're expecting your traffic to come from India, you choose a data center based near India or in India, and then so on. This will grant the performance of your website to be optimized for your users, of course, because your website will be loading faster. But you can also use a CDN, and this will improve your website loading time from all over the world. So no worry about it. So now we are in WordPress directly. The installation has been completed, but we need to go back to our hosting and to check the domain status here. You see, if we go to the website list, we see that in our business website hosting, in this case, there is a verification pending. We need to verify the email address that we associated to our domain to be sure to be able to be considered as the owners of that domain, that specific domain. If you do not have this indication here, Okay, this is good. But if you have it, you just need to go and click on more info and go and check out why this is happening. In this case, it is happening because I provided a different email address that wasn't verified yet in my Hostinger account. And this also can happen if you're registering a domain for your clients, for example, and you're using their data to register them. So in my case, I need to go into my email and to verify, of course, my email address. Pretty simple. I go and check for my email and I click on verify email. Okay, perfect. If I go back now to my domain overview page, I go to the domain overview, domain portfolio. Okay, I click on my domain and I see that the domain is correctly active. Now it will just ask me if I want to enable auto renewal. In my case, no, because I'm just using this domain to register a tutorial, to record a tutorial. So I do not need to turn on auto renewal. Let's go back to our main menu, to the website list, and we see that right now the website, it is running. Perfect. So if we want to access our WordPress dashboard, we can click here on WordPress admin. Okay. And we will be able to be redirected right inside our WordPress dashboard, which is awesome. Okay, you see here it is working fine. If we want to access the same website directly from the browser, we can do directly by typing the domain name in the browser here, natureadventure.fun, and then we do /wp-admin like this, and we'll be able to log in with the credentials that we used when we were installing WordPress. In my case, it was Pascal at wproads.com, and this was my password. Okay, and I can log in like this. Okay, if I forgot my password, don't worry, because you can click on lost password, and I guess that this is my password. Okay, and if it is not working, you can click here on lost password and you will receive a new password, or you can go here and access directly from this link, which is pretty awesome because it will log you in without having to insert your password. And here we are, right inside WordPress. Now that we are on our WordPress dashboard, we need to clean up a little bit all the things right here. So we go on plugins. I would suggest you to leave just the Lightspeed plugin active, and all the others we can deactivate them and uninstall them like this. You see, deactivate and then you delete, apply. Very easy, easy peasy. Perfect. Now we go to the appearance themes and we go and delete all the themes that we are not using. So not this one, but the others. We select and delete, okay. Select and delete and okay. Now, okay, we are right here and we can go on posts and we can delete the hello world post. We can trash it. We go to the trash, we empty trash. We do the same here in pages, trash, trash, empty trash. Perfect. And then we go and check out our users. Here we need to go and verify that our email and password is set up correctly. So we can scroll down here. We can set up a first name and last name for our user. This is particularly important if you want to create a blog post and if you want to be the author of this blog post, and you will see your name and last name figuring like this. You can also insert here a short bio. For example, hi there. This is my short author bio. And you can show dynamically this biography whatever you want in your website, particularly useful in the author box in the blog post, for example. Then you can change using Gravatar your profile picture. You can set a new password here, for example. And this is exactly what I'm going to do. Okay. Okay. And then I can click update profile. Perfect. That's it. I can go now on settings, reading, and make sure if you want to discourage search engines from indexing your website while you are building it, to use this option here. You can save changes and make sure also when you finish to create your website to come back here and uncheck this before connecting your website to Google Search Console and before publishing actually your website in the internet, for example, before sharing it on social media and so on. In this case, I will keep this discourage search engines because I do not want this website to be indexed. Okay, perfect. I can go on general now. I can change the website name if I want to. Okay, I can change the website tagline. These are very important for SEO in general, for people searching for this keywords specific. So outdoor activities for nature lovers, for example. You can choose a site icon, but we will do this later on directly from Elementor. Here you can leave it like this. Here you can leave it like this. Down here you should choose the language of the website. In this case it's English, and here you can choose the time zone. I am in Paris, so I will choose Paris. I can change also the date format and the time format if I want. I will use this one and I will leave it like this, and I can choose if I want to start the week a different day. In my case, Monday. Save changes. Perfect. Last thing you need to verify is go to permalinks and be sure to have selected post name. This is very important. And then let's save changes. Let's go to the dashboard. The last thing we can do right here is to get rid of all the widgets that we have by clicking on screen options and just unchecking all the checkboxes that are here. Perfect. Now let's go back again one more time to our Hostinger account, and let's go to home, not to home, but to website list. And we can see that here, if we want to manage our website from the hosting side, we can go and check it out by clicking on dashboard. Instead of clicking on WordPress admin, we click on dashboard. Okay, let's go and see what happens here. We have the domain, which is active. Perfect. We have the hosting, which is active. We have the free email that we can configure, and we have backups. Make sure to have backups enabled. Right here we have daily backups enabled, and they will be generated each day around midnight or 1 a.m. in the morning. And so you will find them here once you start creating website for more than one day, of course. Then we can go back to the overview. We can set up a free email account. We will do it later on. We can also access the file manager, the database manager, and the WordPress overview. We can clear cache, and we can basically have an overview here of our website. Let's go now and click on the WordPress overview. We will just go here on WordPress overview. We get rid of this message right here. We can just check the HTTPS to be forced and correctly installed. You see here the SSL is active. This is all automatic, and it will be done automatically for you by Hostinger. You can go and be sure to have Lightspeed and Object Cache enabled. Okay, perfect. And then make sure to go and check the WordPress updates section. You can go here and click on change, and I will strongly suggest you here to use native auto updates, because this setting here will use native auto updates directly from WordPress. In fact, when you go here into the plugins section, when you do not enable that option, you do not here see the option to have auto updates. Okay, you see here. And if I go now like this, and if I empty my cache, and once you do so, you will come back here to the plugins, for example, page, and you will see that you will have a new option, a new settings to enable auto updates. While if you do not do so, if you do not enable this native auto updates here from the Hostinger panel, you will see this situation here where you do not have control of your automatic updates right here. Okay, in this case, I will enable automatic updates for Lightspeed Cache plugin, and I will do the same here for my themes. I will go here in the 2025 theme and I will enable my auto updates. Perfect. Now, in case you want to create an email account using Hostinger, you can go on your Hostinger panel and you can click on emails. You can see here that you can set up your free email service. You can click on setup, and you need to choose a domain to link. In my case, I will choose natureadventure.fun, and remember that you can choose the domain only if you already have created one website using that specific domain. In this case, I will use this, confirm. Okay, and I will choose the free plan provided by Hostinger, which is pretty awesome and generous. You see here, Hostinger free, €0 per month, $0, and you can see 1 gigabyte, 1 forwarding rules, email aliases, and all this kind of stuff that you use to set up a professional email account, and they are very important. If you need more features, you can choose the Hostinger Business Starter or the Hostinger Business Premium Starter, Premium plan. And you see here, this is the cost, and you can select them and go, and you see also the renewal cost right here. So this is pretty awesome. I will start with the Hostinger free, which is great. and I will choose the email that I want to create. In this case, it will be info@natureadventure.fun. I will choose a password, and then I will click on create. Once my email account is created, I can choose if I want to read this email on my favorite apps or if I want to read the email directly into the browser. I can go and click on browser, and you will see that there is a quick link to the webmail. And in this case, I will just need to enter here the password that I just created. Okay, you see it here. I have my email. I have a welcome email from Hostinger, and I can just manage my emails from here. I can send them, I can delete them, I can receive them, and so on. If you want, you can also configure your email account using Apple Mail, Outlook, Thunderbird, Gmail, and you can also just access the server settings. And if you see here, these are quite easy to use. You see here, you just need to insert this kind of information when you are setting up your email account using whatever app you're using to connect your email, and you will be able to insert then your password and your username, and you will be able to connect it on your favorite apps. Pretty awesome and pretty simple to configure. You click on complete then, and you can create whatever account you want for your email account. You see here, just skip here. Okay, I will go to email accounts, and I will see that this is my email account. I can quickly access my webmail. I can remove or change password or do whatever I want with this specific account. When I go back on the overview, I will be able also to create new accounts if I want, and I can do so by clicking here on where is it? View all, create a mailbox, and you see you can create 100 mailbox for each domain. And each mailbox will have 1 GB of space. Pretty awesome. Okay, now let's go back to our website by clicking on Websites, Website List, and WordPress Admin. Perfect. Here we are now. Our fresh and clean WordPress installation ready to get started. Now we're going from this to this. So we'll be performing an adventure. We're going to live an adventure together by building a beautiful website. And so, how to go from this to this? Just follow along. And please comment below, like, subscribe, and share this video if you like it. To achieve this beautiful configuration without having to touch a single line of code, we just need to install Elementor. Elementor, it is a plugin, a page builder, which is great and works fine with every kind of design that you want to deploy. So let's go to plugins, add new plugins, and let's search for Elementor. Elementor, of course, has a free version and a pro version. We will see here how to use and extract the best from the free, but most of all from the pro version of Elementor. So as you can see here, I have installed Elementor, the free version here, 10 million active installations. This is huge, guys. And then let's click on activate. When we click on activate, it will ask us if you want to create a new account. Let's click on the X upper right side of the screen. We close. We can also click on screen options, and we can get rid of the widget Elementor overview. And then, get rid, I said, and then we can go on plugins, and if you want, you can enable auto updates for Elementor. This is a best practice when you're building a website, while when you are maintaining a website, maybe it is better to keep this disabled and enter your website once a week and perform the updates manually. Anyway, this is how I proceed when I'm building websites. I keep every auto update enabled, and then I go to Appearance, Themes, and I go and I install a theme that works very well with Elementor, and this theme is called Hello Elementor. As you saw here, I clicked on Add New Theme, and then here I search for Hello. It is already here, but in any chance it is not there, you can type Hello Elementor, and you will see it right here. Hello Elementor. Let's click on install right now, and let's click on activate after the installation process. Perfect. Activate. Now when we click on the Hello theme, Hello Elementor, we can enable even here the auto updates if you want. And then we can go and see from the front end our website, and it will look something like this. To clean up even a little bit more, we go back to our dashboard, and we click now on Appearance. We go on Theme Settings. Remember that you can see these theme settings only if you're using Hello Elementor, the theme that we just installed. And then right here you can disable cross-site header and footer. We can disable cross-site page title. With these two options here, you save settings, and when you go and visit your site and you empty the cache, you purge all cache, you will see a blank page. This is beautiful. We'll start from this, a blank page, and we will end up by creating a beautiful professional website, even if you're just a beginner and even if you've never built a website before with WordPress and Elementor. Okay, let's get started. In order to be able to use all the advanced functionalities of Elementor, we will need to buy and install Elementor Pro. You see here, for example, this header is built using Elementor Pro, the footer is built using Elementor Pro, all the global settings that I am applied, all the effects that you see here, the animations, are all built thanks to Elementor Pro. Not only this, but also the contact form that you can see here, that can be also more complex than this one if you want. It is all based on Elementor Pro, same for our blog and for all the templates that we're going to build together, like the one that you see right here. So if you're ready, you can go and use my affiliate link to land on the official page to buy Elementor Pro. And my affiliate link, you will find it down below this video. It is called wprose.com/LePro, Elementor Pro. So by typing this link into the browser or by simply clicking on it down below this video, you will also grant me a small commission, so thank you in advance. Down here, you will land on this page. You can choose your license. Of course, if you already have a license for Elementor Pro, you can skip this part of the video. Otherwise, follow along with me and be careful because these licenses are quite different, the one from the others. Most of all, the essential one, it is a bit limited, and I strongly suggest you to start with the advanced solo at least, or the advanced and expert licenses if you also plan to create websites for your clients or for multiple projects in general. So the advanced solo, it is quite the best way to start because you have 86 Pro widgets of Elementor and you have all the premium features that are coming with Elementor Pro. While if you choose to use the essential feature, the essential license, you see you just get 57 Pro widgets, not 85, and you get a few limitations on dynamic data here, on form builder, and you do not have all these beautiful features that you get access to when you choose the other licenses. So make sure to choose at least this one, and then once you click on buy now, okay, remember that this one, it is for only one site. Sorry, I was showing you. This is just for one site. If you need a license for multiple websites, you need to choose at least this one or this other one here, and you can choose up to 1,000 sites if you choose the agency 1,000 sites license. Okay, let's go and see how it works here when you need to complete your purchase. Okay, you will just need to create an account, so it will be asking you here if you want to create an account using Google or Facebook and so on. You can also complete with the email address if you want. You can choose then your plan, and then you verify your billing info. If you're buying from Europe, you can also insert your VAT number, and you will be not paying the VAT, and so it will be reverse charged. So once you're ready here, you can choose the payment method. I can click on continue here. I can choose my payment method, and I can go and pay now. When you pay, you just get a message that the payment has been successful. Of course, you have to enter all the data of your bank account or of your PayPal account, and then you will land onto the into the Elementor dashboard. So if you want to go to the Elementor dashboard, so you go on the website elementor.com, you click on login, and you visit your dashboard. Okay, I have already inserted my email address and password, and this is the new Elementor dashboard. Actually, you see, it is pretty new, all a new design and navigation top bar, new account settings, new add-ons and product page. Awesome. Okay, when you want to download your Elementor Pro plugin, you just click on the upper right side of the page and you will find your Elementor Pro. So let's download it. Perfect. Then you go to your website here, you go to the dashboard, and you make sure to go to plugins, add new plugin, and upload your Elementor Pro. Choose file. Where is it? Here into the download folder. Open, install now, and then you need to connect and activate your plugin. Let's activate. Okay, let's click on connect and activate. Here you see connect and activate. This is very important to do so. Okay, you'll choose the account that you are using to connect your website with Elementor Pro, and you activate your license here. Perfect. Okay, Voila, basically that's it. We have Elementor. If you want, you can go into plugins, install plugins, and in a while you'll see here the enable auto updates. Sometimes you just need to clear the ls cache or clear all the cache, but sometimes you just need to wait a few minutes and you will see here the enable auto updates settings. Okay, now let's go and check some very important stuff. First we go to Elementor settings and we disable default colors and disable default fonts. This is gonna be very handy when we're going to configure all the colors and fonts for our websites. Then we go to features and we make sure to have all the main features enabled. For example, in my case, I will enable the load Google fonts locally, and let's activate this. This is a very important feature and many very useful. Then we disable landing pages. We do not need them, and it is also a deprecated feature. Element caching, we leave it by default enabled. Menu, this is very important. We can activate this. This kind of menu is a new widget provided by Elementor that lets you also create mega menus. So if you want to do so, let's keep it enabled. And then, okay, all the rest are enabled. Optimized markup, why not? Let's enable this and let's save changes. Make sure to enable all the things as I show you here, because these are features that we're going to use during the video. Okay, we go and check the performance tab. Everything is okay. The advanced tab. Okay, in the advanced tab, okay, let's go here and let's make sure to enable the unfiltered file uploads. This is gonna be very useful in the case that you are uploading JSON files that I may provide you during the tutorial, or SVG files that you use for your logos or other stuff in your website. So once we enable this, we can save changes. And if you want an extra security layer, when you finish building your website, you can come back here and disable this feature because it can potentially provide some security issues if you leave it enabled even after this website construction. Okay, save changes, perfect. Integrations, we do not need to integrate nothing right now. And okay, I must say that we are ready, perfect. Hi there, right now I'm going to show you how to create a specific template that we're going to apply to hide your website from the external visitors and to show a coming soon page. So this is very important in the case that you want to proceed this way, and I'm going to show you how to do it in a really basic way, but already quite well functioning. And don't worry about the styling and the design, because we're going to apply all the styling later on during the video. Let me know if it will, let me know if you have any feedback in the comment section below, and thanks in advance for your likes. Ciao! Now, in order to be able to hide your website content and to show a coming soon page to collect maybe leads, or yes, to let people know that you are preparing a beautiful website and that they can also subscribe to receive a notification when you are online, you can create a simple coming soon page. We can do this by going to templates, saved templates, pages, and we create a new page. Okay, this kind of template is page, perfect. We will call it coming soon. Okay, create template. So we are hiding our website from the front end, and only us and maybe our clients will be able to access the content of the website. Okay, we go to the page settings here in the gear icon. This is the Elementor interface. It is pretty awesome. It is one of my favorite interfaces when I create WordPress websites in general. Let's get rid of all these messages that we do not need right now. We go to the page settings, as I was mentioning, and we go and see here that we can change the title, but most of all, we need to change the page layout. That is pretty important, so make sure to do it like me and choose Elementor Canvas. Like this, it will display just the content of the page. It will not display any header, footer, or any other stuff that you're building in your website. And here, let's create something very easy peasy, because we do not know yet how to use Flexbox and Grid. I'm going to explain to you all this stuff during the tutorial. Right now, let's follow along and do not ask yourself many questions. Let's just follow along. We select Flexbox here. We select up from down, so the up down arrow. And here we click on the plus icon and we insert just a simple heading. This heading, it will be coming soon. Okay, here you can put, of course, whatever you want. Coming soon, let's say that we also want to explain what is coming into the website. You can use the text editor if you want, and you can explain whatever is coming to your website here. And then let's click on the plus icon and let's add a contact form that we will use to collect leads that are interested in our website. So I can say here, for example, subscribe if you want to receive a notification when we will go live. Perfect. Very easy. Here you select the form, and let's get rid of the name field. We'll just use the email field, and we will place it at 70%. And the button, we'll go to buttons, we will place it at 30%. Perfect. So it will be like this. And I also want to go to the form fields, and I want to get rid of the labels. Okay. And I want to place this into a 2 columns section. So I will select here my main container. Sorry, we have to call them containers. And here we go to the structure. You see here, it opens up a structure here on the right side. And be sure to select the main container. Then you go to the plus icon here. You add a new container. And you add another container. So you press twice into the container bottom. Oh, sorry. Do not do like this. Let's go backwards, Command Z or Control Z, and then you select again the main container, and you press the plus icon, and you insert again a container. You see here, now I have 1 container and 2 containers right here, 1 and 2. Perfect. The first container, I can also double click here, and I can call it coming soon. For example, coming soon. And here I can place all this content here, the heading, the text footer, the text editor, the form, inside the first container. For example, this one, I take it and drag it and drop it here. Do the same here for this section here, and do the same here for the email notification. Okay. So basically you see now I have all the content in the first container, and that I can call, for example, text and opt-in. And the second container will be maybe a video or an image or whatever I want. Let's say it is an image. Perfect. Let's get rid of this. Now, if I select the main container here, the big one, the one that is wrapping everything, I can go to the layout, and I can go and choose the different direction, the row horizontal direction. Perfect. So here on the right side, I will place a simple image. You see, I drag and drop an image right here. Maybe I can insert an image about my business, about myself, whatever I want. Now, to make everything look a little bit better, I go here and select the main container. I align everything center like this. You see, by centering stuff, I'm working very in a great way. Or yeah, I can do like this, and then I can go again to the main container. I'm already there. I go to the minimum height. I select VH, and I go here into 100. Yes. Okay. Publish. Let's go and visit this page. This is our coming soon page. Very simple, but effective. Okay, of course, here you can insert your image, but we will come back later on in this page when we have more freedom to work around, because I will explain you really different stuff. So be sure to create this page right now, and then we will go and place this page as a coming soon page. If you want to change this image, you just need to go here and choose your own image. You select it from your computer, for example, or you can create one by using Create with AI. This is pretty awesome, pretty simple. You go here, you insert the prompt, and you can create an image, right? Let's use this one, for example, just to have a placeholder image right now. Okay, let's publish now, and we will find now this page into our templates. So if you go on templates here, you see the coming soon template. And when you go to Elementor and you click on tools, you will find that there is a maintenance mode tool right here. By the way, you can also, navigate into Elementor stuff and settings by typing Command E or Control E. You see here like this, and it opens up this finder here, and you can type inside here maintenance. And you see here maintenance mode. And it is just a shortcut to go and to open this maintenance mode page. Now here you can choose to enable or disable the maintenance mode. I will make it coming soon in this case, and I will choose my template. As you can see here into the drop down, I can choose my coming soon template. Perfect. Save changes. When you enable the maintenance mode, you will see it here highlighted with a red button into the admin dashboard, into the admin bar, and you can, whatever you want, you can go back here and you can disable or enable it whenever you want. In my case, I can leave it enable, and I can also edit template really quickly by using this shortcut. We'll go back on my my template here. And if I want to test how this page is being, how my website is being perceived when people go and try to visit it from the front end, voila, that's it. This is my domain name. You see, natureadventure.fun. You will see that there is a coming soon page right here. I want to subscribe here, info myemail.com, send, and of course here I have to configure this, but it is already pre-configured for you because Elementor does a really smart thing. I have my submissions right here. You see, the submissions are already being saved automatically. Very, very easy. You see? Great. Before diving into the design part of the website, which is the most fun one, I believe, I'm going to teach you how you can use perfectly Flexbox and grid containers, which are the main layouts bricks that we use when we create designs with Elementor. So this part might be a little bit tedious at the beginning, but if you follow along step by step, you're gonna earn a lot of knowledge and you're gonna have all the basics you need to create your own designs with Elementor. So let's get started. Now we are in this situation. We have a blank canvas. We also have a small and a simple coming soon page that we created quickly together. And then we have to create a beautiful website like this one. To start and to get started the best way, I will suggest you now to follow along a training that I will show you right here about using Flexbox and grid containers. The containers are the main brick that you use, the main structure that you use when you create any kind of design with Elementor. For example, the navigation menu here is created using containers. Also, this design here is created using containers. Also here, these are all containers, and so on. So basically, you need to know how to use them if you want to be free to create any kind of design. I would suggest you here to start by going to create a new page. So we go to new page, of course, here. We give this page a title, container training. Okay, and then we edit with Elementor. Okay, very easy, you see. Now that we have our new page, a blank page here, we can start using containers. By clicking on the plus icon here, it will ask if we want to use a Flexbox container or a grid container. Basically, they are all containers, but they are called Flexbox and grid because they have different functionalities. If you select Flexbox, you will see a bunch of different pre-designed layouts that you can choose from. And generally speaking, I always start using these, but sometimes I also choose this one or this one. Let's start with the first one. You see the direction here is from the top to the bottom, and here is from the left to the right. So this is column direction and this is row direction. Let's choose column direction. You see, this is the container, and when you click here on the 6 dots, this is the kind of the handle that lets you select the container. So when you select the container, you see layout, style, and advanced tab, and basically from here you can start managing your container. As you can see here, the direction is here and is column, and then you have a few different options. The first one is container layout. This is interesting because you can switch whatever you want between Flexbox and grid containers. If you select grid, it's the same thing that clicking here and clicking on a grid, and you can choose then the layout, for example, this one, you see. And basically, it is the same kind of, it is the same container, but it has different functionalities. If you need to create a grid of elements, this is the perfect one. If you need to create more complex designs, like the one, for example, that we have on our homepage here, it is best to select the Flexbox, simple Flexbox. Okay, we will learn to use the grid later on. Now we start with Flexbox, and you can choose here the width of your container. I will show you here how this works. For example, if I decide to apply here to my container a background color, I go to Style, I go here to Background Type, and I click on Classic. I assign a random color, let's say this one, and I will show you here, going back to Layout, how the content width how it works. If you leave unboxed, let's add a content here, let's say a heading, for example. Okay. If you leave it unboxed, let's go back to our container. You see here now I have selected my heading and my settings here are connected to my heading. But if I want to go back to the container, I need to click here on the handle, or I can also open the structure here and I can select the container, for example. I can leave it here. I was saying, if I go back to layout here and I go to the content width, if I leave it unboxed and I change here the width, you see that all the content that are inside the container, all the elements that are inside the container are being affected by this setting here. For example, I place it in 700 pixels and all the content that I will add here will respect the maximum width of 700 pixels. For example, if I add a button also, it will be placed like this. If I add any other stuff like this, it will respect that kind of width, you see. Let's make a quick test here. I go back to select my container, okay? And I see that if I change the layout width, all the content respects the width. But what happens if I change it to full width? This is going to affect the whole container. So this is going to be interesting for some kind of designs, and most of all when you have containers inside other containers. You see here, so all the container is being affected here by the full width element. This is very interesting. Let's leave it for now in boxed, and let's apply, for example, 720 pixels. Perfect. Now we can go on and see that we also have a minimum height that we can apply to our container. Normally this is not suggested, it is something that you can use in rare cases, but I will show you here how this works. For example, if you go like this, you see the container will be assigned a minimum height of 443 pixels in this case, for example. And if you want, for example, you can use the VH and you can set up 100, and this makes the container occupy and take up all the space that there is available into the screen. You see here 100 VH. Okay, let's leave it like this to show you all the other examples. We have now the direction and the positioning of all the items inside the container. You see here, for example, now we are into column direction, but if we switch to horizontal, all the elements will be placed horizontally. You see here. This is quite interesting for some kind of designs. In this case, we'll leave it column. We can also revert. This is interesting when we are, for example, on mobile and we want to change things around when someone visits our website on mobile, for example. We can also switch the order of the elements. You see here, they will start from the bottom and go to the from the other one, and then we can leave them like this. Pretty much intuitive. Okay, then we can justify content. We can justify the content to the start. This is the default behavior. We can justify content to the center. We can justify to the end, and keep in mind that these elements of justification, they work only if the container has enough space. In fact, here, if I if I put this to 0, the minimum height, you see here, these elements will not work because there is no space for them to move around. They just stay there. While if here I put 100 and there is much space here, there is very much space, they can move around. You see? Okay, so this is space between, this is space around, this is space evenly. We will use these properties, justifying properties, to create our header, for example, because they work very well even horizontally. Okay, now that we saw that we can justify content, we can also see that we can align items. You see here we can align to the center, to the end, and we can also stretch the elements. In this case, this works horizontally, so you see that the stretch here, it doesn't be, how do we say, you do not see it, but it is being applied. For example, if I leave it start like this, and if I highlight the different elements, you see that they just take up the space that they need to exist. Yes, let's say like this. But while if I click on stretch, you see here that all the elements are 100% and they take up all the space that they have available in their row direction in this case, you see? That is quite interesting. We'll use all these settings during the creation of our website, so don't worry if some of these concepts are a little bit blurry at the beginning, because we will use every concept during the tutorial. Anyway, if you want to align content to the center, you have to be careful here because the text elements are not really aligned. In fact, if you go here in the mobile, you see that the text element is not aligned. Oh, let's say that the widget is aligned because it stays in the center, you see, this is correct, but the text itself, it is not aligned. So if you want to align a text, you need to go inside the text element to the style tab and you need to center it like this. So for example, here we have it like this, we have it like this, and now it is correctly centered. Okay, so this was the first part. Then we have the gaps and the between columns and rows. You can choose to use these values if you want to increase or decrease the spacing between the elements. You see here, for example, if I put on 40, all the columns and rows are being divided by 40 pixels, 60 pixels, 70 pixels, 80 pixels, and so on. If you leave it to 0, all the elements inside the container will be stuck together, you see? Now we leave it on 20 pixel, which is the default behavior, and we can also use the wrap option if you want to create advanced designs, but in this case we just leave it like this. We have also the additional options that we can use if you want to assign an HTML tag or if you want to modify the overflow. In this case we do not need this. We will use sometimes the HTML tag, which is very important in some cases, and I will show you how it works if you decide to assign a specific tag to a container. So basically we have our container settings right here. We also have some stuff here under style, but this is quite intuitive and we will use it during the tutorial, so no need to see it right now. Now let's go and see what do we have into the advanced tab, because here there are other settings that you can apply to move around stuff into your container. You see here, in this case you have in the advanced tab the align self, order and sites, which are pretty important if you want to have the full control with your designs. And it explains here that all these elements, all these settings, the align and the order one, they are applied only to contained elements. This means that if you have an element like the widget here, the text, and you select this and you go to the advanced tab, you will be able to apply this controls to the specific elements that you have selected, and these controls will override the global the global container settings. For example, here into my global container settings, into my layout, I have, you see here, column vertical, I have justify to the start, and I have align items to the center. While if I go here inside the text and I decide that just this text should be not aligned to the center but should be aligned to the end of the page, for example, I can go to align self end, and you will see this text will override the global container settings and it will be aligned to the end. That is pretty important if you want to have a really good flexibility when you are designing your pages, for example. And you see here you can also stretch, you can also realign to the center. Of course, this is just applied automatically. You can align to the start and so on. And you can also reorder the elements regardless of the settings that you have in the main container, you see. So this gives you a lot of flexibilities. And you can also apply these different settings when you are on different devices, on tablet, for example, or mobile, and so on. And then we have also the size element. This is pretty interesting because you can make elements grow or shrink, and we will use these properties a lot when we are creating our designs. Let me show you one more thing right now. If you have a container, you have to keep in mind that you can insert containers inside containers. This is pretty awesome because it gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of design. As you saw here, I just clicked on the plus icon and I click on the container and I added inside the main container. If I open up my structure here, I see that I have my main container that I can call, for example, main container. Okay, and let's get rid of the other ones. Okay, let me delete this. And inside this main container, you see I have another container first. And then I can also duplicate this by clicking on the right click on the mouse, duplicate, perfect. And you can see, you can duplicate containers, whatever you want inside, as many as you want. And you can also insert containers inside containers. This is also very interesting. Let me show you a quick design, for example, to reproduce a structure like the one that you see here. We can insert the elements here in the first container, okay? Let's say that we have this kind of elements here, and let's place all the content into the row direction. So for example, I select my main container. Okay, here I said second. You see, you can rename them easily by double clicking on them. I select my main container, I go to layout, and I say that I do not want a column vertical direction, but I want a horizontal direction. Now I have my 3 containers horizontally, and I can also put this container here inside the first one if I want to create another kind of design. And I can make this content here being full width, perfect. And for example, here on the right side, I can place an image. Let me insert here an image, okay, into the second container. And let me detach this here, okay. And I can then place the button here into this other container. I can remove the spacing here. Don't worry if I go quite quickly, but it's just to give you an idea of how you can use them. Of course, we will use them step by step during the next steps of the tutorial. So don't worry. It's just to train you and make you à l'aise, on dit en français, make you feel comfortable with containers. Okay, so now here you see a pretty simple design. Here we have some content to the left, like in this case, for example, and some content to the right, an image, for example. Let me add the image that I just generated before. And so pretty much that's it. You see, I can place the containers differently. If I want to align them like this, I can also place them like this. I can align content differently inside each container. Let's say that into the first container, I want the elements to be aligned to the center. I can do it pretty easily like this. And if the button does not align, it means that I can of course align it like this. I can do the same here to the text, style center. And then I have my left section centered aligned, for example. I can then go inside the first container here, and I can decide to justify content to the center here, so that it will be aligned correctly. I can do the same also in the second container, and I can align content to the center. And then I have a beautiful, simple design. You see, I can have a quick preview, and this is my design. And now, since I have placed my button inside another container, I can duplicate this button here. And instead of making it stack like this, one above the other, let me also duplicate more. I can select the container here, and I can say that the layout should be horizontal. So here I have 3 call to actions, you see. And this is just an example to show you how flexible you can be when you use this kind of structures, when you place container inside containers. Of course, the less containers you use inside a design, the best it will be, because it will be lighter from the code point of view. But anyway, I will show you how to respect the best practice when we will create our website, of course. This is just to show you how you can be flexible and effective when you use containers. Now we are exploring the grid. When you click on the plus icon, you click on grid. This is pretty easy. You just can select pre-designed settings here, and you can also always change it later on. So for example, let's say that we want 3 columns grid. And you see here the grid is selected here. So we are using the grid, and we have, of course, different kind of settings. The first one are pretty much the same as we saw before, but the items is a little bit different. Here you can change the number of columns of your grid. Here you can change the number of rows. So here, for example, you can apply a number of things. You can insert here an image. You can also duplicate this if you want to. You can also insert a container if you want to create a custom design inside a specific grid box. For example, here, if I want to insert a heading, and if I want to insert, let's say, a button and a few other stuff, I can do it like this. And I can also make this into the style, give it a background. I'll go here a little bit quick just to show you how this works, and then we will apply these elements during the tutorial, so don't worry, we will use them quite a lot during the tutorial. Okay, then we have, let me add a few other stuff. For example, let me add an icon here, for example. Okay, and when you are selecting the grid, you see that we can, of course, apply all the same stuff that we had before. So we can just manage it as we were managing also the Flexbox container. We can give a minimum height and so on. Let's say that we just need 2 rows here, and let's say that we just need 3 columns. Okay. The interesting thing here is the fact that we can also play around with stuff here. You see, autoflow is the direction that the elements will take when you add them. So if you want the elements to follow the column direction, you see they will be added like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. If you want the row direction, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. So this is pretty interesting. You can align the elements inside each grid box. You see here, you can align them like this using this simple settings. Let's say that we want everything to be centered like this. And then we can also apply something very, very interesting and advanced. For example, if I want this image here to occupy more space, let's change this image. Let's use this one, for example. We have already one into our library. Let's say that we want this image to take up more than 1 column. We can go to the image, we select this image, we go to the advanced tab, and we see that we have some new settings here if the item is inside a grid. We have the grid item settings, and we can tell the system here to occupy 2 columns. Pretty interesting, you see here. So the image has taken up 2 columns. We can also maybe make it a little bit different between for a different height, like this, for example. And we can also make it cover like this. And you see, this is a beautiful bento box design that you can apply to your elements. We can also switch the positioning of this and we can place it here, okay? And we can also apply the same here to this element. We can go to the advanced, we can go to the column span, we can take up 2 columns, and you see this element has taken up 2 columns. Or we can do the same for, how do you say, for rows, for example. This needs to occupy 2 rows. We go here, row span, 2 rows, and the image will be taking up 2 rows. Pretty interesting. So we can create a lot of different designs using this setup here. And if we go here and change the image, you will see it in action. And we can also go to the style tab. We can also increase the image height, make it like this, for example, make it cover. Okay, this is just a quick example. And basically this is the grid. So if you need to create this kind of designs using the grid, it is the right solution. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Now let's start by planting the basics of our header, of our footer, and of our main homepage. We will just create a few pages to begin. So let's go back to WordPress here, leave, okay. Let's go back here. And let's go and visit our site. We should be still in this situation. Let's go and create now the pages that we need to populate our website. The first page will be the home page. Okay. The second one, okay, of course, let's click on edit with Elementor so we can just stay inside Elementor. We click here on page settings, make sure that everything is set up. Okay, of course, we just have the title here. And if you want to, yeah, you can also write down a short excerpt about your homepage, and you can also add a featured image. It should be this image. It should be 100 and sorry, not 100, but 1000 and yes, it should be 1260 per 630 pixels. Okay. And yes, if you want to create some images like this, you should know that these images, they will be used when you share your homepage, for example, on social media, on Facebook or on Twitter or on Blue Sky, on whatever you are sharing your website. So make sure here to leave it on home here and write down your excerpt, write down your, connect your featured image if you want to do so. And then the rest should be like this. You just leave it like this. Now we can also create all the other pages. We can add a new page here. We can add the second page that will be called into the page settings. We will call this page about, for example. This is just a few pages that we have to get started. We can also write down an excerpt and also connect a featured image. You're not forced to have a featured image for each and every page, but if you do so, it's better, of course, for SEO and for interactions with your website, of course, when you share your links on social media. And and then you can also install a SEO plugin if you want to optimize everything, but this should be done later after the website construction, of course. Now, page settings, let's go and check it out. Let's create a new page. Let's add a new page from here, save and leave. We'll create another page still here on settings. We'll call this page contact, for example. And we will create now also another page. We go add a new page, save and leave. And this other page will be the blog page. Okay, so we have the basic pages of our website. We publish here the blog page too. And if we go back here and we click on exit to WordPress, we will see, if we click here on the WordPress logo, we will see all the pages that we just created. You see here, the about, the blog, the contact, the home page. We also have our container training page. If you want, you can trash it if you do not need it anymore. This is the case for me. And then in the trash, you can also delete and empty the trash. Okay, perfect. Now, all these pages are in draft mode at the moment. If you want to publish them, you can go here, quick edit, and you click on, where is it? Status published. You can update. You can do the same for the others. You can go here, quick edit, status published, update, and the homepage will do the same. Quick edit, status published. Perfect, update. Now we have published our 4 pages and we need to connect them. So we need to connect the home page to the actual home page. To do so, you go on settings, you go on reading, and then you select a static page here into the your home page displays. We select a static page. We go and click home. The home page should show the home. And then the post page, if you want to create a blog, I suggest you to select the blog page. If you do not want to create a blog, you can leave it by like this without selecting it. In my case, I will show you how to create one. So make sure to select this if you want, and then let's save changes. Perfect. So now when I go and visit my website, the homepage will be automatically connected to my home effectively. In fact, if I go and click on Edit with Elementor, at the moment I am right inside my homepage. You see? Home. That's great. So now we have created our pages, and we should add some content to the homepage. Let's click here on the plus icon, Flexbox, and let's add a first section that will be into the direction row. Okay, we will add inside here a simple heading. Okay, and we will also make sure that there is some space. So we edit the container here, we go to the advanced tab, and we go to padding, we unlink values like this. We select here the unity, how do you see? Yeah, the unity, let's say like this. And then you select rem, R-E-M. We can also type here top 5 and bottom 5 so that we have a little bit of spacing, you see. And then make sure to delay in the layout to leave unboxed. Perfect. Now we have a quick preview. This should be our situation. Beautiful. And then we publish our home page. Now, when we go and visit our home page, we can click here on View Page. Okay. We'll see that the home page will have our text. Simple and very easy. Perfect. Now that we have created the basics of our pages, yes, basically, we can go and add some content to the structure of our header, so the navigation bar that we will see to navigate into the pages and sections of our website, and to our footer, so the last part that we see when we scroll down to the end of the pages. These are two very important sections, so make sure to follow along, and don't worry about the design part and also about the responsive editing part, because we will see them in the next steps of the tutorial. So yes, just let's put inside some content into our header and footer. Let's do it together. Now, to insert some placeholder content into our header and into our footer, we need to access the theme builder. The theme builder is the place that we will use to create all the structure of our website, the parts that are dynamic, like the header and footer, and like the templates that we will assign, for example, to the blog and to other sections of our pages. So now let's go and enable the theme builder. To do so, we can either go here in the Elementor logo and click on theme builder, or if we are on the front end of our website, we can go and click on Edit with Elementor Theme Builder. Okay, so this is the place that we need to be to create our header. If you want, you can reach this point here just by going also to Elementor, Templates, and Theme Builder. Okay, this is just all the ways that you can, you can follow if you want to open this page. As you can see, we have header, footer, single post, and so on. The first one is the header and is exactly where we're going to start. Add new. We're going to close now this pop-up. We do not need to start from a pre-designed section, and we will add a simple Flexbox section from left to right. We will insert here our site logo. Okay, site logo, perfect. And we will place this logo here. To change the site logo, we'll need to click here on the button, change site logo. And we will need now to upload our logo. It suggests here, if you have an horizontal logo, to have 350 per 100 pixels. In my case, I have a basic logo, which is this one, and I will just download it to my desktop, and I will upload it right here. Okay, logo. Okay, this is not going to work. I just click here. Okay. And remember that if you want to upload SVG files like I just did in this moment, you should go to the settings in Elementor. So let me show you how it works. You go to the Elementor settings right here. Let's open them like this, Command E or Control E. You go on settings. Okay, general settings. And you make sure here in the advanced tab to enable unfiltered uploads. If you want to upload SVG logos or JSON files. In this case, you will be able to do as I already did right here. We can also upload here a favicon if you want to, and this is the icon that will show up when people will save your website, for example, in their smartphones or somewhere else, and is also the same icon that we see here in the top of the navigation bars that we have when we open our website into a browser, for example. Let's go here and upload that image. I have it here in my media, in my starting website. Okay, I will download it. Okay, perfect. And I will place it here into my website. Okay. Downloads. Perfect. And then I also upload a logo in the normal version. Let me say that I want to use this one here. Okay, so if you need a logo, you can use different services online that provides also logo creation. You can use many AI services that that just provide you with logo creation, which are pretty awesome. There is also one by Hostinger. If you go on Hostinger and you go on the hostinger.com website, okay, you can go down to the bottom, and then you see that in the tools you also have a logo generator here, AI logo generator. You can click on create your logo, and you can generate a logo using AI. Of course, this is not recommended if you have the budget to pay a designer, because it's always better to give this kind of work to a designer. But here you have a starting point. If you do not have, for example, the budget to get started, you can go here, generate your logo with AI. You have a few free credits. You can also buy them if you want, and then you can generate your logo and download it into your and upload it into your website. This is just a quick way to do so. Let's select this one right now. And sorry, here I was into my logo icon, so I should select this one. Okay, and then here into my main logo, I will select this one to get started. Okay, then don't worry if you do not see the updates immediately. You just need to save changes here, and then when you click on the X here, you will go back to your header, you see, and you see the logo right here. We select back the logo, and we go to the style tab, and we change the dimensioning here. We will make it a little bit bigger, let's say 200 pixels, and then we will add a few more elements. For example, we can click on the plus icon and we can insert the WordPress menu. So we type here menu. We see that we have this WordPress menu here, and we will add it right after the logo. Perfect. Even if at the beginning it will be empty, don't worry, because we will populate it with our pages. So let's leave it like this, and let's also add a button, for example, that will be our call to action. So we place this button here after the menu. Okay, if it doesn't work, just be sure to select the container, select the plus icon, select the button, and just click on the button, and it will add the button at the end of the heading. Now we select our main container. We will call it how do we call it? We call it menu, for example, and we go to the advanced. Oh no, sorry, we need to go to the header settings here. This is quite important. We change the name. We just call it header. Okay, and then we go here to the HTML tag. This is very important, and we place it as the header. Okay. Now we can also do some basic things here. We can go here into the main container. We make sure to align all the elements to the center, and we make sure to select the WordPress menu here, go to the advanced tab, and make sure that it will be placed on grow. Perfect. So that it occupies all the space that it has, and then we click on publish. Now here we need to select where we want to display this header, and of course here when we click on add condition, we need to display this header into the entire website. If you want to exclude some pages, you can go directly here by excluding, or even better, you can go into the specific page that you want to exclude, and you can assign a canvas layout. Let's save and close here. We can go back now to the website. We click on exit to WordPress. We visit our website, and we see that this is our situation. The button stays here because the WordPress menu, it is still empty. We will populate it right now. And to populate the WordPress menu, you need to go here on menus. The same thing if you go on your dashboard, you go to appearance, menus, and then here we can create our first menu. We will call it main menu. Okay, main menu. We click on create menu. And then we go and add all our pages. We click on view all, we select all the pages, and we add these pages to our menu. We can also replace them as we wish. We can also create some, some sub items just by dragging and dropping them like this. In this case, I will leave all the pages on the same level, and I will click on save menu. Maybe I will just put this right here. Okay. Perfect. Let me go and check if this menu is working fine in the front end. If you do not see it immediately, you can go here in the Lightspeed cache plugin if you have it enabled, and you can purge all the cache. If it doesn't work, it means that there is a problem here with the menu saving. We can go back to the dashboard, we can go to the plugins, and we can disable temporarily our Lightspeed caching plugin. Okay. Here I always enable the auto updates of the other plugins. Now when I go and save my menu again here, perfect. Let me go back to the website. I will see all the pages saved correctly. Perfect. So if you also have the same situation, just make sure to follow all the steps that I just showed you. Now we can also create the basics of our footer. So we go to the theme builder. We can activate it right from here. We go on theme builder. We go on footer. We go and click on plus icon. And we will add this time here, we click on the X. We will just add another logo and a few elements. We click on Flexbox. We will use a 3 columns Flexbox. You will use with 2 columns, and we will duplicate one of those, for example this one, so that we have 3 of them. You see, I just clicked with right click of the mouse here, and I duplicated by clicking here. You can also use Ctrl D or Command D if you want to duplicate a section, and this is pretty interesting and easy to use. We click now here on the plus icon. We will add the site logo, which will be pulled out automatically. We can also assign a left alignment. We can add then a text here that will be quite useful for SEO and other purposes, where you can make a summary of what your company does, of course. We can then add our social media links. Social. Okay, social icons. Yay, great. We will style all this later on, so don't worry about the styling. We will just leave a basic content structure like this. We will insert here a simple title, so a heading. Okay, we will place this heading in H4. We will duplicate this. Okay, H4. We will use it to show some links, for example. So I'll just place it like this. Perfect. Then if you want, you can use the icon list. The icon list, you see here, I use also this bar to search for my widgets. I will drag it and drop it here. I will duplicate it. You see, tac tac. Very easy. If you need to rewatch some of the steps that I'm doing, don't hesitate to go backwards and and rewatch them. And then here, if you want to, you can also add another part here. We can drag another widget here, Flexbox. We can place it like this, left to right, and we can insert some legal stuff, for example, some sentences about our business and stuff that we need to place to the footer of our website, for example. Okay, this is pretty much it. We can go back here now and align everything to the center. Perfect. And as I was mentioning before, we will style all this later. So let's publish and let's add the condition to show this element on the entire website. Let's save and close. Okay. Let's go and visit our website in the front end. Let's click on the home page, and this is our situation right now. We have our home page, we have our about, blog, and contact page that are completely empty. We have our header and footer that are not styled, but they have just some placeholder content that we will use to style up everything later on. So now we are ready to go on. Oh, and I almost forgot, in our footer settings, we can go up here into the gear icon, footer settings. We can change the title. I suggest you to use footer or something easy for you to find it later on. And then you will have to choose the HTML tag footer. This is very important. Now, if you want to get the most from this tutorial, you just need to subscribe to my free resources that I prepared for you, and they are really helpful if you want to follow step by step the next part of the video. I've prepared for you some files that you can upload to your Elementor website to be able to use the same exact design settings that I have, custom CSS, and many other details that will come in handy while you're building your website. So make sure to follow along, and if you have any question, drop me a line down in the comment section below, and please tell me where are you watching this tutorial from in the world. I'm always curious to know it. Let's continue. Now, into the website that we are going to create together, I have already created a style guide like this one, you see, where I have my typography, you see, my titles, with also assigned some values that are fluid. So this is fluid typography. It means that when you stretch the window, this dimensioning will not scale, in steps, but will scale fluidly. So you will see this text become little and little when I stretch the window, and also all the other text, they will just stretch according to the window width in a fluid way, not by steps. So this is great, and we have also all the typography that is regarding subtitles, the base text, the big text paragraph, the small text paragraph, and all this is created and structured in a way that you can manage it globally And so this is a very professional way to create all the typography and look and feel of your whole website. And if you follow along now, the next steps, you will be able to do the same as I did here, and to apply this to your buttons and to your links and so on, and to have, of course, all the hands on your settings. So you will be able to change colors, fonts, dimensions, whatever you want. Down here, we also have forms. We will learn how to set up global forms, so you can set up all the border radius, the look and feel of the buttons and so on for your forms. And if you want to have this page and all the global settings pre-applied for you into a kit that I called Elementor Starter Kit 2025, and if you subscribe to my newsletter, it's free, it's all for free, and you can get access to all this content. So once you get access, you will find this page, and you will be able to download the style guide page, which is exactly this one, the one that you see right here, so that you can upload it onto your website. And then you will be able also to download the global Elementor settings. The global Elementor settings are the settings that I have applied globally here into my starting website, which is this one. And the settings are global colors that you can then customize as you wish. But the advantage is that you already have them preloaded and pre-categorized, as I did before. And down here you have global fonts. Also here I have created them for you, so if you download this global Elementor settings and you upload it, as I will show you in a moment, you will have all this set up for you, all the kind of titles and text and buttons and global fonts that you need to manage the design of your website. And then you will have all this applied automatically to your typography. Then you have the buttons, images, and form fields pre-configured for you, and then you will be able, of course, to customize them if you want. Into the global Elementor settings, I also have set up a few things about the layout, which is pretty awesome, and I also have some custom CSS to provide you with some global classes that you can use in your website, and some tweak and optimizations to optimize Elementor in general. So all this is included for free into the Elementor Starter Kit. If you want, you just need to subscribe here. You enter your name, you enter your email, you're being subscribed to my newsletter, to WP Roads newsletter, and then you will land on this page where are all the resources that you need. If you still need to buy Ostinger, you also have the promo code here. And if you still need to buy Elementor Pro, you can do it by my affiliate link. Okay. Now, well, because I do not want to force you to subscribe here and to download everything, I want to show you how you can proceed if you do not want to download my files, even if this is what I recommend. Anyway, I want to show you how you can proceed manually by doing it on your own, so you can see also the kind of work that you have to do when you proceed manually. Let's edit with Elementor our homepage, for example. We open Elementor Editor, and then we go into the site settings. Okay. We go into the site settings here. And what we need to do right now is to assign global colors and global fonts. Then we will assign all these global colors and fonts to the typography, to the buttons, to the images if we want, to the form fields and so on. So basically this stuff that we do here is going to be applied globally throughout our website. So let's go and see. Global colors, they are pretty straightforward. You can go and change the colors that are here, or you can just add more colors as you wish. I prefer adding my custom set of colors right here. So I go with the first one. It would be accent number 1. Let me show you here what I did. Okay, of course here I just, no, sorry, I customized them here. So I can customize this one here. I can call it accent number 1. And I can change this color. For example, I can use the blue that I have here because I like it, and I can go back here. If you want to create a color palette and you do not know how to do it, you can go on a website called coolers.co. And this website is awesome because you can press here on the palette, you can press the space bar, and you can actually generate random color palettes. If you like one of these colors, you can block it and you can continue generating the others. If you like some other colors, you can block them and you can continue generating the other colors until you find the color palette that fits your needs. Voila, maybe let's say that this is the color palette that I want. I can export it, I can save it to PDF, for example, or I can just save the URL if I want. That's it. I have my color palette right here and I can access this whatever I want. my color palette is already there. I have the 2 accents here. I copy and paste my 2 accent colors. I pasted them here. Okay. I will suggest you here to use the accent colors for your main call to actions. For example, here in our website, you see the button here is using our accent colors. And then I'm also using my main accent color for my main backgrounds and for my call to action sections, for my footer, header, and so on. So, okay, let's go on here. The text will change it to titles base and text base, you see here. So this is going to be the color that I'm going to assign to my titles, to my headings. And so let's call it headings base. And this is going to be the text base. Okay, the headings base, I will change it here. I will copy and paste here my color code, which is this one. And my text base is going to be the same. At the moment, I'm using the same color, but maybe later on I will change it. So it is also a good practice to separate them like this. Perfect. Text base. Down here, as I was mentioning to you, you can add more colors. If you want, you can add, for example, here a dark background gradient, an accent one gradient, and so on. Let's add a few of them, just the 2 background colors, for example, dark BG. Okay, we can add it here. We can also add a new color, which is dark BG gradient, and so on. So as you can see here, you can do it by hand. It takes quite a long time, quite a few times, quite a few minutes, but once it's set up correctly here, this is your color palette for your whole website, and it's going to be controlled globally, which means that if you change your mind here and you want to change, for example, the accent color number 1, you can go here and you change it in a matter of seconds. You see here, I'm just testing this out, and this is going to be applied throughout my whole website. You see, just by switching here, I can see the look and feel of my website with a whole totally different color. This is awesome. So be sure to set up everything correctly here. And if you want, as I was mentioning before, you can download directly the global Elementor settings and you can upload it, as I will show you in a few seconds. Okay, now the colors, I will leave it like this. I let you go and customize other colors if you need to create them. The colors that I'm using right here are the accent number 1 gradient, accent number 2 gradients, which is going to be, they're going to be used in combination with the accent 1 and accent 2 colors. Then I'm using the titles light, text light, which is a light color that I use for when my titles and my headings and text are above a dark section, for example. Light background gradient that I want to use in my sections, global light, borders light, and border dark. All this is kind of a basic structure that you can apply when you want to have a whole palette of colors to apply to your elements. And based on your design, you can change, of course, whatever you want. Down here, going forward, you can also set up global fonts. If you want to set up global fonts, in this case, I will leave this alone, these 4-3 alone, and I will create just custom fonts. What did I do here? The thing that I do here is this one. I went here and I changed my global fonts by adding some custom fonts. The first one, it's the first are just titles, so XXL title, XL title, and so on until XSS, so that you can apply them throughout the website to all your H1, H2, and so on. But you can also apply them independently. For example, if you want to apply an XXL title to a paragraph, you can do it, and so on. So this is very flexible. Down here, I have the text base, the text big, the text small. All these are applied like this here into my style page preview. So you see all my previews here. I also have my subtitles. And of course, once you configure this, you can change and customize whatever you want. You can change font, change dimensions, and change whatever you want. We also have down here the text extra small, which is this one, and then the buttons and navigation links that I have applied here, for example, to my navigation, to my buttons, and so on. The interesting thing here is that if I change my mind now, I go here, I can change the font, I can change the dimensions, I can change the weight, and I can go completely and change whatever I want directly from this page here. Let's say that I want to change the fonts of my navigation and menus and buttons, for example. So here I want to change my font. I go into the font family, and let's say that I want to change it to, let me check one here, to this Alata or Alta Alzi, Alazzi, this one. In a click, the font is going to be changed. Now it has lost the settings because Elementor sometimes has some problems dealing with cache, but I can change and I can save and I can reload the page, and I will see that these settings, they're going to be applied correctly. You see here the font has changed in all my buttons and in all my navigation links, and voila. So basically this is the way that we can proceed to customize global colors and global fonts. So if I go back here, button navigation, I select now my default font, and voila, the font is again my default font. Save changes. Okay, so if you want to proceed manually and you want to insert one by one all these fonts, all these custom fonts, I show you how to do it, and then I'll show you in the next step how you can simply download this from here and apply it directly to your website. Let's go back here. Okay, let's go on our website. We are now into the global fonts. So I repeat here, into the website settings, into the site settings here, you select global fonts. You go down here and you add new styles. The first one could be XXL title. Okay, then we can add an XL title, and then we can add an L title. We can then generate a text-based font. Okay, we can also generate now a navigation link button and navigation font, and then we will assign them together. For example, I choose my XXL title to be 55 pixels. I can also change it for tablet, and on tablet it should be 48, and on mobile it should be 42, for example. And then when I go back to my desktop here, okay, I can have my XXL title with some different settings. You see here, this is a quick preview of my title. I can go and change the weight and put it bold. Okay, I can transform it if I want. I can change the style, decoration, and so on. Line height, I would suggest you to put it 1,3 or 1.3. This is a good one. And okay, let's have a quick preview here. It behaves very well on different devices. Perfect. And so this is going to be my XXL title. Now this is not so very easy to do because you have to do it for all the different titles, and it's going to take quite a lot of time. You see here, if you want to have a global set of global custom fonts, you need to do it hand by hand, one by one, and so you will have all this stuff here. I use the clamp calculations, which are fluid, as I was mentioning before. So if you put them right here, you will have a font which is fluid in all different devices, and you do not need to enter each time for each different device a different setting. So this is quite interesting, because if I go here, for example, into my XXL title, and I go here and I say that I want to apply the same clamp value, instead of using pixels, I go here, I copy and paste my clamp values. I also make sure to have them onto my my tablet and mobile. Okay, so that they're going to use the same value here. Okay, perfect. Okay, let me check it out. Perfect. Okay, save changes. And now that I have applied this, when I go and have a preview of my global fonts, I will see that they will have a fluid typography applied. So let's go into my title here. There it is. It is not working. I do not know why it is not working. It should be working fine now. For simplicity, I will just assign this to a custom element. For example, I can go back here. Okay, save and leave. And I will assign my XXL title to my heading text here, to the style tab. I'll go to typography. You see here there is this world icon. I can click it and I can see that I have my global fonts applicable here. Here it is, you see? So when I publish now and I go back to settings, I will see that my global fonts here into the XXL title, I will be able to, yes, this is going to be applied correctly, you see here. So when I stretch the window, let's do it. You see that, oh yes, this is not working, of course, because I need to open this into a preview tab. And when I stretch the windows, as I was mentioning, you see here the text is scaling fluid in a fluid way, and it's becoming smaller and bigger, smaller and bigger. Perfect. It is working fine. Let's try to readapt the window here to the recording. Perfect. And so basically here I have applied a custom typography. If you want to create this kind of clamp calculations, I leave you the link of a website. The website is this one. I think I will paste it into the Elementor Starter Kit, so you will find it also there, and you can use it to generate your clamp calculations. For example, you can say that you want the main font to be the minimum width the minimum size should be, I don't know, 22 pixels on mobile, for example, and it should be the maximum width 28 pixels on desktop, for example. And this is the minimum width, and this is the maximum width. Let's do the same that we are doing. Okay, and then you copy your code here, and you can paste it inside your value here, the custom value, and you're going to be applying a clamp calculation. You see here, for example, the text now is like this. Since I do not want it like this, I leave it as it was before, this one. And you can play around here and generate all your clamp calculations based on the font size that you want to apply, both on mobile and on desktop. So you see here, we have your minimum width and your maximum width, and it's going to scale fluidly between different devices. Great. So now that you know how to proceed here, I do not need to show you how you can go on here with all the different text and stuff, but I just show you here what you need to do when you want to apply then all this stuff globally. For example, when you go on typography, you can choose then here to apply the text color, and you can use the text-based color that we saved here. And this is going to be applied throughout the whole website. You can also apply the base typography if you want, text base here. And also this is going to be applied throughout the whole website. Then you can also go to the link settings, and you can apply, for example, the accent number 1 to all the links. And you can apply on hover the accent number 2, for example. Okay, let's go back to normal here. Then you can go to H1 and you can assign a color, for example, the heading base color, and then you can assign the related typography. Let's say that you want to use the XXL title to assign it to all the H1 titles. And then you can go on here. You can assign the color, of course, heading. Then you can change here and you can go with the XL title and so on. And that's why I created a page like this one that lets you preview in real time all the different fonts that you are assigning to your website. And yes, basically you can preview all this from here. Okay, now what happens here? You just need to go on here and to apply all your global typography and settings. And you can do the same with buttons. For example, you can go on buttons here, you can change the text color, you can change the background color, you can change the typography. For example, you can assign the button and navigation typography, and then you will be able to manage it globally as we just are doing right now. But if you want to proceed faster, I suggest you to subscribe here onto the Elementor Starter Kit 2025. You find the link down below. You just click on this link, you subscribe, and then you will get access to all the different resources. Let's download the style guide page, this one, and let's download the global Elementor settings. Okay. Now that we just downloaded the style guide page, this one, we can upload it into our website. So we go here. We can create a new page if you want, or you can save this page as a template as you prefer. In my case, I will create a new page, and then when you finish creating your website, you can also delete this page or leave it as a draft if you want. So this is gonna be the style guide, okay? And I will edit this page with Elementor, okay? And then here I will need to go and upload my template. So I click here on the folder, okay? I go to my templates and I upload the page that I just downloaded. But the problem is that I need to open the zip file. In fact, into the zip file I have called it Open Me Global Style Page. You open the zip file, okay? I have opened it. You will find inside a file called styleguidepage.json. You have to make sure into the Elementor settings. Okay, you go in Elementor settings, advanced. You have to make sure here to enable the unfiltered file uploads. In this case, it is enabled so that you can upload JSON files. And then you go here and you upload your JSON file, which is called styleguidepage.json. Okay, in this case, I do not want to show this message again. I continue. Okay. The style guide page is here. You see it imported correctly, and I can insert this page into my page. I click on insert, so I wait a few seconds, and here we are. Look, perfect. So now we need to publish the page. We can go and have a look to the page if you want to. Okay, this is our page. It has still some stuff missing, of course, which is the design. So to apply the global design that I have in the same site that you see here at the beginning, not the design but the design system, you should go here and upload the kit that you find, of course, into my Elementor Kit 2025. So once you download it, you will find it into your download folder. You can go then into your website. You go to Elementor, you go to Tools right here, and then you go to Import Export Kit. Here you can choose Import a Template Kit, Start Import, and you can drag and drop the file Elementor Kit 2025. In this case, you see you should have Elementor and Elementor Pro updated and functioning on your website, and then you can click on Next. As you saw here, I didn't open the zip file in this case, but I just leave it like this. So you see here global colors, global fonts, theme style settings, layout settings, lightbox settings, and background settings and also there is not written here, but also CSS settings are going to be applied to your website. Okay, of course here you have to be careful because this is going to override your global settings. So if you want to do it, please do it. You see here custom CSS, global colors, typography, buttons, images, and so on. All these settings here are being imported, and they are going to override your current settings. Let's close it. Okay. Let's go now and see the website. Okay, you see that it is already a little bit different. You have the same buttons that I have on my main website, you see here. And then you have also a few things as I have, like the font here, for example, and the colors. So let me check now here if I go to the Edit with Elementor. Okay. Okay, let me switch to the style guide page, for example, and we see that our style guide page is now behaving exactly as the one that I have into my website, my starting website. And I'll show you here a quick tour of what has been applied. As I was mentioning before, if you go to the size settings, you will see global colors that are being applied. Of course, you can change them to whatever color you want using the website coolors.co, or if you have your own color palette, you can apply it right here. This is kind of a standard way to proceed because I have assigned global colors to the main elements, created global colors for the main elements on the website. So backgrounds, accents, gradients, and titles and text, of course, light and dark version, light backgrounds, global light, borders dark and light, and so on. And we will use all these colors throughout the building of our website. We also have our global fonts. You remember that we just started creating them together by hand, and here by importing all our new fonts, you see they are being imported right here, and we can also get rid of the others that we just were creating by hand. So I can select this, for example, I can delete it. Okay, I can do the same for the others here. Let's select this one and delete it so that I have only the one that I have imported. Okay, so in this case I was thinking that it was going to override them, but not. So it just left the fonts. I can save my changes, okay, because I just will need to use the custom fonts that I have just imported. Then I can go back here, okay, and I can see that the typography will have assigned all my global elements. My text base here, my text base here, my accent number 1. Here the typography is the default one. Here the title base, the XXL title, and so on, you see. So all the typography is being globalized this way. Let's say globalized. Now what do we have here? We have buttons that works in the same way. I show you here, you see you have the main text color, which is the black of the text base. Then we have the background color, which is the accent number 2. Of course, here you can go and switch around things if you want to change the colors and the accents and all the stuff that we're using right here. And in my case, I will just leave it like this because I like it. Okay. Then you can apply a block box shadow, you can apply whatever you want. Border type, I strongly suggest you to verify that is on none, because otherwise it can create some bugs on the comment form. In this case, okay, none is perfect. Here you can change the border radius. If you want to have squared buttons, you can apply 0. If you want to have more rounded buttons, you can apply 100, for example. In my case, I'm okay with 10. I like it, perfect. And then we can save changes. We can go back here, we can see that the images are being applied a border radius of 20 pixels, and this is going to be applied globally to all the images that you're going to use into your website. Then we have the form fields, and here there are no global settings applied, but if you want, you can apply global settings here, and you can see them take change here immediately. So for example, let's say that the labels should have a global color, which is the text base. Since here we do not have labels, we do not see them. We can also assign a global typography to labels. For example, we can assign the text-based typography to labels, and then we can do the same to fields. For example, the typography of the fields, so here, for example, we can make it a little bit bigger by assigning the text base. Okay, perfect. We can then assign a custom text color. Let's say that we have that we want to assign this text base color. Okay, we can also assign an accent color to change a little bit the look and feel of the form when we are when we are typing in stuff. This is weird because normally I should see this accent color somewhere. The background color is the background color of the fields, but it's not being applied right now correctly. This is weird. We should see it here. Let's do a color that would suit better there. For example, light background. Okay, and the accent color, let me change it to this light background gradient. Okay, now on focus we can also change the color behavior. For example, the text can be blue. You see here this is working fine. Okay, so that I know when I am highlighting some color. Okay, this is kind of weird, so I will leave it on text base right now. Okay, so it's gonna behave like this. Then we can also change the accent color here. Okay, as you can see here, this is not being applied. This is weird, I don't know why, but we can go on and leave the one that we had here, so this one. And the background color, when someone is focusing on a specific field, it should be a white background, so we'll use the global light. Okay, you can also go and adjust whatever you want here. For example, the border radius of our fields, we can make it 10. We can also have a none if you want. Now in this case I will leave it default. And we can also change the padding of all the fields. If you do not see the changes in real time as is happening to me right now, don't worry, we can save changes. We can go and have a preview of this page, and normally we should be able to see them right here. Okay, this is the problem because I was working on the focus state, you see here. So to change this problem, I just need to go back here into the normal state, and the border radius this time I will place it to 10, and it's working fine. You see, it's been applied throughout all my form. Let's go back here to the style guide. My form is working fine. The only thing is that the background colors that as we saw of the different fields inputs are not being applied. This is I think this is just a small glitch in Elementor. So if you want, we can also go back and open this page like this. We go to pages, we open the style guide. Okay, actually I have discovered why when we apply global background colors to the form fields, for example, they're not being applied because we have a custom setting which is being applied by default by Elementor into the style of our forms. So when we go into our forms and we select the style tab, if we go on fields, we see that there is this background color that is being applied. When we clear it, we see that our custom color is taking up correctly. That's great. So just verify this if you want to apply custom background colors to your fields. Now let's finish the tour of all our global settings. If you go back here, you can go back here and you can see that we have also something that is being applied to the layout. In fact, here into the layout, I have done a few things. If you scroll down here, you see that we have breakpoints and we can enable custom breakpoints. As you see here, now I have 4 breakpoints instead of 3 that we have from default when we install Elementor. The first one is the desktop breakpoint, then we have the laptop, which is the one that I have just added. Then we have the tablet and the mobile. We can also add a few more if you want, mobile landscape and tablet landscape and widescreen. In my case, I find that this 4 works fine for my design needs, and so I just leave them like this. I just added the laptop one, and then if you want, you can change breakpoints here. Oh yes, I didn't mean to do this. You can change breakpoint pixels if you want to have a pixel perfect design. And when you go back to your layout settings, you can choose the maximum width that all your content should have even in big screens. and you can choose the maximum default width. In my case, I choose the default of Elementor, which is 1140, which is working fine. If you want bigger, you can do it bigger. If you want it smaller, you can do it smaller. And this is going to apply, in this case, to desktop and bigger screens, and then when you are on laptop, I applied 90%, which is perfect because it's going to be scaling down all the content fluidly, and the content is not going to exceed the 90% of the width of the screen. And the same is going to happen on tablets. You see here 90%, and on mobile 90%. I also put to 0 my container padding. Let's switch back to desktop, and you see that my container padding is down to 0 right now. And this is great because if you want to design pixel perfect pages with Elementor, you should start from 0 padding, and then you add your padding on the road when you are creating your sections and columns and containers and so on. The gap, I suggest you to leave it in 2020 because it works fine. And then down here, you can choose the default page layout theme. This is okay, perfect. We go back here. Basically, we also find that we have some custom CSS right now. We have some variables that I have created for you that you can apply to radius, to have custom radius, thickness, spacing, shadow. Of course, you do not need to know how to write down CSS to use them, because I have created some classes which are pad S, pad M, pad L, and pad XL that you can apply when you want to have some padding up and down, so bottom and up to your sections. And this is great because it's going to be a fluid typography, a fluid spacing, but I will show you how they work later on during the video, and it's very easy. You just need to type this kind of classes inside a specific input, and there's going to be applied globally. It is very, very easy. Then we have some Elementor CSS optimizations, which are really, really awesome, and they're going to work fine for you when you are creating your website. You do not need to touch anything here. It is already optimized by me. So just let's click on the X now, and let's have a quick preview of our website, which is now running our global styles created exactly to manage your website. Look at it. It is already looking much, much better than before, and we are going to be very near now. We are more near, how do you say? We are closer to the final result, which is this one. Okay, congratulations! Now you have done the most tedious and difficult part of the tutorial, because from now on we will be applying all the different styles that you have in your custom styling that you just applied, that you just uploaded, and we're going to be able to reproduce the same design that we saw at the beginning of the video. And this is the most interesting and fun part, because we're going to be adding colors, customize them. You can customize your fonts, you can customize whatever you want, of course, and you can do everything within Elementor and its global styling, and we'll be reaching out a beautiful design. So let's get started. Let's dive deep inside. Oh, sorry, I was forgetting. If you want to give me a thumbs up and you want to subscribe, this is the right moment to do it. My name is Pascal, and I always appreciate thumbs up. And if you want to comment down below. Tell me where are you watching this tutorial from, and if you have any feedback or questions, drop me a line. Ciao! Now, if you want to change the styling that you have just imported, you can go simply by clicking on the Elementor, edit with Elementor in any Elementor page. And then once the Elementor editor is loaded, you can go into size settings here, and you can choose to change global colors or global fonts. I would suggest you here to change global colors this way. You can change the accent number 1 and accent number 2 to match the colors of your brand or your client's brand by simply pasting here your color code, or you can go and search for a color on your own here, just by looking which goes better for you in your kind of design. And you will be seeing this color updating immediately into your website. So please do and research your perfect color and your perfect matching. And once you have found your perfect color and you are ready, you can go on and you can, for example, go and style your, let me discard here, your fonts. So when you want to change fonts, you can go, let me just tell you here for colors, you can also change here the accent 2 gradient and accent 1 gradient. Since these are colors that they're going to match the accent number 1 and accent number 2, you want to choose some shadows that are going well together with those gray accent colors. And then you can also choose to add more colors or to delete the one that you see here if you do not plan to use them. You can do whatever you want, but this is just a working palette that works fine. And if you change just the accent number 1, accent number 2, 2 and you change the accent 1 gradient and 2 gradients, you will be perfect to continue. And you can also change the light background gradient and light background color that we are using to highlight different sections into the pages. But these are just the 6 colors that I would suggest you to change if you want to apply your own brand colors, of course. Then when you want to change fonts, you go to global fonts and you can go and control the main font of the website, which is the text-based font, which is this one. You see, text-based. You go here and control this font. You scroll down and you change the font as you wish right here. Here we have a lot of Google fonts which are at your disposal. This is a huge library. You have hundreds and hundreds of fonts, so you can just go and choose the one you need, and you can change it with a simple click, and it's going to be applied, as you see here, to the whole website. Then if you want to change the font that you're using in your headings, for example, you can go inside each and different heading and you can change the font that is being used. Instead of leaving default, you can go here and change the font. So let's say that you want your XXL titles that are associated with your H1 to have a different font. You can go here and you can choose another one. Let's say that you want to apply this one to your titles, and this is going to be applied immediately. So you can save changes, reload the page, and you will see that all your XXL titles will have that specific font. Let's reload the page and go and see how this look like. Voila, you see, sometimes Elementor loses styles. Don't worry, because it's just a little caching problem, and when you go and visit the website on the front end, everything will look exactly as you want. You just need to go here and reload the Elementor builder to be able to see again the styling as you should see them. You see, this is working fine. So I applied a specific font to my header, a specific font to the whole rest of the website, and if I want to change them, I just need to go here to the site settings, to the global fonts, and I can go and assign different type of fonts to different parts of my website. Basically, this is the basics that you want to do, and the rest we're going to be designing it together and applying it together during the video. You can change the buttons radius. If you prefer to have a square buttons, you can do like this, and they're going to be applied throughout the website. And you can do the same also for forms and for all the other elements. Now that we just left behind all the tedious stuff, we can go and put our hands on our designs. Okay, we will start with the header and with the footer, and we will optimize them to look exactly like the one that we see here. You see, we do the transparent stuff at the end. So let's go and let's customize the header and the footer. We'll go and click on Edit with Elementor. We go on the header. Okay. Then here we make sure to go to the header settings, and we make sure to have selected header onto the HTML tag, and to make sure to have a good title here to, not to get lost when we are looking for our header. Now we have already a few elements that we added together at the beginning of the video. We can select the logo here and we can make it a little bit smaller, let's say 150 pixels. We can go then here and place the menu here, the WordPress menu. We will select this, we will place it to the center of the element. Okay, this is great. And we'll go and do a few tweaks. So let's scroll down here. Okay, I think that this is great for now. We go to style now. Okay, and we change a little bit of the paddings here. For example, the horizontal padding, we put it to 0. Okay, the vertical padding, we put it to 0. The space between, we put it to 20, for example, or even something a little bit more. Let's do 30. It depends also on the number of elements that you have on your menu. Okay, this is working fine for me. It is pretty cool. If you want, you can increase a little bit the vertical padding. Let's say that we want 5 pixels so that we have like this. It's going to breathe a little bit like this. We can change also in the content the kind of pointer if you want to use the one that are provided by Elementor. If you select none, we will have a custom, a standard, very minimalistic menu, which works fine and is also a good practice. But if you want to have an underline, you can have it like this, you see. You can also have, if you prefer an overline, this one. You can also have a double line like this. You can have also a framed one like this. Of course, if you choose the frame one, you should then adjust the style that we just changed. We can also change the background here. Also here you can adjust the styling, and you can also go and change the text if you prefer. The text is going to apply a different animation that you can choose from here to all the different elements. And also here for each of these, you have different kind of animations that you can apply. Okay, this is basically something that you can do. I will leave it for my case into the underline, simple like this. Very, very simple. You see, it works fine. And you can change the colors to the style tab. So you can go to the normal state. The text color should be, for example, the text base in this case. You can also change the typography, and you can assign here your, where is it? Buttons and navigation links. Okay, so it is coherent also with buttons and with all the rest of the navigations that we will have into our website. And then you can change the hover color. For example, the text should be, let's say, the accent number 1. And the pointer should be the accent number 2, for example. Let's make it like this. Okay. And voila. It's working fine. Perfect. Let's go back here. Okay. Very, very nice. We can publish now our header. And if you want, you can also go and select the menu section here, the main container. And we can go and style it a little bit into the advanced tab. We can go here into the rem. Okay, we can unlink values, and we can put 1 rem at the top and 1 rem at the bottom. Perfect. Publish. Let's go and have a quick preview of our header. It is beautiful. We go to the home page. You see it is behaving very well. We have this beautiful menu working fine right here with all our empty pages, except the home page, which has a heading text. And then we have our button here, okay, which is not connected to anything right now because we will change the link right now. We go to the button here. We can change the text. We can change, for example, to contact us or whatever we want. And here, if you start typing the name of the page that you want to connect, you will find it right here. You can connect to the contact page. Publish. Okay, the header is finished. At the moment, it is not a transparent header. We will see it later on during the video. It is just a normal header, and we will transform it into a transparent one into the next steps. Hey, what's going on? Is it okay, your header? You created your header? I hope so. I hope that you created a beautiful header. And now we're going to create together a footer. Yes, of course, we already created them before, but now we are styling also them. And don't worry about the responsive part because we're going to see it at the end of the tutorial. So now we're just worrying to style everything better. So we just made the content, we are styling the header and the footer, and then we're going to create the responsive settings at the end of the video. So that was just a quick hello, and I hope that this tutorial is going to help you a lot. And so if it is the case, thanks for the thumbs up and enjoy. Ciao. Let's go on now by editing our footer. So we can go here and select our footer, or we can just go into our website, go here and select our footer, or we can open the theme builder as you wish. Here we have our footer right here. Footer. There it is, edit. So the first thing I'm going to do is to change the title here into the footer settings, you see, because otherwise it is a little bit of a mess. So I will leave it on footer, simple, and here I will change the HTML tag to be footer. This is very important. Now I will start by styling all the stuff that we already did together in the previous steps. So I style my logo here. I will place the styling to a custom width, okay, 200 pixels. I will change also the global stylings of our section here, and I will tell this section to use our standard gaps here, 20 and 20. They should be 20 and 20. Okay, I don't know why they are placing to 0, but they should be 20 and 20. Okay, here the text it should take a different style. Let's add the text base. Yes, of course, this is just assigned globally, so I do not need to assign it right here. But I can change the typography if I want. I can put it small, okay, this is working fine for me. And here for the lists, I will use the style that I applied to the navigation and buttons. So to reach it, I will go here and select buttons and navigation, you see. Oh, since this, wow, it is a little bit too heavy for me, I will just change the color and I will put it a little bit different. Let me check if there is a lighter color. Accent number 1 color, okay, why not? And I can go and copy and paste with the with the right click of the mouse. I can copy and paste the style here. Copy and paste style, perfect. Now here I can style up my my icons, my social media icons. I can add Instagram, for example, here, and whatever I want, Telegram or Blue Sky or whatever I want. Let's say Telegram. Okay. Telegram, perfect. Then you can paste your social media links right here. You can choose if you want to change the colors and the shape of this social media icons. In my case, I will leave it like this, and I will change also the style. So I will go to style and I will change a switch from official color to custom colors. And I will use my custom colors. The primary should be the accent, and the secondary color, I will leave it white, but I will use my global light, which is this one, okay. Size, I can leave it like this, or I can decrease it a little bit more. Let me go 20 pixels. I can also change the padding if I want, the spacing, the row gap. I can also change the border radius, actually. So I can make it like this, or I can make it 10 pixels like we have on our buttons, for example. This is working fine for me. I just need to adjust now the spacing, the upper and bottom spacing of our section. I call it section, but it's the container. It is the same thing, of course. I select the container, I go to style, I go to advanced, and then instead of working here with margin and padding, since we have uploaded our custom, CSS, I can go here into the CSS class, you see, and I can type in pad-XL, for example. Wow, this is beautiful, you see? This is our footer and this is our padding, pad XL. And this is working because into our settings, into the size settings, when you go and visit your custom CSS, we have some classes, and there is one class called pad XL, this one, which kind of gives us the padding top and padding bottom. This is great. So even without having to mess up with the code, you see here, this class is also having a fluid spacing, which is awesome. And it's going to be automatically optimized when we are on mobile and when we are on tablet or whatever other screen we are using. Awesome, great. Okay, let's go on now and let's finish with the last sentence that we have here. We will select here the container. We will change into the style. We will change the background. We will change it to something lighter. So let's change it to a light background. This one works fine for me. And we will also go here into the layout and not to the layout, but to the style again, sorry. We will not to the style, but we will select the actual widget, the text widget. We go to the style and we go to the typography and we will assign a text extra small. Okay, great. Let's go back to the container now. If you want, you can add some spacing to the advanced. Still using classes, you can go and type pad-s. Great. This is our class, pad-s. Wow, this is a beautiful minimalistic footer. Publish. Let's go and have a quick preview and look at our beautiful website, how it is going to be shaped by our step-by-step tutorial. Are you happy about it? Tell me in the comment section below, because it's going to be fantastic at the end. You're going to have a beautiful, beautiful website like this one. Wow, even better, because you're going to learn everything you need to take control of each and every part of the website. Now we're going to create together each and every section of your homepage, and you will be free to, of course, to change my design, my propositions. These are just some inspirations for you, and I show you how to use containers in Elementor and how to apply the styling that we have globally to create a beautiful design. And then you can also take control and customize everything. Let me know what you think about what you're learning in the comment section below, and if you have any feedback, please drop me a line down. And thanks in advance for the like and for subscribe for the subscription. Ciao, ciao. Let's go on now by creating the hero section of our homepage. The hero section is the one that we see when we land on the website homepage, which is this one. And we will have a lot of fun here because we will use background videos, we will use background gradients, we will use animations, we will use a lot of stuff. So there is a lot of work to do, and let's get started. If you have any question, you can drop me a line down in the comment section below. Let's edit with Elementor our homepage. Okay, make sure to be on your homepage here, and we will just get rid of everything and we will start from scratch. We will click on the plus icon. We will use a Flexbox container in our case, and it's going to be in this direction, the row direction. Okay, perfect. Then inside this container, we will duplicate the container. We will add a new container and we will duplicate it. Right click of the mouse, duplicate. Where is it? Here, there it is. And you see we have our two spaces. The first one, we will use it to host all the text and the button here and all the stuff like this. And the second part, sorry, here, this one, we will use it to host the image and some other stuff. So let's get started. We select the container here, and we can also open up the structure. We can call this container hero section. Hero section, great. Why there is this? Okay. And inside here, there is the call to action. Let's call it hero headline. And here, hero. And then we have also hero image. Of course, here you are free if you want to use different kind of designs. You can also tweak around stuff. You can put the image to the left and the text to the right. You can use, instead of an image, a video if you want. You can use whatever you want. And you will see that by learning the steps that I will show you, you will be able to have a complete freedom to customize. Now, let's put our hands on the right side. We'll click on the plus icon, then we go here, we click on the plus icon, then we go here, and we will add a heading, yes, because this is going to be our main heading. So this is going to also be the title of the page, if you want, and you can put it in H1. Great. And then we go on and we add another element. Normally, we need to explain a little bit something about our website, and so we can add a text editor right here. Perfect. Let's change the heading and let's type something like, for example, explore nature with us. Or let's explore nature. Let's how do you write let's like this? Let's like this. Explore nature together. That's awesome. And if you want here, I have also a little tip. If you want, I will show you how to change the single color of a single word without having to mess around. And this is going to be the word that is going to be with a color that is going to be the accent color. Look, this is the code. The code is pretty simple. You just need to open this span, style, color, var, etc., etc., etc. And then you have to close it. Oh, why this is not closing here? Should be closed here. I will leave you the code in the Elementor side kit, so you can just download it from there. Okay, span, great. Let's copy and paste this. We go here, and our together, we will write it here. Together, okay. Great, you see? I love it. And I can also use a little point like this. Okay, that's awesome. And we can go here now to the text and we can assign a different style. We can change the color if you want. We can also change the typography, and we can assign a text big, so it's going to be more readable in the desktop. And then we'll assign also a button. Our button here will be a simple explore button. Okay, button. So let's search for a button. There it is. That's awesome. Click here. We will change it to explore. Explore here. We can also change the link. We will do later on this. You can choose either to link a page, the contact page, for example, or a page where there is a call to action that you want that you want your user to perform. And in this case, we will leave it like this, and we will anchor this to the second section. So I will show you here what we are going to create together. When someone clicks on this explore button, they will be scrolling down to the second section like this. We will do it later on. Now let's add the image on the right here. So we just need to make it a little bit bigger. Okay, let's add an image. Let's go to the plus icon. We go to image and we add this image. We can upload an image without the background. I would suggest you to do so because it will work very good like this. For example, like we are right here. This image is taken from Canva and I'm using Canva Pro, so I can remove easily the background of the images. But there are plenty of tools even online that you can type. You can choose remove background from images and you can upload your image and it will remove the background. In my case, I will use this image, okay? And I will just upload it right here. Let me see if it is working. Let me check it out here. Okay, drop file. It is not working like this. I should do like this. I should save this image to my desktop and I should then upload it right here. Okay, You can even upload an image of yourself without background. And I insist on removing the background because you can create really, really awesome effects like the one that you see here when you remove background from your images. Okay, now we have this. It is a really simple example. We can now select our hero section here and make sure to add the correct padding. So we go to the Advanced tab, we go to the CSS classes, and we go to Pad XL. So pad-XL, you see, this class is going to add some padding up and down, and it's going to be also fluid padding. Okay, publish. Let's go and have a quick preview of our page. Wow, this looks awesome, even like this. I love it. And now we can go on by tweaking around with the background. Look here. The background, we can change it by going to the main hero section. We can go here to the Style tab. We can click on the background type. We can choose gradient. Then here we choose the first color. Okay, this is going to be the accent number 1. And then we're going to choose the second color. It's going to be the accent number 2. This is working fine if you want to apply the gradient to your whole image. But if you want to have a background video, you should proceed like this. You should click on video here. Okay. You should change here the accent color if you want a different fallback color. For example, here I can use a simple light color or a simple white color. And then I go here and I change the video URL link. Let me use the same that I have here. I find it on YouTube, so you can also search on YouTube for background videos, free from copyright, free and so on. And you can also proceed differently if you want. You can simply download a video from, or create, or even yourself, a simple video, and you can upload it then to your media folder. But in this case, we will just use a video provided by YouTube, by some content creator. We go here into the Style tab, and I have my video URL from YouTube. You can also use a video link from Vimeo, or you can upload your own MP4 file if you want to. If you are uploading your own file, I would suggest you to use a very, very small file, something like, for example, 4 or 5 megabytes, not more. This is working beautifully. We can also set a time to start and stop the video and make a loop. In this case, I will start from 18 seconds. Let me check it out. It works fine. And I will make the video also end at 25 seconds. Okay. So I'm sure that it's going to repeat only the frames that I want to show to the public, to my visitors. You see, this is beautiful. It is already quite awesome, the effect that it provides. And we also should now create some contrast with the elements that we have here. So we can add, as I was mentioning before, a gradient overlay. But in this case, we do not click here on gradient. We just scroll down here. We select a few more things in our video, and then we will go and upgrade our background overlay. Here we can choose if you want to play once, but in this case I want the video to be played in loop. You can choose to force this video to be played also on mobile. You can also force the privacy mode, which is going to, not to collect data from how do you say, YouTube collects some data when users lands on pages with YouTube videos. But if you enable this privacy mode, it's going to be working fine to avoid collecting data from your users. So this is great. And then we can apply the background overlay. We go here, we enable the gradient, we select the first color, okay, and we select the second color, the 2 accent colors. Look, as we are getting closer to our result, to our final result. This is awesome. So we can go here and change the color, the text color here. We can make it white, style, typography, sorry, not typography, but color. We can go and have the titles light, okay. We go here and select the text here. We go to style, typography, color, and we go to text light, basically, perfect. We can also go and increase the contrast of our background overlay. So we go again into our hero section, Style tab, we scroll down, background overlay, and we increase the opacity. Okay, beautiful. 0.8. Now let's take a few seconds to admire the work that we already did. You see here, this is the preview that you can use if you want to preview the page without having to exit the builder. And wow, Awesome! As we did for our header and footer, we're going to leave the responsive part for the end of the tutorial. So make sure to follow along now. We're going to style all the content of our homepage, of our about page and content page and so on. And then we're going to worry about the responsive settings for tablet and mobile later on during the end part of the video. It's gonna be also cool to do it. Now comment by telling me what you're drinking right now. What is your favorite YouTube drink? Mine is water and lemon in the morning, or in the evening a tisana with some mint. Yeah, I love mint tea. Yeah, it is very good. Tell me, comment down below. And if you want, like and subscribe. Ciao, and let's go on. Now let's go and generate some animations using AI. So we test Elementor AI in this part of the video. As you can see here, we have a floating animation here with the image floating from up to down, and here we have an horizontal animation with the button floating from left to right. Okay, let's go and see how this works. You can select this image, for example. You can go to the Advanced tab, you scroll down to Custom CSS, and you will see this icon here, which lets you enable AI. Elementor AI works very fine. It's very easy to use. You enable it, and if you didn't opt in yet, you just will be asked to enable Elementor AI and to accept terms and conditions, and you will have free credits to use if you want to start out for free. You will be able to create images, to create codes, and to generate even text if you want. And when you finish your free credits, you will be able also to subscribe to Elementor AI on the Elementor website. I will leave you all the links in the description and into my Elementor Starter Kit. So let's go on now. And once you opted in, you can describe the code you want to use. In this case, we just need a simple code to create an animation, so we will ask AI to generate it. Please create an infinite animation. I will zoom a little bit so you can see what I'm writing. An infinite animation to make this image float. Float vertically in a very gentle way. Okay, let's see if it works. Generate code. And now my image should float vertically in a very gentle way. Wow, this is working, you see. If I just remove it here, I see that my image is correctly floating. I like how this works. Okay, now you can insert this code if you are okay. You can also create a new prompt if you want to. Or yes, we can just insert it. If you want to use multiple animations on the same page, be careful because you have to change the names of the animations. Otherwise, they're going to overlap and they're not going to work fine. You can also create a class to associate this class to a specific animation, but this is quite an advanced stuff that I explain in my advanced courses. And so in this case, I will just leave it simple like this. Just make sure to change the animation name. For example, if we want to go and create another animation to the button, like in the case that we have here, the button is floating from left to right while the image is floating from top to bottom. We just need to go to the button here. We go to the Advanced tab. We scroll down until we see Custom CSS. We then click on the Edit with AI button. And now we can describe another prompt. For example, please create. You can also do not create. Well, you're not obliged to ask please. Create an infinite animation that will make this button float horizontally in a very gentle way. Generate code. Now the problem is that it is most likely that it will generate an animation with the same name. You see here the name of the animation, it's still float, so we need to change the name, otherwise they're going to have, you see, the same animation right here overlapping. So instead of having just float here, we will call float horizontal, float horizontally, and we will also change the name here, float horizontally. Perfect. You see now this is working fine. The image is floating vertically and the button is floating horizontally. Perfect. So when you are done with this, when you finish these animations, we can go and have a quick preview, and they're working fine. You see, they're adding a subtle touch of animated content, which is awesome. And And so yes, we just animated 2 elements on our page. We can also go here and try to align vertically all the elements. We go to the layout and we go to align items, and we see what happens when we align everything vertically. Publish. Let's go and visit the page. Wow, this is beautiful. It is looking very, very, very good. Okay. Okay, but in my case, I will leave all stuff aligned at the top because I like it like this. Okay. Perfect. If you have any question, drop me a line down in the comment section below. Now we're going to create a second section here in our homepage that we can use to showcase our services or testimonials or whatever you want here. This is pretty flexible, and we're going to use a simple structure. So let's see how to get started. Let's go in our homepage. Okay, we can reload the page here. Perfect. And we can go and click on Edit with Elementor. Okay. Now let's go and see how to add a second section. You see, as we scroll down here, we can click on the plus icon. We can choose between Flexbox and Grid. We will choose, in this case, Flexbox, and we will also use a grid container to host all the different elements that we're going to create. Okay, so let's choose Flexbox, column direction. Okay, we will select the container. We go to Advanced tab, and we can add our CSS classes, pad, XL, okay, and I remember you that these classes are applicable only if you uploaded the Elementor kit that I showed you at the beginning of the video, of course. Otherwise, you should go here and adjust your padding and margin manually. Okay, so this class is perfect to go on here, and we can add now a heading. And in this heading, I suggest you to select here H2. Remember that you can only have one H1 for each page. And so in this case is the H2, this title here. Okay, we can put it to the center here, and we can change the name. We can make, for example, our services. And then here you can talk about your services. Pretty easy. Then down here we can go on and we can add an About Us section, we can add a Testimonials section, we can add a call to action. We will see how to do this all step by step. So this, our services section, will be implemented using the grid element. So we click on the plus icon here and we go and select a grid. We can drag and drop the grid down here. And as you can see here, you can basically customize your grid based on your needs. You can make it, for example, here only 2 columns if you want, and 2 rows, so you have 4 services that you can display in this way, or you can just have 1 row and 3 columns, or 4 columns and 2 rows. So you must go here, and based on your needs, you can create as many boxes as you want. In this case, we will leave one single row, and we will decrease here to 3 columns. And so we can get started by adding some content. If you want, you can add some widgets like the call to action widget, which is called CTA widget. This is quite interesting because it is already a widget that contains everything you need to explain what your services are about. But the problem of this widget is that it is not very flexible, and it is kind of limited for some aspects. It has some good things, but it is also limited. So I will delete it, and my way to go is to add some containers here. So I will add a first container into the first box, then I click on the right, how do you say, the right button of the mouse? How do you call it? The mouse or the navigator, the cursor, okay? Right click, and then click on duplicate, or you can go with Command D. By selecting here, you go with Command D, you see, or Ctrl D. It works fine, okay. So basically here we have a grid with 3 containers inside, and we can now go and place our content inside here as we want. So for example, the first one, it will be, let me check here, we'll go and add an icon. This is for sure. We will have an icon, you see, we will have a text, and we will have a button. So okay, let's go on and add our content. The first one should be an icon. The second one will be a simple text. We can choose heading or text editor. I will go with a text editor now. And then we will add a button. Remember that if you want to make the whole section here clickable, and so you want to assign a link to the whole section, you should not insert a button, but you should insert, for example, a text, and then you style it as if it was a button. Otherwise, if you just want the link to be applied to your button, you can go with a simple button. Now for simplicity, we'll go and use a simple button. Okay, so we have our first section here where we explain our services, and then we can go and align the button here to the center. We can go and say find out more. We can even align it to the right here. Find out more. Find out more. Okay, perfect. And we can go and customize here the heading. We can choose, yeah, we can choose to make it a little bit shorter, or we can go to style and we can change the text color, the typography, and so on. Let me go and check if I apply the S typography, for example. This is interesting. We can go here and, no, I don't want to do like this, and just delete a little bit of text. Let's say that we are presenting our services into a really summarized and minimalistic way. Okay, we can change the icon here. If you want, you have all these icons at your disposal here, and yes, there are quite a lot of them, so you can go and choose the one that fits your needs. In this case, let me say that, let me check here, for example, I can go here on this one. Okay, and now we can basically go and style it. So we can go and assign a primary color, for example. We can let me check here what did they do. Okay, we can also go and assign a background if we go and use stacked, for example. And we can also choose rounded, for example, like this. And let me go and choose to style it a little bit differently. Onto the border radius, we can go and make it 10 pixels, the same as our buttons. So it is coherent from a design point of view. Okay. Let me go and check the accent color. I'll go here and choose the light background. Okay. And I will go and choose the secondary color by using this one. Okay, looks great. And yeah, basically okay, you see here, there are some elements that are strange, that are kind of weird. Okay, no, it is not weird. I can select here my container. I can go to the advanced tab and I can go and use some padding. Or I can also go here and use my CSS classes, and I can go with pad S. Or even, no, sorry, here I'm not using pad S. Here I'm going just here to padding, and I'm using rem as a unit, and I'm going to put one rem everywhere. So, okay, if it is not enough, I will go with 2 rems, and this looks fine to me. Okay, perfect. 2 rems everywhere. Okay. So this is our first card. It is a little bit different, but I like to change things when I'm creating, and I go here now to my container. I go to the style tab and I assign a simple background. So I go to classic here, I go to color, default, and I scroll down until I find a color that I want to assign to my elements. I will use in this case my light background, and I will change the background of the icon to be a little bit more contrasted, and I will choose the second light background. Okay. And yeah, I think this is good. Okay. So I have a simple card here. I guess that this button here looks better if I put it to the center. I can also align to the center these elements here, or if I want to keep everything on the left, I can do it like this, and I can place the button to the right like this. It looks good like this. Of course, here I can style the button differently if I want to, but I will keep it like this. In this case, I will just keep it like this, and if I want, I can also copy and paste all the elements, or I can also delete this containers and I can duplicate the one that I have just created here. So duplicate container, you see, and I have my 3 containers like this. I can also now go and open here the grid. I will select the grid. Where is the grid? There it is. And I will call it services grid. Okay. And then I will have a space. I will add some spacing. So I will go to the advanced tab. I will go here to the margin in this case, and I will add a few pixels of margin from the top. Or I can also work as always in rem. I can go to the top values. I unlink them, of course, and I say that I want at least 2. Okay, this looks good. Okay, perfect. We can now publish and have a quick preview of our page. Let me check here how it is. Wow, beautiful, simple, effective, and very, 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 very bold. Great. So we have our buttons here and we can present our services. Of course, here you can change your icon. You see, for each different service, you can choose a different icon, and you can style also the button differently if you want to achieve a design like the one that you are seeing right here. Okay, so this is the services section, and now we will face the fact that we can add some animations on the mouse hover, like we see here, for example. You see them? Let's try to add them together. I will explain to you now how you can add a simple animation effect like this one that can make elements move into the container when mouse hovers the container itself. And the result will be this one. Very, very interesting, you see? So exactly as the one that we saw here at the beginning, but we also added the fact that the text is following along. So this is quite nice. I like it. So to make the elements move like this, you should go inside the container and you should add some classes. So in this case, just let's get rid of this code. We'll go and do the procedure step by step together. So let me show you how it works. You should go here into the icon, for example, and this icon here, you should go to the advanced tab, and then you go here and you add a CSS class called card-icon. Very easy, you see? Then you go down to the text. If by any chance you also want to add some movement to the text, you can go and assign the classes, the CSS class card-text, and then you can go into the button here and you will assign to the advanced tab a class called card-button into the CSS classes. Okay, the last class we need to assign is here into the main container. We go to the advanced tab and we will call this class card-wrapper. Very easy, see? So we have 4 classes: the container, the icon, the text, and the button. And now if we want to add some code that enables the animation, we just need to go and download the code to the page that I left you here, the Elementor site Starter Kit 2025. You can subscribe here for free. You will get access to all these resources. And of course, you will be subscribed to my WP Roads newsletter. Promise I won't spam you. And here you see there is this code snippet called make some elements move on mouse hover. We can just copy and paste this code here, and we will place it inside our content here. Where exactly? Just by adding a new content, which is called HTML. Okay, this one, this widget here, we drag it under the title. Don't worry, because this will be invisible in the front end. So just us, we are capable to see it, but in the front end will be invisible, and you paste your code exactly inside here. As you can see here, when you publish now and you go and reload the page, you will see that when I hover with the mouse, all the elements will move. Be sure to insert the classes, the exact same name that I gave you, and there are the exact same names that you see here. The classes you see: card icon, card wrapper, then you have the card button. And if you want to add some movement also to the other elements, you can go on and add some movement to the text, for example, or to whatever you want inside your. For example, we can also choose to have the text change color. Let me show you here how you can edit this code here. We can go down here. Okay, we can copy and paste the same code, and instead here of having card button, we will have the class which is called card text. Of course, this is advanced settings that I'm going to show you just in case you want to mess around with some CSS. And then here you can assign a different color. For example, color white. Okay. Now you see when I go with the mouse and I hover here, the color becomes white. I can also add some transition movement, some transition animation. You see here, so it will slowly become white, and then it will come back to black. Very easy. You can also specify color here. Okay, works fine. And then if you want, you can also change the background of the whole card. For example, you can make the whole card become black, but this you can do it easily by selecting the container, going to the style tab, going to hover, and here you choose background type, color, and you go and choose the background dark. Wow, this is beautiful. Once you're okay with all this, you can also apply the same settings to all the other cards. You just need to go here and delete the other containers. and then you copy and paste the first one. Okay, let's copy and paste the first one, or let's just duplicate, even better. Duplicate. Let's publish now. Let's reload the page, and voila, we have a beautiful set of cards, you see, showcasing our services, and what a beautiful call to action moving when the mouse enters the elements. And if you want to mess around a little bit more, you can go inside here, this code, you can add it with AI, and you can ask AI to modify whatever you want. So you can say, based on the code that you find in this module, please add a few functionalities. Let me say, I don't know, add a background color that changes animated when the mouse is on hover, for example. And you can play around with prompts until you find the solution that you wanted. So this is pretty simple, but it works fine. And you can go on also by changing, for example, the styling of your borders. Let me say, I don't know, 20 pixels here, and I can copy and paste the same styling here. I go to style, borders, 20 pixels. Go do the same here, style, advanced, style, borders, 20 pixels, and so on. Voila, publish. Of course, this is just a starting point, and then if you want to set up everything in a global way, you have to know a little bit of CSS, you have to assign classes, and but this is just a good starting point if you want to create a professional website, of course. In my courses, I explain all this in a more deep way, in a deeper way, and I also explain more techniques that you can use and apply if you want to create dynamic and, of course, global designed websites using Elementor. But just this is already very, very beautiful. And one more thing, if you want to add a link to the buttons here, is quite easy. You go inside the button, you go to the content tab, and you just go here and make sure to insert your link. Let me say, for example, I want to go to the contact page here. I can type it, contact, and I can go here. This one, I can link it to another page and so on. I can also change the icons, of course. I can use different icons for different services. And of course, I can change the text to describe my different services. In this case, I will leave it like this. Okay, publish. Let's go and reload the page here. Wow, looks gorgeous. Let me know what you think about this in the comment section down below. And please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're loving the tutorial until now. Let's create now a new section which will contain a presentation section like the one that you see here, about us section, sorry. And we can choose here to create a very simple design, and we can also apply a video. I'll show you here how you can apply different designs. So let me start with you. We'll open our home page. We can get rid of this structure here. We can get rid of this panel, okay? And yeah, let's add a new section. Let's click on the plus icon, Flexbox container, as always, from top to bottom, so column direction. We select the container. To the advanced tab, we go and apply our CSS class called pad XL. Beautiful, beautiful. And then we add some content. The heading, oh, sorry, not some content. We had, yeah, we can also start with a centered section. So we add some content here. We choose about us. Okay. We can then place this element here to the center. We can go here. We can add a text editor. And we can add our story, for example, here. Okay. Perfect. Let me make it a little bit less large. So we can go here and select the main container. And into the layout tab, we want this container here to be maximum 720 pixels. Beautiful. Then we go here and we will add a video. We can add a YouTube video. Okay. As you can see here, you can link a YouTube video, a Vimeo, a Dailymotion video, a VideoPress, or you can self-host your video. This means that if you choose self-hosted, you will be able to upload your own video files from your computer. And of course, if you do so, be careful to upload only small and very, very lightweight videos. In this case, where you will use just a simple YouTube video, and it's going to be the Elementor placeholder video, or I can also choose the same video that we have here into our container, into the background. We can choose the same one. We can place it here. Okay, beautiful. Then you can also apply a few tweaks. You can go here and decide to loop the video. you can decide to apply the autoplay, but you need to know that this autoplay would not work on every browser, particularly in Chrome browsers, of course, you see here. Or sometimes yes, or sometimes no, I don't know, because now, for example, it is working, but sometimes not. It depends, but you can try to see if it works. Then you can decide to make the video play on mute. This is useful if you are starting on autoplay and you do not want the user to have the video starting with the audio like this. You can also play on mobile. You can force the video to be playable also on mobile on autoplay. You can put the video on loop if you want the video to repeat when it reaches the end. You can decide to show or not the player controls. You see here, if you do not show them, you do not see the player controls. And you can also enable the privacy mode. This will collect the data of the user only if the user plays the video. This is good to say, okay? And you can also optimize the page speed of your homepage by applying the lazy load, which means that this video will be charged. It will be how do you say, not charged, but loaded. Yes, of course. After a few moments, after a few milliseconds, that the page is loaded. Perfect. You can also apply an image overlay if you want. You can go here and you can apply custom image overlay, and this will be the image presentation of your video. And the image resolution will be full if you want. You can also change it here if you prefer a different image resolution. Then you can also show or hide the play icon. I would suggest you to show it, because otherwise people wouldn't know if this is a video or not. You can change the icon by choosing a different icon here in the library if you want. And then you can go and decide if this video should open to a lightbox or if it should just play inline. If you apply the lightbox, you see this is going to be played into a lightbox like this. Beautiful. Then what can we do here? We can publish and go and have a quick preview as always. We scroll down here. As you can see here, the autoplay does not work because because we just added a lightbox and an image. And when we click here, the video starts. Beautiful. Works fine and looks gorgeous. Okay. We can then go on here and change the design of this section. We can also add a few call to action if we want. For example, we can add a button and we can say contact us right now, or whatever you want. You can add this button here or at the bottom of the video here. And you can also make multiple call to action if you want. For example, here I have, I have just one button, but if you want, you can add 2 buttons. How do you do so? It is quite easy, but not immediate. So I will explain it to you. You can add another container here, and you will just drag and drop the button here, and you duplicate this button here. As you can see here, the 2 buttons are inside the same container, and you just need to go here into the main container. You go to the layout and you choose the direction horizontal. So the buttons will be placed horizontally. You can then place them to the center, or you can assign a different spacing based on what you need. In this case, we leave it to the center. Now, if you want to place these buttons in a evenly manner, let's say 50% here and 50% there, you should proceed this way. I will show you how to do it because, for example, here, if I change the text and I have one button which is bigger than the other, let's say that this one is, click here right now, you see that one is bigger and the other will become, smaller. So this is not so nice from a design point of view. If you want, you can make this button look exactly the same width, even if they have different text. You can proceed like this. For example, you can select the first one, you can go to the Advanced tab, and you can make the width custom. And let's say that we want this to occupy 50% of the container. So we will put this in 50%. We'll do the same here to the second button. We go to the Advanced tab and we go to 50% width custom 50%. Okay. And now if I hover with the mouse, you see that the 2 buttons, the widgets are occupying exactly the 50%. How do I do now to make the button stretch and occupy all the space that it has in its widget? I go and select the button. Let's do the first one. I go to the to the Style tab, and I make it stretch. Easy peasy. Do the same here with the second one, Style, stretch, and voila, I have a beautiful design now, and this will look great in every way. Perfect. Now we go here and we can, if we want, we can also add a different background to the section, to the About Us section. So I can select the container, I can go to the style, I can add a background, and I can select my light background. Let's do this one, for example. It works fine. And then I will also, if I want, I can also increase the spacing that I have between the title and the text. Or yes, let's see how it will look like. I go to the text here, Advanced tab, I unlink values, and I select rem, and I will put to rem, exactly as I did here in the services. Now I can have a quick preview like this. My page looks good. Perfect. I have my buttons here. And then I will show you how to create all the rest of the sections in the next steps of the tutorial. Okay, so this is our beautiful About Us section. Looks gorgeous. Now let's apply a simple feature, which is this one, connecting this button here to the second section. You see, so that when the user clicks on the button, it can be directed immediately to the second section. To do so, we have to go inside the button here. We go to the link, we leave this symbol here, and then we use the word that we want to use. For example, in my case, it will be explore. Then we go to the section that we want to link to that button. We select the section, we go to the Advanced tab, we scroll down to the CSS ID, and we use the same word, explore. Instead of, here we do not need to add the symbol in front. We just need to add the word, explore. Okay, publish. Let's go back now to our homepage. Let's view it. We click on the explore, and voila, it is working perfectly. Now we'll go and create another section for our homepage, and this section will be the testimonials section, this one. As you can see, we will create a very simple one, and it will be beautiful. So let's go here and create a new section. We click on Edit with Elementor, and then we create our testimonial section. We scroll down until we find space for adding a new section. We will use a Flexbox container, and we will go from up to bottom, so column direction. We go here to the Advanced tab, and we assign a CSS class, pad XL, okay? And then we go here and assign the title, the heading. It's gonna be testimonials. We're going to place it to the center here, and then we're going to use a grid. The grid is the most easiest way to add some elements horizontally into a Flexbox, which is column direction. Okay, so in this case, I would just want them to be in one single row, and yeah, I want 3 columns. That's great. And I will add some widgets that are the testimonials, or yes, even better, they are going to be the block quote widgets. The block quotes widgets, I love it because it's more minimalistic, and I like it. It's very simple and easy to set up. I will select here the skin quotation, and then I will just get rid of the tweet button. Okay, I can change here the text of my testimonial. Let's say that the first one is going to be a little bit shorter, and let's change the style now. We'll go to the text color. Yeah, we can leave it like this, but I will change the typography. I will apply the global text big, and I will also change the author text color. I will place it as a blue, an accent blue. And the typography, I will leave it like this, and I can change the quote color, and I will make it accent. Okay. If you want, you can also place them centered like this. It looks good. And then we can go and add a few more of them. So we go to quote, block quote here. We can duplicate, we can copy and paste styles. Copy and paste style. You see here with the right click of the mouse, you go and copy. And then you go here and you paste the style, and we'll just apply the same styling that you have in the first one. And here, let's say that this one is going to be also a little bit shorter. And then we're going to place, we're going to change, of course, here the, why do I have, oh yes, I need to remove the tweet button. Okay, I'll do the same here. Let's remove the tweet button. Okay, I do not know why I have a border here. This is so weird. Okay, I need to switch back between border and quotation. Okay, perfect. And then, yeah, I will just place inverted here. Okay, perfect. So that I have my reviews like this, testimonials. Okay, they work fine. And what I can do here is just increase a little bit the spacing between the title here and the grid. So I can select the grid, go to the Advanced tab, go to the margin here. I can also use my rem, and I will put 2 rems to the top, which is the same spacing that I also used here, and that I can, if I want, I can also use it here. I can go here to the text, advanced, margin, rem, and I go here to rem. Voila, looks good. Okay, this is good, this is perfect. I can publish right now, and I can go back to my home page and I can view it from the front end. Let's go and click it to explore. Okay, this is working fine. Our services, about us, then I have testimonials, and then what we can do now is add a call to action. And this is exactly what we're going to do together right now. A beautiful call to action, like the one that you see. Now you just created a beautiful testimonial section, and you can also learn how to create the same section, the same design, using less containers. And this is a good practice if you want to optimize your pages, in the case you have a really long homepage or a really long landing page. And this is a technique that I'm going to show you, which is a little bit tricky, and it is suitable only if you are want to get geeky. Otherwise, you can just jump this part of the tutorial and go to the next section where I'm going to show you how to create a call to action, a global call to action before the footer of your website in general. So if you want to get geeky now, just let's follow along and see how you can optimize the number of containers that you use when you are designing your pages sections. I also wanted to show you, before going to create our call to action, that you can apply the same design here in a different way if you want. There are a few ways that you can create and achieve the same type of designs, and I'm going to show you this specific procedure here in the case that you want to optimize your page, and if you want to use the less number of containers possible. And this is good if you have long home pages, long landing pages, and you want to make your pages load faster and without having to use unnecessary containers. So let's go here and edit with Elementor. Of course, you can always follow along as I was teaching you before, but in the case you want to even more optimize all your designs, in this case, you can get rid of this grid, for example, and you can stay with a single container. Let me show you how this works. I will now place this content here under the testimonials here, the second one too, and the third one, and I will get rid of this grid container, you see? I will just delete it. So now if I open up my structure and I go to the container that I am in, you see inside a single container I have a heading and I have my 3 block quotes. So this is pretty optimized because I am using just a single big container and I have all the content inside here. But now the problem is, what happens if I want to align the testimonials horizontally and I want to keep the testimonials title centered like this? This is not very easy, because if you try to do it by going here into the advanced, by going here to the content, to select your container, and you go to the layout and you try to place the row horizontally, you see that this is what happens, a little bit of a mess. So you need to keep it vertical like this, and then we will use a special configuration. Now let's proceed like this. We go and select each of our testimonials, we go to the advanced tab and we change the width. We can put it, for example, to 30%. I found this value for me to work fine, so I will place it to 30%, you see. The second one, I'll do the same. I'll go inside here, advanced, width, and I go to custom, and I insert here 30%. And I'll do the same here to my last one. Advanced, width, and I go to custom 30%. So here, we just need now to go to the main container, and we go and see what happens if we want to place the row horizontal direction. So we use this, and you see this is already okay, pretty going to do what we need, but we need now to go here to the wrap settings here, and we need to wrap. Wow, okay, great. Now that we have wrapped all these elements, we need to go to the first one, and we need to make it grow to occupy all the space that it has. So we go to the advanced tab, we go to the width section here, and we make it full width. Beautiful, you see? So now basically we have our title full width, and then we have our testimonials one beside the other. It is working pretty good. And if we want to be sure that all the elements are aligned correctly, we go and select our main container and we center all our elements. You see here that now they are correctly centered. Okay, if you want, we can also go inside each and every testimonial and you can add a few pixels of padding. Let me say 10 pixels. Copy, paste style, and paste style. Okay, This looks gorgeous. Now we publish, we go and have a preview of our page, and we see that we have a beautiful testimonial section without having to use an extra grid container. So this was a pre-advanced solution that you can use, and I just wanted to show you that you can apply this kind of designs and achieving the same results that you are achieving when you use grids, also by using a simple wrap solution that, like the one that you saw just right now. Okay, remember that this solution is good and suitable only if you're really are becoming an expert, and most of all if you want to optimize your pages and you have very, very long pages with a lot of containers, so you need to optimize and use less of them. Now, when someone visits our website and scrolls through the end of the pages, it is very important to have a clear call to action, because it is the end of the page. So we suppose that the user, the visitor that has scrolled until the end of the page, it's pretty much interested in what we are explaining into our website and in the services that we are providing. So the call to action should be summarizing the main action that the user can do and should do on your website. In this case, to keep it simple, we're just creating a call to action that will lead the user to the Contact Us page. And so the main goal for us is to make the visitor just contact us. So yes, to fill a contact form. Let's see how you can create a beautiful call to action that will be globally displayed in a dynamic way automatically in all the pages of your website right before the footer. So right before the end of each page. And oh, of course, we will also see how you can hide this specific call to action into the pages where you want to avoid it. For example, in the Contact Us page, because since this call to action leads people to the Contact Us page, we do not want to have the same call to action in the contact page itself. Let's see how to proceed. Now, let's go and see how we can add a beautiful call to action like this one with a video background, with also a divider, as you see here, a creative divider, space shape divider, and then let's see how we can show it automatically at the bottom of all our pages. And to do so, we just need to go and modify our website footer, because here is where we're going to add our call to action. So you can go on your website, for example, and you can go and edit your footer by passing the mouse here and go to the footer, for example, or you can open the theme builder if you prefer, and you can go and edit your footer from here. Let's open the footer, let's click on edit. And as always, make sure to have called correctly your footer here, but most of all here to assign the HTML tag to your footer. And then we'll go here and click on the plus icon, and we will add our call to action. Okay, this is going to be a Flexbox container, column direction, and then we're going to add our beautiful footer call to action. So the first thing we need to do is to add a title, and this is going to be a heading. Okay. We can leave it on H2, and we can change here the heading Act Now, for example, and we can use a dot. And remember that I also shared with you a code that you can use if you want to assign a specific color to a specific word inside a text. And I will show you how to create it right here, but I will leave it all the resources in the Elementor Starter Kit 2025 that you find in the link in the description below. So if you subscribe here to the Elementor Starter Kit 2025, we will get access to many resources, and we have also here this code that you can copy and paste if you want to apply this specific effect. In this case, you see here, Act Now is the effect that I want to apply. The fact that my word here now has a different color because I'm using the global color of Elementor right here, the secondary global color. If you want to switch from secondary to primary, you just need to change the word here between secondary to primary. Let me show you what happens if I write primary. It will, you see here, it will just apply the primary color of Elementor, the global primary color. Okay, now we'll place this to the center. We'll assign a different typography here. We'll use the XXL titles, and then we will add a few more content. We will have a text editor. You can add here some content about your call to action. We'll place it to the center, and let me go here and make it a little bit shorter. Okay, let's say that this is our marketing sentence to drive our conversions. We can also change the typography here, make it a little bit bigger, and then we can go here and have a real call to action, the real button. We place it to the center, this one too, and we can change the typography, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, and let's say contact us. and we will change the content to the contact page link. Okay, there it is. Perfect. If you want, you can also add an icon, but in my case, I will not add an icon. I will leave it like this. I will publish right now, and I will need to change a little bit of something here. So I select my container, I go to the Advanced tab, and I go to the CSS classes, and I apply my pad XL class so that all the elements are quite correctly spaced. And I can go and space a little bit more the button here from the top, go to the Advanced, go to rem units, and I place a 1 here. Okay, and then I select again my element here, my container, and I change the background. So I go to style, I go to classic, or sorry, here I can add a video as I was doing here, and I can add the same video that I have here in my first main container. So let's use the same video. Okay, I will place it here. Okay, and I will make it start at 20 seconds, and I will make it repeat at 25 seconds. Or maybe we can just also try another length, let's say 60 seconds and 70, so that we have a different part of the video. Wow, this looks gorgeous actually. Okay, wow. Okay, that's good. So let's go now and change the overlay. We scroll down here. Okay, of course here you have all the different different options that you can add to your specific video. And in my case, I will just go and play with the background overlay. So I will add a gradient. I will add a single, the first gradient will be my main color, and the second gradient will be the secondary color. And let's go and increase a little bit more the opacity. Okay. And now I'll just change the colors here. So I'll switch here. This one is going to be the secondary. Okay, so that it will be more, visible. And then we'll switch the style to a white color. So I will use titles light, and here titles heading or text light. Text light. Okay, beautiful. It works fine. It is good. And I can publish now. And I will see that this call to action will be applied throughout my whole website. If I want to apply also a divider like the one that we saw here, it is pretty simple because you can go inside the container to the style tab. You scroll down until you see shape divider, and you can stay to the top right now and you can apply any one of these. Very, very nice. We can go, for example, and apply a curve, or we can apply a split, or we can apply an arrow. There are many of them. And in this case, I used the clouds. No, it is not the clouds, but that was the, let me see here if I find the one that I was using. No, it is not this one. Waves, I think it is waves. Yes. Waves brush, waves pattern. No. Oh, what I was using here, actually, sorry, I need to go and verify, save and leave. I was using which of the different dividers that we have, because this one looks good, actually. Okay. Style tab. Let's scroll down to the shape dividers. Mountains. Oh, okay. Those doesn't look like mountains, but yeah, it is the mountains one. So where it is mountains, the second one, actually. The only one I didn't click. And then here you can change the settings. You can change the main color that it will be applied to the background. In my case, I will leave it white. Okay, let's leave it white. Then you can change the width of the effect and the height, yes. Let's leave it like this, and let's make it a little bit more like this. Okay, this works fine. And you can flip it if you want. You can bring it to the top if you want the effect to go above all the other effects, all the other elements of the page. And you can apply the same also to the button if you want. Okay, let's go now and have a quick preview of this page. Okay, explore, services, perfect, about us. We have testimonials here, and voila, our call to action is here, is beautiful. And when we click here, we're going to the contact us page. Okay, as you can see here, now we have the same call to action also in the contact us page, and we have it into the all the other rest of the pages of the website. The about page, you see, the home page, etc., etc. Now, if you want to avoid this call to action to be shown into the Contact Us page, for example, because it's the page that we want people to go when they click on this call to action, it is quite easy because you can go and select this container here, and you can go into the Advanced tab, you can go to Display Conditions, and you can go and add a condition. In this case, the condition, it would be the page title. Yes, why not? The page title is not, and then we go to the Contact Us page. So if the page title is not contact page, this call to action will be shown. If I go and publish now, I go and visit my website, I will see that if I am in my home page, I will have the call to action here, and this is working fine. If I am in the About page, you see I have the call to action. Okay, the About page now is empty, so you see just the call to action. The blog page, the same here, you see, you have the call to action, but if we click on Contact Us, or if we go to the contact page, the call to action won't be there. Perfect. So this is not going to bother us when we are already on the contact page, which is pretty important, of course. Now I'm going to explain to you how you can create a template. So it is, you can see it as a main structure, a layout structure of your pages. In this case, it is quite useful to have a template for your pages because you can, for example, design the header for all the pages with a title, a background, a description for each page, and you can control it globally from a single template. So I will show you how you can create this template and how you can apply it to all the pages that you need to apply it to. For example, in our case, we're going to apply our template to the contact page and to the about page. So I will show you how this works. By the way, if you're enjoying this tutorial right now and you didn't do it yet, you can give me a thumbs up, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. My name is Pascal, and I always appreciate when you comment down below and you tell me whatever you are doing right now, what are you drinking, what are your favorite YouTube drinks, where are you watching this tutorial from, and most of all, which kind of website you are creating following this tutorial. Let me know it. I wait you in the comment section below. Now in this lesson, I will explain to you a simple concept, which is the template concept for pages, and we will apply also the same concept to the blog and to the blog archive and so on. The template is a basic structure that you can apply to your pages or posts or custom post types or any kind of part of the website that you are creating. And in this case, we're going to see a specific template that we're going to create for pages. The template is going to, to control the way that we are displaying the title, for example, the excerpt here, the background of the header, and then it's going to contain the content. So this is the template. You see here the about page has this template, the contact page has the same template, you see here. And if I create a new page, if I go here and create a new page, and if I give it an excerpt here, this is a new page, is going to have the same identical template. I go and edit with Elementor, and as you can see here, the template is the same. We have the title, the divider, the excerpt, and the background that you can see here. And then here we can add the content of the page. So if you want to have the same template for your website pages, you can do it by following these steps. And why it is important to choose a template? It is pretty important and pretty also handy when you want to update your page's design. For example, if you want to change this template here and to make sure that the single page template will align the title to the center instead of having it to the left. You see, for example, here in my example, I have my template for all my pages with the title and the excerpt here on the left. You see the about page, the contact page, and they all work like this. And if I decide for any reason, or if my clients decides to align all the content here to the center, I can do it from a single center location. I just open my theme builder. I go and click on single page template here, and then I click on edit, and I will just need to replace the positioning. So I'll go here into my container. I will go to the align items, I will center all my items, and I will also center here my space divider, okay, my widget divider. I'll make sure here to have everything centered aligned, okay, and then I can publish. If I go back to my website now and I reload the pages, the contact page has the title to the center, the about page idem, and all the other pages that are using the same template are being updated instantaneously. So this is quite interesting, and it is a best practice if you want to create a single template with a basic structure, with a basic design structure for all your pages, and being able afterwards to update it from a single central location, which is the theme builder. Okay, to do so, we'll just need to open the theme builder, and we're going to the single page here, and we're going to create a new template. We can choose then if you want to apply this template to the whole totality of the pages of your website, or just to specific pages, or to exclude or include whatever you want. And I'll show you how to do this right now. Let's create the title and the header section. Okay, we will use a Flexbox container from column direction, and we will then have an advanced tab here. We'll use the CSS class pad XL. So we have some spacing. We can add here the post title, which is already an H1. You should leave it on H1. We can go in style and center it like this. We can then go and assign a specific typography if we want, or we can also change the text color if we want. Then we can also add a divider. Okay. We can assign a specific color to our divider, and we can also remove or keep the gap. I will remove it in my case, and I will change the color here to a color that I want to assign to my borders, in this case a dark border. We can also go into the content here and make the content width a little bit less, let me say 50%, and I will also align everything to the center. Okay, if you want, you can also add an icon right here, and this icon, yes, could be interesting, but in my case I will just leave it on none. I'll go to the advanced tab right now, and I do not need to do nothing right now. Okay, go to the plus icon, and I will just enter here my post excerpt. I go and drag and drop here the post excerpt. I'll make sure to go to style, to center also this one, to change the text color to be the text-based color, and I will make my typography a little bit bigger, so I will go and use the text big. Then I will go to the content here. Okay, let me go here and okay, to the edit container here, go to the layout, and I will say that all the content should be not larger than 720 pixels. Okay, that works fine for me. Then I can also add a background if I want. I can go to style, I can go to the gradient, and I can apply a light gradient. Let me say, for example, this light background here will be mixed with the other light background gradient color. It looks gorgeous. And if I want, I can also stay here and go and use a shape divider to the bottom of this section. And this could be, for example, curve. I like it. And it can be also, yes, if I want, I can also flip it, invert like this. And I can also change the height of the effect and the width if I want. Okay, this works fine for me. Okay, publish. Here I can choose in which pages I want to apply this template. Oh, sorry, before publishing, this is very important, and sometimes I forgot to do so. You have to click here on the plus icon. You have to choose Flexbox. You have to choose from column direction, and then here you use a full width section, and you place inside here the post content. This is fundamental, otherwise it won't work. Okay, as you can see here, the post content is working fine. I can go now and publish finally, and I will choose in which pages I want to apply this template. This template now is going to be applied to all pages, but if I want, I can also decide to exclude specific pages. So I can go here and exclude specific pages that I want to avoid this template to be applied, or I can also decide to apply this template to specific pages, like for example the contact page. Then I will be able to apply the same template to the about page, and so on. So if my website has hundreds of pages, I should choose include all pages, of course. If my website will have, I don't know, maybe 10 pages, 5, 10, 15 pages, I can go here and add them manually each time I create a new page, and be sure that these pages are just using the same template. I can then go here and save and close, or let me add a few more pages. Let me also add the style guide template, the style guide page, sorry. Okay, save and close. Let's go now and, okay, we have just published it. And if we go and visit our website now, we'll see that our pages will have this template applied. Wow, looks gorgeous, you see? About page, contact page, and if a page has not an excerpt, as you can see here, that won't be applied, that won't be visible. And the blog page, it's a little bit different, and I will leave it alone for now because it will use a different template, which is the blog template, the blog archive template. But now I see that I have assigned the template correctly to my pages, about, contact, and style guide. If I want to create an excerpt also for my about page, I can go and edit this page, and I can insert the excerpt right here. I can do also the same from the Elementor interface, but it is the same thing. So this is our great about page. Okay, save. Okay. Okay, now it has been saved, you see, and you have your excerpt correctly displayed like this. Okay, so we created the basic template, and now we just need to create some content for our pages. Let's create now the content of the About page, and I will show you here a few ideas that you can apply to your own About page if you want to stand out a little bit. I will use this picture, which is a background, which is a picture with a transparent background. And then we have a call to action, which will stand upon the picture, or how you say, will stack over the picture, yes, with a little animation if you want. And when I click here, I can go down, and here I can create all the content of my page. I will show you how you can create some content like this, and I will also add some more content so you can see how to create different layouts in your About page. And I will show you also how you can create this beautiful design here with a gradient here, with your image fading out into a gradient. Okay, let's start from scratch here. We have our About page. We just created the template. I will go and remove all the content. I'm clicking on Edit with Elementor here, and I will go and remove all the content so that I can recreate it exactly the same with you. So we are in our About page. I also remember to you, if the button here, Edit with Elementor, does not work when you are on the About page, you just need to go and click on Edit page, and you can enable Elementor by clicking on Edit with Elementor. Okay, now we are ready to start. We will create a first section, a first container using Flexbox from direction column, and I will insert inside here a second container. So I have two containers, the first one and the second one. Then in the second container, I will apply into the contained container, I will apply under the Style tab a background image. I'll go in Classic here, and I assign an image. In this case, I'm using this image, which has a background, a transparent background, and this will let me create a special effect. So now I need to go into this container and go to the layout and tell here that I want a minimum height. Let's say that I want 500 pixel. This will work fine for me. Let's type it directly. I scroll down and I see that, yeah, it could be interesting, but I need to go now to Style, go to my background. I scroll down and I can change the image resolution. I can make it a little bit less big, so large, it's okay. Then I go to the position. I can leave it on default. Attachment, leave it on default. Repeat, I do not want this image to repeat. Display size, this is very important. I go to cover. Okay. Now I can go and replace this image above. So what do I need to do? I need to go into the Advanced tab of this container, and I need to go and enable a negative margin to the top. So I unlink all the values. I choose to use rem, and then I go to the margin top and I use -5 rem. You see, it looks great. As you can see here, it's exactly the same structure that we are applying. Okay. Now we need to place the buttons. So you see here that we have a button, okay, with an animation. Now if I insert here a button, it will most likely go and fall over the face of this face, this guy. So let's do button. I'll drag and drop this button here, and I place it to the center. And before doing so, I will just go to the Style tab and change the typography, make it a little bit bigger. So let's say M title. And then I will position this button to the center, and I will also go to the container settings here, and I will choose under the Layout tab to align the content to the center. You can also align to the end, but in this case to the center it will work fine. So to avoid the fact that the button is above the face of the guy, I can go and change the height of my container. So I go to the container that has the background image. I go to the layout and I change the height. Okay, I will say 650. This looks good to me, perfect. And I always need to type by hand here because I like precise values. 650. This button will then link me to a second section. And so I will go to content. I will call this section about, and then I will create the about section. So let's go down here. Let's create a second section, which will be our about section. Flexbox. I will use in this case the 2 columns layout, this one. Okay, I will just check into the settings of my container here, into the layout. I do not know why here it's 0, because it should take the standard values that I have applied globally, so 20 column and 20 row. Okay, now it's good. And the first column here, I will add a simple about us section. But before doing so, I will just go to the external container, and I will also add my class, my pad XL class, into the advanced tab. Scroll down, CSS classes, pad-XL. Okay, we go here and we add our heading. This is the part of the section where you can start telling the story of your business, of your services in general. Okay, and then we can have an image here, or a video, or whatever you want, or even other kind of elements. But in this case, I will use, let me check here. I also have some bars, progress bars. These are quite nice to see, where you can showcase, for example, your skills or your achievements, and you can customize them as you want. My skill, for example, or satisfy clients, and then you can change here the almost all, and then you go here to 99%, for example, 99.9. This is interesting. You see, you can use it if you want to style it, and you can showcase your achievements or your skills or your strength points for your business in general. So this is an idea. Then you can also apply some images, whatever you want. You can duplicate this if you want to showcase different skills or different stuff. You can also use numbers if you want. Let me check here if there are the counters. Counter, you see here. The counters are quite nice because you can showcase the number of clients, the number of projects, or any other number or achievement that you want to showcase through a number. And you can go here, you can choose the starting number, the ending number, you see, so that the animation will behave accordingly. You can have also a prefix and a suffix, 100 coffees. Oh, sorry. How do you write coffees? Coffees, like this? I don't know. 100 coffees. Down here, you can write whatever you want. Actually, I also stopped drinking coffee. Consumed every week. Let's say 100 tisana. Tisanas. Or 100 teas. Consumed every week. You see here, you can play around and yes, get creative with this kind of stuff. And let's say that we want also to identify differently this part of this section, this container. We can go and select it. We can go into the style tab, and we can assign, for example, a different background. We can go and change the color. We can make it, let's say, light background. Okay. And we can go to the advanced tab and increase the padding by unlink the values using rem. Sorry, here we need to link values together. We use rem, and we're going to use to rem. Okay, this looks already great. You can then apply here your global colors. So you can have, for example, the accent color here to your bar. You can choose to have the secondary accent color here to the second bar. And you can choose to have a different color here to the third bar. Let's go to the style. Okay, you can use the gradient, or you can also use a different color if you want. In this case, I will use the accent. Let me check here if I have a different color, accent 1 gradient. Oh, okay, this looks great. And you can change also the color of the text, the typography, and yeah, we can do basically all the styling that you want. And you can do the same here to the tisanas. I'm not sure that you can say this in English, tisanas, but I hope that you understand. Tea is made with herbs, anyway. Tisanas. Maybe you say actually tisanas. Go and check it out on ChatGPT or on Google. Okay, now that we have in place our first section, we can decide if we want to put here a call to action. If you need a call to action here, you can do it by just simply adding a button. So we will add it here, button. Okay, and we have our call to action. For example, contact us. Then we can create a second section. We can duplicate this one if you want. Right click of the mouse, duplicate. Then we have our second section. We can invert the order of the columns. So we can put the text on the right and the other content on the left. So let's do it. We open the structure here. We scroll down. We see that we have our second section, and we just change the order of the containers. Okay, it's easier when you okay, it worked correctly. At least I hope so. Yeah, perfect. In the first one, we can change it, and we can delete all the content here, and we can you see, right click of the mouse, and you can here insert an image, for example, or a video, whatever you want, to explain the content of your our story. And actually we can also invert the how do you say invert? You can switch. We can switch. Here we can put the first container here. Okay, so we have our story, you see, like this. Then we have here our achievements. Okay, and then we can also put a third section where we have duplicate here. Okay, where we also will switch the content here, where we have all the actually here I will show you a little bit more complex design. Okay, I'm going to delete this content here, so I will use this just to show the achievements. Okay, not the achievement, the achievements. Actually we can do it like this. Look, we can leave here the skills, our achievements. Okay, of course here we have to switch the content. We will put this container at the end. Actually it's easier maybe. Yeah, it doesn't work very well here. You see the drag and drop here, it's a little bit limited. Let me see if I go like this. Maybe I just try to, no, this is not gonna work. So let's try to drag and drop this one. Okay, yeah, I had it. Please, Elementor, don't do like this. Okay, let's go very, very slow. Okay, I'm trying here desperately to put this column here. Oh, sorry, it is very, very difficult. So let's try to do it here. Very, very slow. Very, very slow. Okay. Yes. Okay, I made it. Ta-da! Our skills. This works fine. Here I will remove the skills bars. And then I will use this to show my achievements. So I duplicate this here. Okay. And I can remove the number suffix. I can use it to show, for example, thousands or millions and so on. This works fine instead of using tisanas. Okay, and then we can go here and remove this one. Okay, we can go to the first number. We can say that we have, for example, 10K total clients. Then we have another number here, and then we will try to put these numbers differently. So the second number will be, let's say, 57 projects. Oh, sorry, we don't no total, but just clients. Looks better. 57 projects, and then we have here 3 million revenue. Okay. Maybe if we want to change the suffix, do we have here the way that we can change the typography? No, we do not have it. So yes, we can also go and we can just leave M. Perfect. Okay, now if we want to get creative here, we can change the positioning, for example, of all the elements. We can make it, for example, yeah, we can swap around the number and the elements. I just wanted actually to see if I can place this element here differently. So I will place it here. I'll go to the advanced tab. I will place it here or here, actually to the center. And this one, I will go to the advanced tab and place it to the end. Voila, perfect. And here I can go to the background and get creative here with the gradient. So I can go to the background, style, background. I will add a gradient. I will use my global colors, the first gradient here and the second gradient. Okay, this is not so good. I will go and use the light background gradient. This looks fine. Okay, and I can also, yes, if I want, I can also change the angle actually, and I will make it 90 degrees, or even better, I will make it like this. Okay, very simple. And I will also add a little border radius 10 pixels. Okay, let's have a quick preview. Beautiful, wow. I will just need maybe here just to align to the center the elements. So I'll go to the first container, or yes, and go to the layout and align the content to the center. And I'll do the same here with our second container here, style, align to the center, sorry, layout, align to the center. Okay, and here I will apply the same border radius, advanced, style, border radius 10 pixels. And let's do the same here to our first one. And actually here we can remove this padding and the background here. We don't need it actually. And we just need to remove also the background here. Okay, since we have just a simple image. And we can also change, I will change here the height of this image. So content style, a different height, let me say it like this. And I will go to default cover. Okay, this looks gorgeous. Go to this container, style, sorry, again, layout, justify content to the center. Let's go and have a quick preview. Our beautiful about page, you see we have a click here. We have our story here. We have our achievements. We have our skills. What a beautiful, beautiful, minimalistic and effective about us page. Okay, this works fine. I can go now and make a few adjustments. If you want, we can also change the background of this section here. It is not mandatory effectively, but it can work fine. So let's go here. We have actually a few things we can do, but yeah, the easiest one is to go and add a classic background and use our light background like this. Okay, so we can just have a kind of yeah, like this, alternate design. Perfect. Now we need to add a few things here. The animation, the connection between this button and this section, and then the gradient here in the bottom part of the image. So let's go and do it, and we'll achieve the same design here and the connection with the second section. To do so, we just need to re-enable here the editing mode. We go and connect this button here with the about section down. So we just need to call this section here, this container. We'll need to call the CSS ID about. Okay, publish. Now, if we go and have a quick preview, we try to click the button. Normally this should work. If it doesn't work, we just have any. Okay, now it works very well. Okay, and we'll go to do now the gradient. So let's go back here, enabling the editing mode. We select in this case the container that has the image background. We go to the style tab, we go to the hover overlay, to the background overlay, and we enable a gradient overlay. The first color should be a transparent color, so we switch down here to transparent, you see. And the second color, we can use white. In this case, I have a global white color that I use, or you can just simply go and pick it up manually. Then we can choose also to increase the opacity to 100% or to 1. And we can change also the location so that we have our, yeah, you see here, our gradient effect just at the bottom of the image. This looks perfect to me. Let's publish and have a quick preview. Wow, you see? Beautiful. And if you want to change the dimensioning of the image, you just need to go here and increase or decrease the how do you say, the width of the container. You see, you can place it like this, and then you can go to the main container and decide to align to the center all the elements. So you saw here what did I do is on the first container I went on the layout and I decreased the width. Actually here is better if you work in pixels. So let's go and say that we want 100 and 800 pixels. Yes, this is good. Okay, and then you see the image looks great, and then you go to the main container here and you decide to go to the layout and you align all the items to the center. Otherwise you will have the image like this. This is quite a great design. Let me go and check how is the result here. Okay, I'll just go and reload my page. This is not working. I just need to publish maybe. Okay, now it's working. As you can see, beautiful. And this design is very, very nice. You see, I have the image that is fading out into the white. And then we have our story. We have call to actions. We have images. We have numbers here. We have all kind of different elements that we can style and yeah, put our content inside. And now I think that, yeah, this is it. Remember that in the next steps of the video, we'll also optimize all the pages for mobile, and we'll also see how to add some subtle animations, like the one that you see here, for example, when we open the page like this. Also in the home page, you see we have some animations. We have some scroll effects, you see here. I will show you how to add all this and all these animations here. And of course, as I was mentioning before, we will optimize everything also for mobile. So be sure to follow along till the end of the tutorial. Now you've just created the great About Us page, and it's time to pass to the Contact Us page. Contact Us page is very important, is like the heart of your website. So it's very important to place the attention to this page and to create a great and functioning and well-working contact form that will be able for you to collect leads for you, for your business, or for your clients, of course. I will also show you how you can create the email notification that you receive when someone fills the form. I will show you how you can store all the form submissions safely so that you can return back to them, and you can also export them if you need, and yes, upload them, for example, into your newsletter software or whatever you want. And then I will also show you how you can create a thank you page on which the users will land on when they fill up the form. And I will show you how you can create a simple FAQ section and how to insert a map if you have a physical location to showcase to your clients. That's it. If you're ready, let's get started. And as always, if you want to help me, if you want to thank me for this video, if you're enjoying it right now, you can leave me a thumbs up, which is very important for me. It will help the video and the YouTube algorithm recognize that you are appreciating this video, and so it will maybe show it to more people. And then if you want, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel and comment down below and give me a feedback. See you now in the next steps. Yes. Now let's create the content of the contact page, and we will also create a contact form in this page. We will display then also a map and an FAQ section that we can use. We will also here be creating a thank you page, like the one that you see here, where we can display some social media links or some other call to actions, like the one that we see here to go and read the blog, for example. So let's go and see how to create this kind of page, and let's get started. So we are here in our contact page. As you see, we have the main template that is being applied automatically. We can go here on the plus icon and we can go and choose Flexbox container. Let's go with the first one, column direction, and let's apply a contact form. Okay, before inserting a contact form, actually, I wanted to insert a second container. Yes, that's what I wanted to do. And then I will insert inside this container a contact form. So I will digit form here. Okay. Okay, perfect. It is being drag it and drop it inside here. And I will make this form a little bit smaller. So I'll go and select the container that is containing that form. And I will place the width to pixels. And I will go and make it 720 pixels. Then I will go to the main container and I will also choose to align items to the center. Okay. Now that I have my main container here, my secondary container that contains the form, I select it, and I can also open here the structure. I can go and rename the first container as contact form wrapper, for example. Okay. form, contact form, and here there is the form. Okay, the contact form container, we will just change a little bit of styling here. We'll go and change the background. Okay, background type, we'll add a simple color here. We can use, for example, our light background. We'll go now into the advanced tab. We'll go and unlock, we keep linked values, but we change the unit here to rem, and we'll go and add 2 rem pixels padding. Okay, we'll also go to the style tab and we add a border radius. We'll make it 10 pixels. And then we can go to the advanced tab again, and we'll go and add a negative margin to the top. So here we unlink values. We go to the rem unit and we make -5. Oh, it's a little bit too much. -4. Oh, why it is not working? -4. Beautiful. Okay, let's publish now and have a quick preview. So this is our contact form page. It looks beautiful, you see, very straightforward. Someone can drop us a line very quickly here when they land on this page, and we can add a few more elements right now. So let's go back to our editing stuff here. Okay, and let's go and style our form. So we select the form and we start styling. As you can see, we can change the form name, so we can go and use a simple contact form definition, naming. We can go and have a name field if you want. This is going to be a text field. As you can see here, we can choose many different type of fields that we can collect from our users. And in this case, yes, I will leave text, and this is going to be the name field. We can choose if you want it to be required or not. And we can also choose the width of the column. I will make it 50%, you see, and I will make it not required. In my case, I'll go to the advanced tab and I check that the ID is correctly entered. Okay. The second field would be the email, and actually it is an email type field. Perfect. There is the label, the placeholder. It is a required field, and I can make it here 50%. As you see here, the layout adjusts automatically. We can go to the advanced tab and make sure that we have our ED in place. And let's go do the same here for the text field. This is going to be the text area, you see, that the user can use to drop us a message. And we can change the label or the placeholder if you want. Here, your message. And we can also go and change the ID if we want. And here we also have another setting, which is the number of rows. We can increase the number of rows of our message area if we want. Let's say 5. And we can also choose here if we want this to be required or not. Let's publish and have a preview again here. You see the form begins to be even more minimalistic and straightforward. And we can also go down here and choose to disable labels if you want, to make it even more beautiful and organized. We can change the input size. Let's make it large. Okay. And then we can go and change the number of fields. We can go and add more items. As you can see here, we have a lot of different kind of items that we can add to our forms. There are many of them. Most of all, we need, most of the times we need to insert an acceptance field, which is going to be a field that users need to check if they decide to, accept our privacy policy regulation, for example. So we can make it required. We can go to the label and we can, acceptance, and we can insert here a text. I have already created a text here in our resources. So if you subscribe here for free to my newsletter, you will get access to our Elementor Starter Kit 2025 that I prepared for you expressly, that I prepared for you precisely, and you can copy and paste this sentence that is made to add a link, an HTML link to your contact form. So you go here, you see, you will need just to substitute this string here with your actual privacy policy link, and you will have the acceptance sentence here. Of course, you need to change the sentence here, your own policy acceptance sentence. Okay, and then you can change here whatever you want. Read policy. Okay, here. Voila. And we have our contact form, which looks professional and very, very nice. You can style the The buttons, if you want, you can change the size. Let me go and use a large, and you can change also the text, send message. We can change the style here. If we want to change the text color or the typography, you can do it. For example, to the field typography, to the buttons typography. Let's go here. We can make it a little bit bigger. We can make it as title. Perfect. We publish, have a quick preview, and this is looking great. You see, very easy to fill and very easy to send a message. Now, what happens if we want to collect the data that is being filled here from our clients, from our users that are visiting this page? It is quite easy because out of the box, when you add a new form in Elementor, we have in the content section, okay, we have the actions after submit, and we already have the collect submissions if we are using an Elementor Pro license, different from the essential license, so the starting from the advanced one. And you have submission collection, which is awesome. You also have email notifications, so each time someone fills the form, you will receive an email notifications. When you collect submissions, you can also choose which kind of metadata you want to enable. In this case, we have user IP and user agent, which are extra metadata that we can collect when people are submitting their requests to this form. We can also receive an email here, you see, and we can change the sender. We can change the subject, let's say new lead. And of course, this subject will also be seen if you plan to reply to this. So new request, maybe new request from the website, or whatever you want, you can insert here. And you can go here and be sure to have the all fields selected. This is the shortcode that is going to be displaying all the fields of your form into your message. So this is very important if you want to collect also email notifications with all the form submissions. Hi, you received a new contact from, and then it's interesting because here you can also use the same shortcodes that you have in your form fields. So if you open the form fields, you will see that, for example, in the name, why it is not working, okay, in the name and in all the others, when you click on the advanced tab, you see that you have the shortcode. So you can place this shortcode also scrolling down into the action after, into the email, and you can place it here. So you see, you have received, hi, you have received a new contact from, a new message from, and then here the name of the client, of the lead will appear, and you can say you can use some basic HTML here. For example, we can use a paragraph. Hi, you've received blah blah blah. We also use another paragraph here, and we'll make here you find all the details, and then we close the P paragraph, and we have the all fields. Then we can also insert here cheers. Okay. And I will show you how this will work. We can change the sender name, the sender email here. Okay, no, this is the email that you're going to receive the notification on. And this is the email that is going to be applied as a sender. Let's use the same. I don't know if you can do it actually, but I will try to do it. Let's see if it works. Here we can change the name of the sender. You can change the reply to email. This doesn't work immediately, but it will work when we save and reload the page. And here we can also add some CC or BCC email contacts. And here we can also decide which metadata we are going to collect and display into the contact form notifications. In this case, I will get rid of the credits because they are just credits towards Elementor. And I do not want to collect any data. I will just leave all the rest of the data so you can see what happens. I will leave here on HTML. And this is good. For me, this is good. I can also go to the additional options and I can change the custom messages. I can change what message will appear to the person that will fill the form. For example, this one, I can change it like this. I can change also the error messages and so on. And I can also style them if I want. I can scroll down here and I have my messages here and I can style them differently. Let's say that I want them to be quite big. I can also change the color, success message. I can make maybe, I will leave it like this. Okay. Publish. Okay. So the last thing I can do now is to create a thank you page. So I can go back to my website here. I will open this into another tab, open link into a new tab. And I will go into my dashboard and I will create a new page. Okay, new page. This is going to be the thank you page. And this is going to be also a page which is going to be a child page of my contact page. You see here. So I go to parent, none, and I choose contact. So this is going to be a children page. Then I go and publish this page. I can also enable with Elementor, of course. Okay. And I will go and make sure that this page is going to be in the settings, is going to be layout Elementor canvas, so that I'm sure that I'm just seeing the content of the page, no header and no footer. Let's add some basic content here. Okay, we'll just use this kind of structure here. We'll make my advanced here. We'll use our padding classes, pad Excel. Okay, and then we will also choose to have a minimum height in the layout of 100 VH. Okay, so we have a beautiful full width page, full height page also, full height or height, I don't know, full height, yeah. And then here you can add 2 containers, the first one and duplicate, and the second one. Okay, so in the first one we can insert the content heading, the H1 heading. Thank you. Thank you, we received your message. Our team replies in a few minutes. You can write whatever you want down here. And then you can put some social media icons. Social media icons. Okay, they are already styled from the previous steps. And then you can put a button, for example, go to the blog. Read our blog. Okay, and now we link here to the blog page. Okay, here we can add an image. Okay, we put the image here. We use the same image, select, and then we can add a beautiful background gradient, style gradient. Let's add a color here. Let's add let's add a light gradient in this case. So we can go with the accent number 1 or with the number 2. Let's see how this works actually. Never tried it. Okay, this could work fine. Actually, we can also try the other one. Accent number 2. This is quite too blue. So we can go here and use the light. Okay, this looks good. Let's publish. Okay, let's go and have a preview of this page now. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Read our blog or go and visit our social media. Perfect. Make sure here in the social media icons to be to select the open in a new window. Okay, it is already selected. Perfect. You also, of course, here you have to insert all your links. You can add more than one icon. Here I have in my example Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Okay, let's make them a little bit bigger. Okay, just to be sure that they're going to be easy to select in each and every case. We'll do the same here for our button. We'll go and style it a little bit differently. We assign the typography of the S titles. Okay, this looks good and perfect. Okay, publish. Beautiful. Actually, we can also put the same, all these elements in the same row if you want. We can go here. We add a new container. We insert this into the container and also the button into the container. Okay. And now we make the container direction. Yeah, like this. Beautiful. So we just need to increase a little bit more the icons so that they look perfectly as the button. 44 pixels. Wow, this looks good. Publish. Beautiful. Let's go now back to our page here. We just published it. Okay, we just need to go and copy and paste the URL of this page. So we exit to WordPress, we go back here, we make sure to view this page and copy the URL. Okay, then we go back to our contact form and we go to the form. Of course, I selected my form. I go to the content. Okay, actions after submit, and I make sure here to use redirect. Okay, redirect. Let's redirect here. Let's publish now my page and let's go and test our form. Okay, let's go to the contact page. It looks beautiful. And let's go and fill our form. Pascal, my email. Okay, and then I go my message. Okay, let's here make sure to apply the checkbox and let's send message. As you can see, the thank you page works perfectly. And if we go back now to our dashboard and we go to the Elementor submissions, we see that we have our data right here. You see, it says that this comes from our contact form. The name of this, we can change it from the contact form settings, as you saw before. So when we are here, we see that we can go to the contact form. Okay, and we go to the settings here and we can change the name. And then you can also click on the submission and you will see the message, the acceptance, and all the other data that is linked to our form and to these specific submissions. This is great. And at the same time, also, we received the email. As you can see, I have my message. You see, I've received my email with the subject, new request. Then here I have all the data that I have entered into my notification. Hi, you have received a new message from Pascal. You see here that the content is being taken and generated dynamically. Here you find all the details. Then you have the name, email, and message and acceptance. And then you have cheers. And these are all the metadata that are collected, you see here. And this data are all the data that we just configured into our contact form. So you see here, for example, when I have my email here, I have the subject, I have the message here with all the custom elements that I decided to display here with the cheers at the end of the message. And then I have my from email, from name, reply to, and so on. And if you go here to the reply to, normally you should see the ability to choose the email of the form. And if it doesn't work, you should go and reload the page. Sometimes it works like this. Let me check if it works. We go here to the form. We will see if the actions after submit. No, sorry, here the email. Reply to. And then you can choose email field. So in this way, when someone hits reply, when you hit reply, for example, you can reply directly to the person that has filled the form, for example. This is quite interesting also. And these are all the metadata that we are collecting. You see date, time, page URL, user agent, remote IP, and all this, you will see it in the email down here. So this is just the basic, but also quite interesting settings that you can set up when you are setting up a form using Elementor Forms. It is already working perfectly. And now we just need to go on and fill all the rest of the content of the contact page. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a new section down here, Flexbox. We'll use, in this case, this kind of direction. We'll apply the same kind of spacing. So we go here and we space it a little bit with the pad XL class. And make sure also here to add at least a little bit of spacing here to the bottom of this page. So we go to the advanced tab here too. We go to the padding, we unlink values, we select rem, and we go to the bottom and select 5 rem. Okay. Perfect. Now we have to add a few containers, 2 containers specifically. The one, and we duplicate this one, and okay. We make sure that the first container is, as I was mentioning, into the layout direction horizontal row. Then we place here the FAQ section. That's going to be an H3, and we're going to write FAQ. We're going to use, in this case, an accordion, or actually, yes, we can use an accordion, or accordion is the one that fits our needs right now. And the accordion, we can question number 1. Okay, you see? And then you can fill all the different questions, number 2, and so on. And you can change the positioning here, you can change the icons, you can change the interactions, you see, the animation duration. Let's do a little bit quicker. And you can decide if the first should be already expanded when we load the page, and if we can expand multiples, or if we can just expand one at a time, one by one. And then here you can drag and drop the content. So for example, here we use this and we drag and drop inside some text. We can write here our reply to the question, for example, and we can do the same here for the second one. We can drag some content here, some text. Okay, we'll put it here, and so on. And so each question will have its answer. And of course, here you can also insert some links and any kind of data that you're supposed to insert inside here. You can also use any kind of widgets. So if you want to insert an image or a video, you can do so. For example, if you want to insert a video tutorial here into the second question, you can do it. And then you can style each and every content by selecting the main container, the main FAQ accordion. And then you go to the style tab and you decide the space between items. You see, you can space them if you want. Let's make it 25 pixels. Then you can also increase the distance from the content. In this case, I will leave it like this, 0. You can use a different background if you want. And let's do it. Let's add a different background color here. Let's make sure that this is going to be like this, for example, for our titles, or even a little bit more stronger. Let's do this one. Oh, sorry. What happened? Okay, this is great. Then we can also change the border radius. Let's make it 10 pixels. We can also do the same also. Oh yeah, we can increase the padding. We can go to the sides here of the icon, to the spacing, you see. Color, let's leave it like this. I just wanted to go and check the typography here, maybe make it a little bit more. Yeah, yes, it's a bit too much, but we can go with the text big, why not? Okay, this is good. Then we can also change the styling of the content. So we go here and we change the border type, the border radius. Let's make it 10 here too. And actually we can also make that let's go to the top 0. Let's go also here to the right 0. Okay. Let's do the same here for the headings. So for the header, we go and for the accordion, we go and change the background, the border radius. We go to the bottom, we put it 0, and to the left, we put it 0. You see, this is quite nice. So the design here will match like this, and we will have this sensation that we have a beautiful like this. The only problem is that we have, that we have them like this when we open, but it's quite nice anyway. I like the effect. So we'll leave this one open here. And then we will change just the content padding. We'll just increase a little bit more the padding. To 2 rem maybe. Let's go here and select rem, go to 2. This looks good. Same here. Okay, beautiful. So we have a beautiful FAQ section, you see. And let's go to the content again here. Let's see if we can change a few things more. Interaction. Okay, this is quite interesting. I wanted to tell you this because for Google SEO, this is interesting because we are assigning the FAQ schema. So if you're answering some questions that are really frequently asked for your clients, for people that are searching for services like yours, you have the chance to get displayed on Google. Also with a feature-rich snippet, for example, which a rich snippet. So we go back here now, and I just wanted to make sure that I am using the full width. And I'll do the same here for all my other widgets because it works better. Okay, it's more tidy up. Okay. Perfect. So this is my FAQ section. Let's publish, and we will add now here on the right a simple map. We will add an heading, come and visit us. We'll use a map which is called map, the widget, Google Maps. We'll drag and drop it here. We can change the zoom if you want. We can change the address, of course. We can change the height, and this style we can go and do a quick changing here. I'll just add a little border here, about 10 pixels, and then I publish. And the last thing I want to do here is to add a different background to this section. So I select the section, I go here to the classic style background, and I go and use the light background. Okay, here you see that in my FAQ section, I need to add a background to the content. So I go to the style and I go to the content, and I will add a special background. just in this case a simple white background. Publish and go and visit this page. This is our beautiful contact form page. We have our FAQ section down here. Okay, we have our map here, and basically we have all that we need to create and manage a beautiful contact page. Last thing we need to do, we can do if we want, is to add an icon list. This icon list here. And we can change the styling here. We can make it a little bit bigger. We go to the typography and we use the big text. We also go to the content. No, sorry, to the style, to the list style. We increase the space between the items to 20 pixels. We can also add some dividers if you want or not. We can align to the center, and we can change the icon styling and so on. But here, most of all, you can insert your, for example, phone, your email, and so on. Let's say that we have the phone, okay, or the smart. How do you call it actually? Oh, smartphone, right? Mobile, for maybe mobile. Yeah, mobile, okay. We can insert this. We can use, yeah, of course here we can paste our telephone number. For example, we can go like this, and this, oh, not tell, but telephone. Then we can make sure that this is going to be open to a new window, or maybe not in this case because it will work fine. Let's go and test it out. Publish. Let's have a quick page preview. Okay, now when I click here, I should see, yes, this message, which means that it's trying to open up an app to phone, to actually ring this this phone number. And if we want, we can also just write down here the phone number directly, and whatever you want. And if someone clicks here, it will be asked if he wants or she wants to make the call directly, because we are using this tell column. And we can do the same for email. So we go here and use the envelope icon, which is this one, okay. We can use the email and we go right in mail, and we use our email, for example, info our email.com, for example. Okay, perfect. We can also write the email right here if you want, and so on. So we can basically put on our data right here, or we can just go here and make them visible only if someone clicks on them, of course, as you wish, as you prefer. And then you can add, for example, the real address. Okay. And then you can paste here the link to Google Maps, for example. Okay. Now that we have our section like this, we can also style it if you want. As always, you can change the icon colors, you can change the icon dimensions. When you go here, you can change everything. Let's make it yellow, maybe. Let's also increase the size. Now let's make it maybe dark. It's better like this. We can also change the position. You see here, and we can center them like this. We can adjust the vertical position. We can go and change also the text. We can change the typography, the color. We can make it, for example, also dark here. The typography should also work fine like this. Why not? And we can also increase the distance, the gap between the text and the icons. Okay. And on hover, we can also change the color. You see, like this, it works fine. List, it works fine. Okay. Okay. Publish. We have our beautiful Contact Us page. And of course, you can place these icons differently if you want. Let me show you the last thing about the contact page. We can copy this section here and we can paste it right inside here. Okay, then we can go and apply the inline setting here into the layout option. We can also go to the style and we can place it center, and we can, okay, move this element here above the contact form. Phone, email, map, or just go here. Perfect. Nice, right? Okay, and then when someone fills up the form here, it will be redirected to our thank you page with all the data about social media and other call to actions. Okay, that's it. The blog. The blog is still nowadays, even with the advent of AI, with all this technology revolution that we are living right now, it is still a great mean to drive traffic to your website. So let's see how you can create a great blog archive, and a single post template. I'm going to guide you step by step, so stick in the video and stick in the thumbs up button. It is also quite nice when you press the thumbs up, click. There is a subtle animation on YouTube that gratificates your endorphins. Thanks in advance. Let's create now a blog section like the one that you see right now here. And we will create a blog archive like this one, with a header, with some blog posts, of course, with a call to action, which is the same that we have on all the other pages. And then we will create a single post template, which is this one. You see, we will have a post with title and some metadata about the post, a post excerpt like this one, and then the post content, some images. You can add inside the post content whatever you want, of course. And we have an outer box. We'll have the comments if you want, and then the call to action. This is a pretty simple structure for a blog, but it will work fine if you're just starting out and if you want to start with the right basics, of course. So this is what we're going to do, and the most important thing here is that I'm going to make you use Gutenberg to create all the content. So as you can see here, the text, the images and so on, you will be adding this using Gutenberg, while all the rest, so the template part, is going to be also all with Elementor, of course. Let me show you what I mean by this. We will start by creating a few articles so that we have them in place. So we go here into our website, we go to new, we go to post in this case, and we'll create a few articles. So the first one, it should be, for example, my great first post. Okay, then you can go here and you can add some content. Let me go and copy and paste just a few lorem ipsum from the other. Yes, okay, perfect. And you can then down here go and add some images. As you can see here, Gutenberg is pretty much created also for blogging, so you can find whatever you want to create sections and call to actions even inside your articles. I would suggest to stay the more minimalistic possible inside your articles, but you can go and experiment with all the stuff that you see here. Let me check here, for example, this one. Then we can go and add an image, for example. This is going to be an image. Oh yes, of course, we can also go here into the media tab. We can go to Openverse and we can search for images, for example, sunset. And we can have a beautiful sunset here. Let's use this one. Then we will use this one. Then we will use this one. Then we will use this one. And so you have a bunch of pictures here just to create a test post. We will save the post, we will publish. We just need to go here and verify a few things. We can set a featured image for our post. Let's say that it is this one. We can go and also add an excerpt. This is going to be the post excerpt. Okay. And okay, make it like this. And let's save. So now you can also create categories. You can tag your posts if you want. In this case, I will just leave it like this because, this is just a basic blog. Okay, so you see here now we have a basic article like this, and it is not looking very, very nice. So this is a bit of a problem from a design point of view. And when we click on the blog page, we see that our articles will start populating automatically here. And also here we need to take control of the design of this page. If you do not see your articles in your blog page, make sure to go into your dashboard, to go to settings, reading, and make sure here to go to the static page and select post page blog. This is very important. So let's save changes. We go back to the blog now. We do not have our archive template, so we just have a standard template, which is pretty ugly, like the one that you see here. And when you click on the single post, you will see the content right here. So this is our first article. It is kind of limited from a design point of view. And now by creating two templates, we're going to take control of the blog archive and of the single post look and feel graphic template. Okay, let's go and start with the blog archive. So we go here to the blog archive and we go and select Elementor, we open the theme builder, and we go to the search results. Oh, see here that I have my single page template, which is not called correctly. Rename, please, single page. Okay. Then we go here into our archive. So we click on archive, we click on the plus icon, and we're going to apply this archive to our blog page. So we click on the X here, and we can also have a similar title like the one that we also add for pages. So let me go and check for our pages. What do we have here? For example, in my contact page, in my about page, I have a standard layout, and I can copy and paste the same. If I go here into the single page template, I can go and copy the container, which is this one. Okay. And I will paste it here. Paste. Okay. In this case, this is going to be a custom container. So I will use here not the post title, but just a heading. Okay. And I will place this heading to the center, and I will call it our awesome blog. Okay, our awesome blog. Of course, it's going to be an H1. We can also keep all the rest like this. The excerpt, we can also get rid of this and add another one just as a simple heading. And we're going to apply a P, okay. Okay, let's style it center, typography, big text. Okay, and if you want to make it a little bit different from the other pages, we can also add a background video. Let's go back to the background type. We go to the classic. We can add, a video. Okay, we can use the same video that we have in our home page here as a background. So we just go here and make sure to select the same URL. Okay, the first container, style, background, and here it is, our URL. Okay, perfect. We'll just change the positioning here. Let me go 30 seconds and 40 seconds. And then we have our beautiful video like this. Okay, we will just need here to change the overlay. So we scroll down, we go to the background overlay. We will use a similar one that we have in our other parts of the website. We'll use the light background and the light background gradient. Okay, and then we increase the opacity, okay, to make sure that it is more readable. Okay, beautiful. Publish. We will add a condition now, and we will make sure that it is selected on the posts archive. This is very important. Save and close. The last thing we need to do now is to add the actual posts, of course. So we click here, we add a Flexbox. We'll click here on the column direction, and we can also we can click on the plus icon, and we can use the archive posts. Okay, we choose here to use cards, and I will also change into the style the border, because I want it to be as the border that I'm using globally. So my border radius will be 10 pixels. Okay, I go back to the content here, and I get rid of the content that I do not want to show. For example, I want the image to be different, and I'll make it 58. Okay, then I go and change my yes, here metadata, I do not want to show it. I go here and change the read more button. For example, I can get rid of this, and I can go and align buttons to the bottom of the card. I can change the badge. I do not want to show the category badge. I want to do not show the avatar, for example. I can change the pagination. If I have many posts, I will set here the limit of pages and how they're going to display into the front end here. And I can go to the advanced tab, and I can choose a message specific for when there are no posts. Okay, now I go to the style tab, and I style a little bit more. So I go to the card, and I make sure that everything is as I want. For example, the border, horizontal padding, vertical, box shadow, okay, over effect, gradient, you see here, perfect. Then we have the image content pagination. Let's go to the content and let's change the title color, make it title base. We'll change the typography to the title S, okay. And we change also the color of the excerpt. We use the text base. We'll also change the typography here to be text base. We can change also the button here, the read more button. We'll use the, yeah, this is good as color, but we just change the typography to match the buttons and navigation typography. Okay, this is great. Perfect, so we have our blog cards. They look great. And if I publish and go and visit my page right now, I will see my blog page like this. Okay, this is great. I can add some more spacing here. So I'll go back into my container, layout, okay, advanced, and I will use my class as always, pad XL. Okay, beautiful. Publish. Okay, let me go and check it out here. Now it looks very nice, very nice. Okay, I do not like the contrast here, so I will just change the background that I have here, the background overlay. Let's make it with different colors. So I will use my accent colors that I already have in the rest of the website. So I will use them like this, and I will change this to be white. Style, typography, yes, it's okay, but color is going to be different. Yes, and this one too is going to be a different color, and this one too is going to be a different color. Okay, border is light. Publish, reload the page. Now I like it. Okay. Perfect. Now we have our articles. When we're going to start to publish more articles, they're going to be displayed over there. So this is another super post. Here you can go. We can just go, for example, and fill with some dummy lorem ipsum. New post. We can also add an image, for example, and so on. Media library, we use this one, select. We also can go to the post here, set a featured image, and we will set also an excerpt. Okay, we go and publish. And now when we visit the post, we'll see that of course, the layout and the template is going to be, as always, like this, not yet styled. But in the blog post page, in the blog archive, we will see all our posts being populated like this. So they work fine, it looks gorgeous, and it is exactly what I wanted. So now I can go on by creating a single post template. To do so, I will need to open again the theme builder. Let's get rid of all the other pages. Okay, as always, I like also to rename the archive pages and so on, so that they are kind of more speaking names. Blog archive, for example. And then we create now a new archive, which is going to be a new template, which is going to be the single post one. We select single post, we go to the add new. Okay, tuck. And we go here and start creating our template. Okay, let's go and add a few elements. The first part would be the title. So we go here like this, and we make sure to add inside here, of course, some spacing as always. So we go to the advanced tab, pad XL. Then we go here and add a few elements. The first one will be the post title, and we're going to assign the H1, and we're going to make it center. Okay. We can go here and we can display some metadata. So post info. Okay, we'll make sure to have just the one that we need. In this case, I do not want to display time and comments, just the author and the date of publication. And I make sure that the style is centered. And let's go to the content again, author. I can also display the avatar here if I want, and I can also increase the size of the avatar, let's say 30 pixels, okay? We can also get rid of the link, we do not need it. Also here, we do not need the link. And we can also change the date format, the icon, but I will leave it like this right now. I can go to the style tab now, and I can increase the space between the elements, let's say 10 pixels. And, oh yes, maybe 20, it's a little bit more better. And then I can also add a divider, but I do not need it right now. I can change the icon size and I will make it like this, 30 pixels. Okay, I can change the icon color. I will make it accent number 2, or maybe I can also just use a light color, like yeah, I do not have a light color. I will just borrow it from the borders, this one, and I will use it the same color also for the text here. So I'll use it here. Okay, this is a little bit too light actually, so let's go and see if we can apply a different one. Okay, it's quite light. Okay, don't worry, because we're going to change also the background, so let's leave it like this now, and we will change it later. And yeah, okay, we can add a background color now. So go to style, we can add a background. Actually we can also go here and choose this kind of color here. Okay, let's see when we apply a transparent one like this. Oh, this is great. Maybe we can change the starting color. Okay, it should be a little bit more. This is good. Why not? But why not using directly the blue color that we're using? Yeah, the blue color. Okay, I can go here and open up like this, blue color. Okay, so that I can use the white here. And I can go here and change the color of my icon and text, and I can put it also here to white. Perfect. Now it looks good. Icon, the same thing. Let me check the white color here. Okay, perfect. Now we can go and add the excerpt. So we go here, excerpt. We can style it as we want. We can go and put the excerpt to the center. And we can also change the color, or we can also style it differently by using another container or by placing a background here. So we go to the advanced tab and we use a background. Or actually, yes, it is better to use another container. So we go here to the plus icon, container. Of course, it depends on the importance of the excerpt in your kind of blogs. But if you want to style it a little bit differently, you can use this like this. We will use boxed and we will place, no, sorry, we'll use full width and we will place it in pixels like this. Yeah, let's say 720. And we will place it also centered. So we go back to our first container, layout, and make sure to align items to the center. Okay, now we have our container here and we can also apply some styling. So we go to the border background type and we use a light background, a global light, this one. Or even something lighter, so for example, lighter, yeah, like this, why not? Or let me try this one. This is good. We can also add advanced padding. We go here to RAM and we use a 2 RAM padding. It's a little bit too much, 1.5, 1.5, okay. Oh, actually 1 is working okay. We go here and change the typography, so we have a color which is going to be this one, but we'll change it to a big text. Okay, so that if you have a long excerpt, you can display it like this. We can also align it to the left actually, and we can have yeah, longer excerpts. Of course, it will work better. So okay, here we're going to leave it like this for now, or why not leave it centered? It depends on the length of your excerpts, of course. Now we are okay. We just need to go and add the actual content of our article. So we click on the plus icon here, Flexbox container, column direction here. We will insert all our content. This is going to be the post content. Okay, this is very important. If you do not add the post content, it won't work fine. Now we select again the main container and we make sure to select here 720. Okay, I like it like this, perfect. And let's publish. Let's add a condition now and let's add all posts. So we go in posts, perfect. All, okay, save and close. When we go ahead and have a preview now of our website, when we go into the blog page, if we select a post, we will see that this is a template that is being applied. So we have my title, my author metadata, and the publishing date. We have our excerpt here, and we have our post. Write this. Wow, it's working very well. And then if we want, you can also add a comment section and the author box and many other sections that you want. You just need to go back to your template and adjust them as you wish. Here I will just change the background because I think that it is not going to be okay, like this is better. And I will also change the border radius to 10 pixels so that I am just respecting the design that I'm using throughout the website. When I'm here down, I will add a few elements. So I will click on the plus icon. Okay. Make sure here to select 720 pixels also because I'm using a narrow design, and I will use the author box. Okay. The author box, which is already, yes, pulling data from my author profile, So this is going to be, it's going to depend on the author of the post. So for example, if this post is written by me as author, so if I go here and I select myself as an author, I will see all the data that are provided in WordPress when I go here into my profile. You see here, so all the data that are provided in my profile, including also my bio here, they will be displayed there. So yeah, there it is. We can also style it a little bit, so we can go here, we can change the background, we can change the padding, and let's make 1, and let's add a border radius also. Let me see if I can add it here. Border radius 10. Oh, okay, this is what is the border radius of my profile picture. And if I go to the advanced tab, I can change the border radius of the whole section. Okay, and I can also apply a background color. I will apply the same that I have applied before, the light background. And I can also not duplicate, but I can also add the comments area here. Oh, why it is not? Okay, perfect. And that's it. If I want to style it a little bit differently here, I just need to ask AI, for example, or I just need to go and apply my custom CSS. For example, here I see that all the titles are a bit too big. You see, leave a reply is a little bit too big in my opinion. So we can go to the advanced tab into the CSS, custom CSS, and we ask AI to modify it. Please make all the H2 and H3 titles inside this widget 24 pixels size. Okay, let's see if it works. Yeah, you see now leave a reply, it's a little bit smaller and it works fine. Okay, perfect. So we can leave it like this. We have the comment section right here. We can separate it using the divider. Let's add a divider right here. Let's use it with center elements, and yeah, you can comment down below. You can write whatever you want there. You can also add an icon if you prefer, and yes, we can add a comment icon, for example, like this. Then you can change colors, dimensioning, gap, and so on. The icon, okay, the divider color, we can also choose a lighter one, like this one. We can increase the dimensioning of our, the dimensions of our icon. Okay, let me play with 50 pixels. And we can also go and, yeah, we can leave it like this. We can change the color to blue. And yeah, this is it. Perfect. Publish. Okay, we can increase a little bit more the spacing if you want. So we can select this second container and use our padding as always. Let me check if I add a background here to this section, if it will work fine or not. We go to the style settings here. I'm not sure. No, I think I will leave it like this, white. Okay. So this is our post template, single post template. We have our author box and we have our comment section. It looks beautiful, you see. And when someone comments, here is my first comment, we'll see it like this. Okay, that's awesome, great. Now we're just going to add some simple scroll animations and some simple entrance animations. I'm going to show you how they work so that you can apply them as you wish throughout the whole website. Now let's go and add a few animations to our website, like for example this entrance animations like this, or like scrolling animations that you see here. And let's see how to do so. It is pretty easy, and it gives a little touch of interactivity to our website. So let's go and start by our homepage. The first thing we need to do here is to create an entrance animation that will make our image slide in from the right, like the one we see here. So we open Elementor and we start doing the magic, operating the magic. As you can see here, you can rename all your sections if you want to. Yes, most of all, if you have great pages with long content, our services. And you can also use AI to generate titles. It is pretty interesting. So you see services, about us, testimonials. So you can just kind of find yourself when you navigate into your content using containers. And okay, here we are into our hero section, and we're going to select our image. Okay, you can either select the whole container or just the image. In my case, I think I will select the whole container, because in the case I will add some more content inside the container, I want the whole elements to have the same animation. So I will select the container, and I go to the advanced tab, and I go just scrolling down to the motion effects, and I'll choose my entrance animation. So I go here, I place the entrance animation in from the right, and I can also change the speed here. It can be slow, normal, or fast, and I can also choose a delay. I will use it fast. Let me check here. No, I will make it normal, and I will change the animation. I will also apply an animation to the other container. So this is the hero image container. I go to the hero headline container now, this one, and I apply another animation. In this case, I can choose to apply an animation from left to right, for example, or I can also apply a fade-in animation, a simple fade-in animation. In this case, I will make it a little bit slower, like this. Let's see how it works. Okay, like this, it is not showing, but if I go and have a preview, I will see my page like this. It's pretty subtle, and it works fine. I like it. Let me just check yes, beautiful. It is very simple, but it works, and it creates an effect of interaction on my website, and it kind of grabs the attention. So this is great. Now I can go on by adding some more animations. For example, I can use, in this case, I can use scrolling effects if I want. So the difference is that when I apply scrolling effects, when I scroll in the page, the effects they're just going to be tied to the scrolling. So for example, here in my home page, when I scroll back and down, the effect is going to repeat. You see, it is not going to be tied to the page load, like in this case, the entrance animations. So in this case, we see how this kind of effects work. We go and select the image, for example, and we go to the advanced tab, we go to the motion effects, and in this case we're going to use the rotation effects. So scrolling effects, we're going to apply rotate, and if you see here right now, immediately automatically is going to be applied like this. So when I publish and go and have a preview of my page, I see that the image is going to follow my mouse, you see, the scrolling, and it's going to be rotating like this. Pretty interesting, you see? Okay, it is working fine. And then we can also apply a scrolling animation to our boxes here, if you want, like the one that you see here in this example. And this is also applied with the same principles. So you go down here, you select the main grid, for example, here the grid that contains the services, and then you go to Advanced Motion Effects, and you can then apply your effects. If you want, you can also animate them using AI. This is pretty interesting because AI will generate for you a combination of the settings that you see here without having you to go and tweak around within each and every settings. Let me go and edit with AI. For example, create a parallax effect on scroll, fade in with a slide scaling up, move and tilt opposite to mouse position, slide in from the left on load. Not on load, in general I just want on scroll. Slide in from right on scroll, generate animation, and you see here is going to apply the settings for you. This is quite interesting. This is an interesting way to, let me see if it works fine. Use animation. Okay. Now let's go and publish and have a quick preview of the settings that we have. Okay, I kind of see that it is kind of challenging. Okay, I think that it is not working. As you can see here. Oh yes, actually it is working, but is yeah, it works fine. Wow, beautiful. We just need to tweak around a little bit. You see that it is from left to right in this case. I like it too. Why not? Why not? Even if here it was from right to left. From left to right is also nice. I just need to the animation to stop when we reach the center of the page. So I go and open here the settings and I try to see what happens. You see, when I'm here, I would like the animation to stop. So I will just go to the top and make it to 0 or to 50% here. Okay. And as you can see here, I can even decrease a little bit more and I can increase the speed of the animation. Let me make it to 7. Okay. Let me go here and do a quick test. We'll just need to publish and go and visit now the page to see if the animation now works as we want. As you can see here, it works fine because we are seeing that the elements they're going to stop at their right position, which is at the center of the page. And yeah, so it is working fine. I like it. Very simple, effective, and is exactly what we wanted. So you can combine together this kind of animations on scroll and on entrance, and then you can obtain a really, really nice effect on your website. So go and apply them as you want. You saw you can proceed. Of course, you can combine also animation applied to single elements. I would suggest you in general to use a few animations, most of them in your key pages, for example, and not to overwhelm all your website with animations in general. So for example, here I like to keep them on my hero section and for example here on my services, but then I'm not forced to use them everywhere. You see, I can also just keep it simple in the other section of my page. Just make it as you want. Maybe we can add some animation here to our contact, to our CTA. This is always a good practice because we can increase the attention grabbing here in our footer. Why not? So let's do it. I will show you this and then we will animate the other pages and we will pass to the other section, to the last section of the tutorial. So here, for example, I can animate each single element. I can go to the Contact Us button here and I can go to the Advanced tab. I will make an entrance animation here to the motion effects and I will make it fade in up like this. This one, I will make it fade, just a simple fade, but I will make it slow and I will also give it a delay. So let's make it fade in with a slow and with a small delay of 300 milliseconds. Okay. And then the first one, I will make it fade in from the top. So let's go here, motion effects, fade in from the top. And let's change the animation duration. Let's go fast. Let's publish and have a quick preview of the animation here. So when we scroll down, when we arrive to the footer section, we will see all the elements populate like this. This is pretty nifty and I like it. I really, really like it. Oh, really, really like it. Beautiful. Let's see how it works. You see, it is simple and effective. Okay, now we just need to go into the other pages and I'll show you how you can slightly optimize them with a subtle animations. We can go to the About page like we have here, and we can add an animation that will make the image appear like this, which is pretty nice. Of course, it will depend on the kind of images that you're using. This is just a hint that I give you, some tips, and then you can apply them as you wish, of course. Motion effects, entrance animation, fade in from the up. Of course, here you have many other kind of animations, but most of all, I love this kind of simple animations that are fading in from the left, from the down, from up, and simple fade in. Okay, let's publish now. Let's have a quick preview. Beautiful. When we click here, we're going to the second section, third section, and then we are our last section, and voila, beautiful. You see, so you apply the animations only on the elements and on the parts of the pages that you want to grab the attention on. In this case, in call to actions and in hero sections, it is a very, very, very good way to apply them. Into our blog, we're going to apply a single subtle animation like this one. That will be the same one that we have actually into our about page. Instead of having the image appearing like this, we'll make the blog post appearing like this. Let's edit the blog archive. In this case, it is a template, as you see. So we're going to apply the animation to the actual archive posts. Okay, we go and to the advanced tab, of course. Scroll down to the motion effects. We're going to add a fading up. Perfect. Publish. We can also here rename containers using AI. Blog section, featured posts, beautiful. Okay. Okay. Then we can go to the contact page. We can do the same here. So we kind of have the same principles applied to all the pages. We go and edit this contact page, and we will add the animation to our contact form. So we select the contact form, advanced tab, and we make it slide in from the bottom. Okay, beautiful. Publish, have a quick preview, contacts. Wow, great. Then we have, basically we have all we need now in terms of animations. We have this, we have our blog posts, we have our contact page, and it works fine. And then into our footer, we have a subtle animation like this. Beautiful. Okay. Really, really like it. Maybe we can also increase the speed. You can also go and tweak around stuff and achieve the result that you want, of course. But this is just already a good starting point to animate your website, both on scroll and on entrance animations. Now, this part of the video is very, very, very important. I'm going to show you how to optimize the responsive view of your website. So we're going to optimize it for tablet and for mobile, and it's going to look beautifully in all devices, your website. So just make sure to follow step by step because it's very, very important. And basically, I'm going to take all the pages and templates that we have just created together, and we're going to optimize them step by step for tablet and mobile. So check it out, be connected. Let's stay connected. Let's comment. Let's give me a thumbs up. Are you enjoying this tutorial right now? Tell me. I'm very curious to know. And yeah, comment. And now, of course, I'm very curious to know which kind of websites you are creating following this tutorial. Sorry if I repeat myself, but I need to do so. It's a very long tutorial, so I don't know where you are at, where you're watching it from, and so on. My name is Pascal, and I'm telling you, enjoy the video. Enjoy the moment. Yes. Now we need to optimize our website from mobile point of view and tablet, and this is very important. So let's start with the header and the footer, and then we will also add some optimization to our homepage and to all the other pages. So let's enable the editing of the header. Okay. We'll go into our header here and we make sure to select the header. Okay. And then we go and optimize it for all the other devices. And in the site settings, just make sure to have the devices that you want to optimize for in the layout tab. When you scroll down here to the layout tab, you see the breakpoints, and you can add as many breakpoints as you want until up to 10, or not 10, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 breakpoints. Okay, this is just quite a good number of breakpoints. I normally use 4 of them. I use the desktop one, the laptop, the tablet vertical, and the mobile portrait. Okay, so if you do not want to change anything here, of course, you can also change here the pixels of each breakpoint. We can just get started. So we will start by optimizing our header, as I was mentioning. So we will just see how it looks like in the laptop. It looks good. In the tablet portrait, this is the moment in which the menu is going to be opened up like this with a toggle, you see. And this is not optimized, so let's go and select it. We go to the style tab now, and we're going to optimize it. To the content tab. And the first thing we need to do here is to make it full width. So we have the mobile drop down, and we make it full width. Once you do like this, you see that the menu is going to open a different way, like this. It is better, and it will look like it will look better on tablet and on mobile, like this, and it will be more usable in general. You can choose here if you want to force this to be still a normal menu also on mobile and also on tablet. You see here, and just make it hamburger menu when we are on mobile. But in this case, I think that yeah, it is better to transform it into a hamburger menu even on tablet portrait. Okay, we leave it like this. Then here you can choose where to align your toggle. I suggest you to align it yeah, near the button, so here to the right side of the page, so that we have it right here. Perfect. And then we can also style a little bit differently the content inside the drop down. For example, I like to place all the elements here to the center. To do so, you just go to the layout, you just go to the, oh yes, aside. This was a strange way to say it. Okay, not aside, but center, text align. Yeah, there are so many options, so many settings that sometimes I also get lost inside them. So here we can also go to the style tab now and change the way that the elements will display. For example, we have the typography here of the main menu. We can change the text color, and this is already the same that we are applied to our desktop, so we will leave it like this. We can also add a divider, but in this case, no, because this is also going to be applied to the desktop menu. What we can do here is to go and select the drop down here. The drop down, we can change the text color. Let's make it again title base. We can also change the background color, but in this case, I will leave it like this. We can change the typography and we can make it buttons navigation, or we can even make it a little bit bigger. Let's say as titles. Since we are on mobile, it is also always appreciated to have bigger words, bigger links. And we can also change the background color on hover and on active. So the text color will change to white. Okay. And we can also change the background color actually, and we can use the one that we have around our website like this. Okay, we can also do the same for active elements. We use the text light, and the background color we use the blue. Okay, perfect. And another thing we can do now is also to, yeah, if you want, we can also have a border to this menu. We can also add a border radius. Why not? Let's try 10 pixels. Actually, you see all the border or the menu will have a kind of a background like this with a border radius. We can also add a border color if we want a background color, sorry, to the whole menu. Let's say, let's see here if we can do it to the drop down. Actually, I wanted to apply a background color here. Let's say, yes, it is working fine. Wow, this looks good actually. I like it. Okay, so that we can, yeah, separate it better from the rest of the page content. We can then scroll down. We can change the horizontal padding, the vertical padding, and so on. So this is quite good stuff if you want to optimize the whole look and feel of the menu. In this case, I will leave the horizontal padding like this, but the vertical one, we can increase it a little bit. Let's make 20 pixels, for example. Okay, this looks good. We can go and increase the distance from the menu. This is quite important, so let's make it like this. That's perfect for me. And now let's make a quick test. Okay, works fine. Perfect. We can change also the border type if you want to have a solid border, but in my case, I will leave it like this. We can change now the styling of the toggle button. The color should be the titles base. Background color, I will put it to transparent. I do not need it. Okay, let me check here that everything is working fine. I will just increase a little bit more the size. I will place it to 30 pixels. And the rest, I'm okay for the rest. Yeah, I'm okay like this. Okay, this is working fine. So we have optimized our menu for mobile. When we go back to laptop, it is like this. Perfect. And now for tablet it is optimized, but for mobile we should change a little bit something. So you see here it is working fine, but we have this button here which can be a little bit annoying. So if we want to keep it like this, we can at least change the styling, for example, and we can place it like this. We can stretch it so that it's going to occupy all the space. And to be sure that it's going to be 100%, we can also go to the advanced tab and make it grow. Okay, so that we know that it's going to occupy all the space that it has. but it's I think it is a little bit too big. Yeah, if you want, you can keep it, of course. This is just one of the way that you can do if you want to keep that kind of button. And you can also adjust a little bit here the distance from the drop down. So for example, we can go back to our drop down, and we can decrease, in this case, the distance. As you can see, okay, we can make it even more like this. Okay, so that is going to be better. Okay, we have our call to action here, we have our menu here, which is working fine, and it is pretty optimized for all the different devices. You see, if you want to get rid of this button when you are on mobile, you can select the button, you can go to the advanced tab, you scroll down, you go to responsive, and from here you can decide to hide this on mobile portrait. Okay, when you enable this, you see that it's going to be grayed out. When you publish and have a quick preview, here you see a preview of your menu, how it will look like on mobile. Great. When we are on tablet, the button will still be there. We have the menu like this. Okay. And when we are on mobile phone, it's gonna look like this. It is pretty well optimized. And as you can see here, when you need to change some settings for each element, you just go into the element, you go to the style, you just make sure that the styling that you want to change, they are being applied correctly to the view that you want to apply them. For example, in this case, mobile portrait, and then you can change them. So for example, if you want to align the logo differently, or maybe give it a little bit of a different dimensioning, you can do it. You see, it is quite easy. In this case, I just leave it like this. And I'm sure that this element will have this value here on mobile in this case. And so on. You can apply whatever you want right here. Let's publish. Let's go now back to our website. Let's have a quick preview on mobile. So I go with the right click of the mouse and I click on inspect. And I enable here the mobile view. Let's say iPhone 12 or iPhone 14, for example. And it looks perfect, you see. We have our menu here, beautiful. When we are on tablet, we can go on iPad Pro. We have our menu like this, beautiful, looks fine, and it works perfect. This is actually a very nice website, you see. We have created a beautiful layout with some cool interactions, and this is a quick preview of how it will look like on different devices. Wow. And now we will optimize our footer, this one. And we will go back to our homepage to optimize it even better for our mobile view. So let's go back to our website and let's optimize the footer. Okay, we open the footer. We make sure that it will look perfect on each and every device. So we start from the laptop and we go down and see how it looks like. We have our call to action, which is good. We have our elements here, which are pretty good. We can go to the tablet portrait, and here we can start optimizing things. For example, we can increase the dimensioning of this section here, and we can make it 100% full width when we are on tablet. We go to the advanced tab. So that's weird because I do not have here my full width. I think that this is a kind of a glitch of Elementor, but don't worry, we can go here and we can place it full width by using percentage, and we will go with 100%. Okay. Now what we'll do is that we will change the direction of this element, of this container, and we will place it vertical. As you can see here, this is going to be applied only on tablet. So on tablet, we want to be vertical. So this element here is, you see, it's been centered like this. Ooh, it's a little bit too, it's taking up a little bit too space, so we can either relieve it 50% like this, or if you want to leave it 100%, we can maybe decrease the overall dimension of the container. So we go to the container, we leave unboxed, and then we decrease the value here to 500 pixel. Looks good. Okay, then we can also improve a little bit more the spacing between the different sections. To do so, we still need to select our main container. In the layout, we scroll down and we increase the gap between rows. So we unlink values, we leave 20, and row we need 40, for example, or even something more. Let's do 50. Okay, as you can see here, it's way more organized right now. Okay, looks fine. We have our sentence here. We can do the same if you want to make it look the same. We go to 500 pixels boxed dimensioning. Okay, and let's go and see on the mobile portrait right now, and it is looking perfect right now. Okay, perfect. If you want, what you can do is also to align to the center of all the elements when you are on mobile, but this is not let's do it. We are on mobile right now. We can click on all the single elements and we can align them to the center. We can also align to the center the whole elements of the container. If you want, you can go here and align items to the center, but since they are all text, you see they are not going to be aligned correctly. So let's keep it like this anyway. Let's go here, each one by one. We're going to align all the elements to the center. Oh, here, why do not have the align? Okay, the alignment is here. I go to the links here, style, I align it, center, I go here and I align to the center and so on. So here you see basically we are aligning to the center only for mobile, and it looks good. It looks good. Yeah. This can be a good solution too. We can publish now and have a quick preview. As always, I will just inspect here my page. We are from mobile now. You see, it looks great. We just need maybe to adjust a little bit more our call to action because it's a little bit weird. But for the rest, it looks gorgeous to me. Okay. Maybe this is taking up too much space, so we can make sure that here we have a maximum width of 90%. So we go on pixels, we go on 90%. Okay, if it is too much, we can also decrease it a little bit. Let's go 80%. Okay, this looks fine. Let's publish. And what else? Yes, the call to action here, we can go here and into the style tab, we need to force to play on mobile if you want the video to force to be played also on mobile. And we can also increase a little bit more the spacing above maybe. So we can go into the act now, advanced, and we can go and unlink values and place 1 rem more when we are on mobile. 1 rem or maybe even 2 rems more for our call to action. Publish, go back here, and now you see that the video is going to be played also on mobile. Okay, perfect. We have our call to action a little bit more spaced, and then we have our footer. It looks good. Okay. If you want, sometimes I noticed that this last part of the footer is not very well readable when you are on mobile. So you can increase a little bit more the spacing. You can go here to the text, advanced, and we can add some padding, or we can go directly to our section here to our container, go to the advanced tab, and we can increase a little bit more the padding top and bottom. Since here we are using a global class, we can still keep it like this, or we can add the padding here to the text, as I was mentioning. We go here and we can make it, for example, rem 1 and 1. Perfect. Publish. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, now we have optimized our footer. Let's also have a quick preview for iPad Pro. Looks good. Okay. We can also align it a little bit better here to the left and right if you want, but I use this alignment because we do not have much content, so I prefer to align it like this. Okay, I like it. And then if we go back to our desktop view, everything will look perfect. Okay. We'll now go and optimize our homepage for mobile, and as you can see here, there are some quite a lot of stuff to optimize because we want them to appear a little bit better. You see here, for example, the testimonials. The call to action is already good because it's linked to the footer that we already optimized, but the buttons here, maybe we can optimize it a little bit better. Here, this call to actions can be a little bit better optimized, and also here the hero section can be optimized. So let's go and see how you can do so. We edit with Elementor our homepage, and we start by optimizing for tablets. So we just make sure that on tablet portrait everything looks fine. As you can see here, it is quite good. I kind of like it. We can maybe align this image differently when we are on tablets. We can go to the container here and we can go to the layout. and make sure that this image will be centered like this. Okay, so it will be more, yeah, this is good. So tablet is working fine, you see. The alignment will be centered only on tablet, while if we go back to our laptop, it will be like this. It will be respected what we decided before. So it is working fine. Great. Now, if we want, we can also go and optimize the animation here, because it's a little bit too, it doesn't work very well on tablet, and let's make it a little bit different. So we will go back here into the advanced tab. Sorry, we have to choose the element here. The element is the services tab, the services grid. We go to the advanced tab, into our grid. We scroll down to motion effects, and we decide to change a little bit of them when we are, we can definitely disable this animation on tablet. Why not? I think this is a good solution. Or we can also have a quick preview from here. We just make tablets. Let's go here to iPad Pro, for example. And we see that actually we can leave it for tablet, because it is actually being displayed quite well. Yeah, okay, we can leave it. We just need maybe to have a different dimensioning of the icons. So let's go in the icons style. Let's go and change the size. Let's make it a little bit smaller when we are on tablet. Let's make it 40 pixels. Okay, let's do the same here. So we copy and paste style. We cannot copy and paste style, because otherwise we risk to do a little bit of a mess. We just go here on sides and make it 40. Same thing here. We go here, style, and make it 40 pixels. Okay, the effect is working fine. The button here will be a little bit different. So we just need to go to the style. Okay, and let's position this button in a different way. Let me check here if we can. Yeah, we leave it to the right, but we're going to there's not much thing that we can do here to change things. Let's go to the advanced tab. You see here that the call to action just kind of goes away from the okay, we can do a simple thing. Effectively, we can go and change the number of columns when we are on tablet. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do the interaction on the grid, at the grid level. So we go to the services grid, okay, and we choose to change the layout of the grid. We're going to use 2 columns when we are on tablet. Okay, now this is going to work fine, okay. And we're also going to make this last column full width. So we're going to edit this container. We're going to the advanced tab, and we're going to make this column span, or this is the column span or a row span. This is the row span, actually. We can make row span 2. No, sorry, this was the column span. So let's use default column span 2. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Let's publish now, and let's have a quick reload here. Beautiful. So we have the services section. Okay, and when we click here, we can directly go to the pages that we are interested in. It looks fine to me, you see? We just optimized this section here in a beautiful way. We have our services, and they look gorgeous. Okay. Let's go on. We'll just scroll down to the About Us section. I think it is quite too wide. This is weird. So we select the section here, and we make sure that when we are on tablet, there is the percentage here applied, and we choose to use 90%, as we have already for all the other elements. And we choose to do the same also for mobile. We go here, we apply 90%. Okay. And let's go back to tablet right now. And let's make sure that all the buttons are shown correctly. And let's go and optimize also for mobile. As you see here, our section here, our grid, it is quite of a mess in mobile, because we need also to optimize it for mobile. So we go back to the services grid, and we say that when we are on mobile, we need our columns to be 1 and rows to be 1. So this is quite strange, because as you can see here, the settings are already correct. So we have 1 and 1. This is so strange. We should have just 1 column. Let's publish and reload the page. Let's also have a quick preview from here just to see if it is working fine. No, we have a error here. Okay, let's go back here to Elementor and make sure that we are configuring correctly here. So tablet portrait, it is correct. I go to the services section, to my services grid, and in the settings here I have 2 and 1. Okay, when I go here I have 1, but it's not being taken in consideration. Wow, this is kind of a bug. I do not like when there are bugs. Okay, if I put 0, nothing happens. If I put 1, nothing happens. If I put 2, it's not what I want. And so this is very, very weird. So let me go back to our last one here. What I will do is to disable in this last container the fact that we have to have a specific column span when we are on mobile. So we leave it on default. Nothing changes. Oh, sorry, that was already on default. Okay. Oh, why is this is not taking 1? Okay, I go back to 1 here, and as you can see here, the bug was taken away. And the last thing here, I can disable actually the motion effects when I am on mobile. So I go back to my services grid, and I make sure to disable my scroll motion effects, scroll animation. Go here to the apply effects on mobile. I get rid of mobile portrait. Okay, so that my elements will be visible right here immediately. Let's go back to our grid. Okay, layout, it's 1 and 1, perfect. Publish. Let's have a quick preview of our website from mobile. Now it works fine. We have our services section, which looks perfect. We have our services here displayed perfectly. We have the About Us section, which works fine. And then we have our buttons, which are not very optimized. So let's go down here and optimize our buttons. The first one should be 100%. Okay, custom width, and let's say 100%. And let's do the same also with the second one. Custom width, 100%. Okay, perfect. So now they look fine. We have our testimonials. We should also here go and check the grid settings. So we just go to the testimonials. Oh, there's no grid settings here because I actually showed you how you can optimize this section by using less number of containers. Oh, okay, I will show you. Anyway, you saw how you can do to optimize your grids. And if you want here, you can optimize also your testimonials. So you can go here, scroll down. And we can say that when we are on mobile here, we do not need to wrap the elements. We need no wrap, or even this is actually worst. We need to leave wrap, but we can change the column direction. So we make it vertical and then we disable wrap, right? Is it right, this? No, we can leave the wrap. We can leave the wrap, but we need just to change the column direction. We make it vertical. And let me check if we can also go to the, okay, yeah, we need to go to each single element here, and we need to change the width. So we go to the advanced tab and we make sure to have 100% width. Okay, let's do the same here for this one, advanced, 100% width. And there we are, 100% width. Actually, this was easier to manage when we are using the grid, of course. But in the case that you have just a few number of testimonials, you can do it by following the optimization part that I showed you in the tutorial when we speak about the testimonial part. And this is what it will look like when we optimize it for mobile. So when we are on tablet, we still are okay. And when we are here on mobile, you see this section looks gorgeous and perfect right now. Let's reload the page. Beautiful. Okay, there's a problem here with the icons. I don't know why. That's weird. Okay, let's go here and reload the inspection. Okay, we have our beautiful services page. We have our testimonials. We have our footer, which is working fine. Okay, remember always to check then into different devices if you want to see how your website will look like effectively. You need really to go and check it into each different device. We can just finish by optimizing our the hero section. It looks fine on tablet, but on mobile we can do something different if you want. Sorry, here there is a lot of different bugs. Okay, let's just close and go to the hero section. For example, we can decide to align everything to the center if you want, style center. We can do the same here with the text down here, style center, and do the same here with the call to action with the button within style and go to the center like this. Okay. Then here the little guy here, we can also decrease the padding that we have from the down part of the section. To do so, we can click on this image, advanced. We can go and unlink the margin values and we can decrease the bottom margin. For example, use -5 rem. Let's do rem, -5 rem. And as you can see here, it's even more interesting from a design point of view. Maybe -6. -6. It is difficult. -6. Great. Yeah, this is nice. Publish. Let's have a quick preview. Okay. It works fine. You see, there is this element here. There is this image. And when we go and scroll down, the image go into our services. And we are seeing our website like this. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. We optimized our homepage. Let's now go and check the other pages quickly. So we go and check, for example, our contact page. We go and see how it will look like on tablet. Okay, this looks good. This section could look better, so we can increase the dimensioning. We go and select the first, we just need to go actually here into the first container. And actually we can also rename all the containers with AI. It's always best practice to do so. And we can go here and change the layout to vertical. So when we are, you see, when we are on laptop, we see them side by side. When we are on tablet, they are being stacked one above the other. If you want, you can also change the row order. You can choose this one, for example, and you can make it be, you can choose two ways. If you have only 2 columns, you can choose the container and you can use the reversed column so that we have the map before and then we have the FAQ section after. Or if you want, if you have more than 2 columns and you want one of them to be before the others, you just need to go here into the container that you want to place before the others, and you go to the advanced tab and you go and place it start like this. So you can choose whatever you want in this case. Okay, you can publish now and we can go to the mobile portrait. This looks a little bit of a mess here into this part. So let's change it a little bit. Let's change the overlapping. So we go to the container, advanced, and we make sure that the overlap is a little bit less important. For example, -2. This works good to me right now, -2. We change here the settings of our icons. So maybe we can put them like this. Now here for the layout, if we put this when we are on mobile, you see, in this case, it doesn't work because this is not a setting that is aware of the device. You see, we just can apply it globally, and it is not possible to switch between this setting here when we are on desktop, for example, or this setting here when we are on mobile, and this other one when we are on desktop. So basically here, what do? I leave it like this, and I just hide this content here when we are on mobile. So I go to the advanced tab and make sure to have the responsive settings where I'm hiding this element here on mobile portrait, because I prefer to show immediately the contact form when we are on mobile. And if I want to use the same, the same element, I can duplicate it. For example, I can create a new one or duplicate this one and place it below here, or I can just keep the same, but I can place it below here for if I want to leave it, or yes, like this. You can have the freedom here to add it wherever you want. If you duplicate it, if you add another one, let me show you how it works. You duplicate this, maybe you can put it down here, or maybe you can put it down here. Okay, and or maybe even up here. Yes, perfect. And then what do you do here? You just need to go into the advanced tab. You go and make sure that the responsive settings are that you are hiding this on all the other devices except on mobile. And then you can place it into the style tab, into the content tab. You can place it like this. So it is pretty easy to navigate. Yeah, let's place it here. Wow, that's perfect. You see? That's easy, perfect. And then you publish, and when you are on the other devices, for example on tablet, you see the other one, and when you are on mobile, you see that this is hidden, but down here we have the other one. And this works fine, perfect. Let's go and have a quick preview also of our About page. So we go to the About page. We can also search for pages by typing Command E or Control E, and we type the name of the page, for example, About here, and you can go here and edit the page just by clicking on it, instead of having to exit and re-enter the builder each time. And let's go here and apply the tablet view. Beautiful. Okay, this looks good. And the mobile should be a little bit optimized. You see here, this looks good. I like it, but if you want to change the positioning, you still need to go inside the container here to the Style tab, and you should change the position of the image. For example, here you can place it to the center. You see, and it changes the position. Actually, the position that was there, it was quite good. But you can also change the width of this specific container here. We can go, for example, and make it 100% full width, but we can use the percentage here and make it 100%. And we can do the same also with the other container here. The second container, we can make it full width and 100%. You see, so that the image will be not cut out, just cut out by the sides of the device directly. So this is great. It looks good. So you can place it wherever you want. You can also go back here and retry, for example, to place the image to the right, center left, like this. I like it like this, actually, or even center right, like this. This is good too. You can play around. Yeah, let's make it center top left. No, it doesn't change. Bottom center doesn't change very much. So we can leave it center like this. Okay. Then we can also replace the positioning of the button by decreasing the height of this section. So we go to the layout of the container that has the background image, and we can change the minimum height. Let's go like this, for example. And we can then also decrease the how do you say, the margin, the negative margin here. So we can go and make it -3. Perfect. That's great. Publish. We scroll down and we see that now we have a few sections. You see our story section, our achievements, and our skills. If you want, you can also make sure that the kind of zigzag is not reproduced on mobile, so we can have always the media part above the text. So we can do so, we can, or the contrary if you prefer. For example, here we can take this element here in this container. We go down and we revert the order of the columns. So we have first the media and then the text. And we can also do the same here, but we already have the good direction. Or we can do the contrary. So we can place this standard like this, okay? And then we will change this one like this. We will place it by reversing, okay? So we have our story, we have our achievements, and we have our skills. And actually here we have to switch. Sorry, I was selecting here, okay? And I switch like this. Okay, so I have before the text part, and then I have the media part. I have text and media, text and media, text and media. Very well optimized for all my devices, and I like it how it looks. Great. Maybe I just need to change the dimensioning of my numbers here. I can change them by, I can also assign the global typography here. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more like this. Perfect. I copy and paste. Okay, sorry here. I just need to replace it to the center, but I need to go here to the advanced tab, center, and I paste the style, and then I place it to the right. Okay, here I am. Okay, I just need to reapply the same. Oh, sorry, I need to go here actually and go and place the elements correctly like this, so that they are going to be applied here and also on the other devices. Perfect. Let's publish now, and I have optimized all my other pages. I should do the same also with the blog and with all the other pages of my website, of course. So I will let you go and do it yourself, but because now you have all the instruments and knowledge to apply all the responsive optimization by yourself. So this is great. Now that we have optimized our website from the responsive point of view, we're ready to sticky. We're ready to create a sticky header, which is going to be also transparent for our home page. Sorry, someone is crying in my house. Now we're going to create a transparent sticky header, and we're going to apply it to our homepage. This is going to be a very fun part of the video, so yes, let's end with this beautiful part of the tutorial. You can give me a thumbs up, you can comment, you can do the normal stuff that we do on YouTube, but just please know that it's going to help a lot this video. So just a single thumb, just a single comment, just a simple subscription is going to be a huge difference for this channel. Thanks. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how you can create a transparent header like the one that you are looking at right now, and how you can also apply a background effect, a background color, when you scroll down and the header becomes in sticky position. You will be also able to assign this specific header only to the pages that you want this transparent header to be applied to, and you will be able also to have a different header, let's say a more standard one like this one, to the pages that you want to assign a more standard header. So for example, we will have the transparent header in the home page, but we can assign to the contact and to the about page a different header like the one that you see here. Let's dive in. Now it is very easy. You just need to go and open the theme builder. Okay, we're going to see that we have a normal header here, which is the basic one, and I invite you to rename it in this case I will call it default header. Okay, not transparent. I'll change the name here and my conditions. I will include my entire website. Okay, this is the basics that we're going to start from. So this is our basic template for the header. We're going to create now a second template for the same header. So we're going to click on the add new here. Okay, let's load the page. We go to my templates. Okay, I just have a default header and I can insert this into my header. Okay, apply. So this is going to be my transparent header. So I'm going here to the header settings. I'm going to call it transparent header. Transparent. Okay, and let's also dive into a little bit of configuration here. To make things better, I just going to assign a temporary specific background to my header. So I go to style, I go here, and I just need to have, let's say, a dark background because I'm going to make it transparent. So I need to have white elements, you see, like in this case. So in order to be able to see them when I'm styling them, I need to assign this kind of header. Let's go and add a logo now. I will use the image. Okay, and I will place the image here and I will choose a white logo. So this is my white logo. I will get rid of the other one here and I will connect this logo here to the home page. So link custom URL. I can use dynamic tags here if I want to, and I can link to the site URL. Okay, let's now go on by styling this. I will say I will put it around 150 pixels. This looks good for me. I will go now and style my menu. This menu should look, should look white. So I'll assign white color here. Okay, titles light. This is gonna work fine. And I'm working with all global elements that I show in my tutorial. So yes, if you never watched my tutorial, you should go and watch my tutorial because this is my tutorial. Sorry, I just wanted to laugh a little bit. Okay, now we just need to go and apply some styling if I want to my elements here when I'm on hover. So let's make it a little bit more visible and also it active. Let's make it with the accent number 2. Okay, this looks good. We have the button here. Okay, and we have all the rest. Now the thing that I'm going to do here is to select the container and I'm going to remove the background. I'm going now to assign a specific negative margin to my header. Oh, I just wanted to make sure that in the settings here, I have selected header here into the HTML tag. This is very important. Let's go back to my container. As I was mentioning, let's go to the advanced tab. Let's go now and unlink values here to the margin. And let's give a bottom negative margin about, in my case, it is about minus 80 pixels. It will depend this on the dimensioning of your header. The important thing here is that you find the value that is going to make this section here overlap perfectly with the container. So let me show you here. For example, if I want to overlap perfectly, I need, in this case, voila, 80 or 81 pixels. Let's say 80, and let's see if it will work fine. Oh, let's go even with 81. Maybe it's better, yes, because it's overlapping perfectly. You see here. Let's publish now. We're going to choose the condition where we want to display this header. We will add a condition. In this case, it's not the entire site, but it's singular, and we choose the front page. Okay, save and close. So we're just showing this specific header to our front page, but we can also assign the conditions to whatever other page we want to apply this transparent header to. And let's go and visit now our home page. So we'll go and view the page. We go to the home page. Now it is kind of a guessing. Okay, I go to my home page, and there it is. This is my transparent header. There's something that is missing. We do not see the logo, and we do not see the call to action here, the button. And in order to apply this, we just need to go back to our header and make sure that when we select the main container of our header, we just need to go and scroll to the advanced tab and scroll down until we find Z index. Here we make sure to select 9. We publish, we reload our home page now, and we will see that the logo appears and also the contact us page appears. This is great. We do not have yet applied the sticky effect. You see the header stays on the top, but it is not sticky. And what we need to do right now is to increase a little bit the spacing. So if you want, you can edit your page here, and you can increase the padding of your hero section to make it look a little bit more organized. So now I'm going to select my hero section, and I'm going to change my paddings. Since I was using a dynamic class, I will just get rid of this CSS class, and I will just work here by hand, because it's faster for this tutorial purposes. We just go here and enter something about 8 rem, even something more, 9 rem is going to look fine. And to the bottom, we're going to work with 2 rems, yes, not more. Okay, we can just style the same now for tablet and mobile if we want. It looks good on tablet, maybe a little bit less on tablet, let's say 7. And don't worry if you see some glitches like this. Oh, sorry, here. Yeah, there's a problem actually. Yes, because I need to unlink values and put here about 7. And here about, we'll just leave 2 here, okay, at the bottom, okay. And let's explore from mobile. It looks good, okay, perfect. We can now go back to our desktop. We publish, we go and visit our page, and it looks perfect. Wow, this is beautiful. We have a beautiful transparent header. But since we are just applying this header to the home page, when we navigate our website, as you can see here, we have our standard header. And this, for me, is a beautiful solution, because you can have different designs on different pages. And yes, you can preserve the beauty of the home page. That should be more kind of a wow effect. And then you have a simple header, normal, into all the other pages. And you can work more on the attention to the content, actually. So this is great. This is looking good for me. If you want, of course, you can apply this kind of header also to other pages. It just needs you just need to go to the theme builder. So you go in Elementor theme builder. We were here into the theme builder, okay. And then from the theme builder, you can go and you can choose to assign this transparent header to other pages. You just select it. You just go to the edit conditions, and you say, for example, that you want to include another specific page. Oh yes, let's say that this page should be the contact us page, just to make an example. And yes, or maybe the thank you page. We have a thank you page actually here. They say that you want to show this header to the thank you page. Yeah, but okay, no, this is also gonna work. Contact page, yes. Okay, let's save and close. Now when we exit here, we go to the contact page. Okay, we see that we have a transparent header. And now if you want to be sure to see correctly, of course, the menu into the page that you assigned, in this case, the contact page, you should, of course, change the background color of this page here, of the header, of course, of this page. In my case, it was just an example, so I will go back here and reassign my header to the front page. So I'll go to the theme builder, transparent header. I just want to use this into my front page. Save and close. And voila, but I just wanted to show you here the flexibility of this approach, because you can just decide which pages should have one header or the other. So this is working fine for me. Let's go now and see how you can apply a sticky effect to your header and change the background color of the header. And I'll show you now in a moment why you should do so. Okay, let's go into our transparent header here. Let's open the settings. Okay, and you see that the effect will be this one. We will just reach the same goal. And let's wait a little bit. That is going to, okay, perfect. Yes, if you want to have a preview, we can also exit and go to our homepage and enable Elementor into your homepage, so we can edit the header while we also see the homepage. This is better. So we select the header. Okay, now we're going to apply the sticky effect to our menu here. So we select the main container of our header, we go to the advanced tab, we scroll down and we go to sticky motion effects, sticky, and we make it sticky to the top. Yes. Now when we scroll down, we see that the header, it's following us, so it is correctly sticky. The problem here is the fact that we do not have a background color, and there is no way here to assign a background color, you see. So this is a little bit annoying, and we need to assign a background color to have a contrast, and not to be, because you see here, no, we're not being able to read anything there. So what can we do now? We can just go and publish so that we can have a quick preview if everything is working fine. Let's go here. Let's go to the home page. The header is correctly sticky, but as you can see here, it is a little bit difficult to read all the menu and the elements and so on. To apply a background color like this, let's proceed. Now, before proceeding, make sure to have applied the Elementor global settings that I have provided you at the beginning of the tutorial, and we can go here and see that if you go in your site settings and you go into the custom CSS, you will find some lines of code that are created exactly to optimize the sticky effect settings. You see this part of the code here, it is kind of controlling the background color of the sticky menu by just using this class. So what you need to do here is just to copy this class, and if you want, you can change the color here. In the code, this is going to pick immediately and automatically your primary color that you have applied in your global colors. If you want, you can switch to secondary color, or you can paste inside here whatever color you want. I would suggest you to leave it like this, because since this is global, it's going to be connected immediately with your Elementor global colors. So now I can choose to copy this sticky menu class. I'll go back to my menu and I will paste my class into my container here. Yes, there it is. We select the main container, we go to the advanced tab, we scroll down and we paste here the CSS class, which is sticky menu. Okay, let's publish now. Let's go and reload our page. There is a big problem because it is not transparent. It is just immediately with the color. Why this is happening, I don't know. Don't worry. There is just one setting that you need to change. Inside your container, you go into the advanced tab, you scroll down until you find the effects offset and just make it 100 this. Okay. Now when you publish here and you go and visit your page, your website, you will see that the color is not being applied. But when you scroll down, yes, perfect. This is working perfectly, you see. So we have a perfect transparent background now. It is working fine, and we have all the other pages with a simple normal header. Of course, if you want to have your header sticky into the other pages, you just can apply a sticky effect as we did for our transparent one, and it will work fine on all the other pages. Just make sure to add a background, a white background in the case that of the normal header, of course. One last thing about your sticky headers: if you apply this kind of effect to your headers, you have to be aware of the fact that when you are using a scroll link, you see here, there's going to be some space that's going to be eaten up, you see here. For example, if I click here on the Explorer link, the sticky header is going to occupy some of the space that it shouldn't be occupied, you see. It should stop here normally. If you want to avoid this, you can go here into your header, and when you select your header, you see that in the sticky effects, let's go in the container here, in the advanced tab, in the motion effects. When we enable the sticky effect, we can also enable the anchor offset. So this, for example, if we place it to 80 and we publish, we see that instead of eating up the space now, when we reload the page, and when we click on the Explore Now button, you see it's going to stop correctly at the beginning of the section. Yes, this is great. So now you know how to do this too. That's it. Hey there, we're reaching the end of the video. Now we're going to show you a few steps that are very, very important before publishing your website. So make sure to check them out, and then we'll see you towards the end of the video. Yes, let me know if you're liking this video. Until now, subscribe, like, comment. My name is Pascal. Ciao. Now we are ready to publish our website, and before publishing, let's go and see how our coming soon template looks like. It is like this. We can also place here a countdown if we want, and this is quite interesting and nice if you want to do a countdown for the launch of the website. You can go in your coming soon template, as I explained to you at the beginning of this video, so you already know how to set up this kind of templates. You can change a little bit of the styling here, and you can most of all add a countdown timer. Where is it? Count. There it is, countdown. Coming soon. Here you can style your countdown timer. Let's say that we want to launch our website in 1 month. Okay, so we leave it here. Then, or maybe even something less. Let's say in March. Okay, we're here. Okay, 23rd. Perfect. Then we can also choose an action after the expiration of this countdown. In this case, I would just hide this or show a message. The message should be, for example, online soon. Online in a few seconds. Okay, so that when the countdown timer gets to 0, there is this message that is being displayed, and then you can come in and deactivate the coming soon page and make that your website is visible. So we have the coming soon page, we have the countdown, but we do not see it. Why not? Why not? Because we have to style it. We can change, if you want, the background color. Let's make it like this, for example. And we can change the border type, the border radius. Let's place it 10, as we are doing for our buttons and input fields. And we can change the font, the dimensions, and whatever you want, the padding and everything. I like it like this, so I will leave it like this right now, and I will publish. And as you can see here, we are ready. That's great. Okay, we can go and have a preview. This is our coming soon page. Subscribe if you want to receive a notification. When someone subscribes here, you will find it in your Elementor submissions here. Just make sure to check if in your form here you have enabled the actions after submit, and you have collect submissions down here. Perfect. Okay, now that we are ready, we can go and see what else we need to do before publishing our website. It is very, very, very important to go here into the settings, where we were reading, and just go here and uncheck this. This is very important. So we uncheck this, we save changes, and then we are ready to install SEO plugin, like for example Rank Math SEO. I have a full tutorial about Rank Math SEO, and I will leave it in the cards and in the description of this video. And you can follow along that tutorial to set up the SEO part of your website. It means all the search engine optimization that you need to be found on Google, starting from the basics up to some advanced settings that I show you in the tutorial. So make sure to uncheck this, save changes. And then when you will be ready to make your website public, you will go here into the maintenance mode, and you will just go here and make disable. So when I save my changes now and I go and visit my website from the front end, I will be able to see my website. I will suggest you to install Rank Math SEO and to connect your website to Google Search Console. And because this is a very, very important passage if you want to be sure that everything will be running smoothly when you will be online. So you all have all the information. You have also the link to my SEO tutorial, and you are ready to get started with your website. I'm sure that right now you have a beautiful website in your hands. If this is the case and you want to share a feedback with me, please do it down in the comment section below. I'm very curious to know which kind of website you have created, if it is for you, for your business, or for your clients. So share it with me down in the comment section below. And if you just want to tell me where are you watching this tutorial from, drop me a line down in the comment section below. It's always nice to know that we are connecting from all over the world into a single video thanks to YouTube. My name is Pascal, and I'm a content creator and WordPress enthusiast. And if you like to stay with me, you can click on this link here. I will leave you here the video where you can apply SEO settings to your website, which is very, very important. So be sure to go and check it out. And I will also leave you here some other stuff, other videos, and also the button that you can click if you want to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Hope to see you in the next video. And until then, have a great work with WordPress and with your websites. Ciao, ciao.